Yeah.
80 dedi.
Ja.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the T20 finals. We almost have the top regular shots. We have the T20 pilots, the 2-1 pilots, and the match coming very ready. We're just going to have a small watch with the two cameras for us.
Okay, perfect.
First, congratulations on winning the final.
Is the extension pack? I've got to charge my phone in.
First, congratulations on this. Well done.
Not another one.
What is the
Do you have extra 40 there for music?
Give you a place where you can charge.
I thought you guys were in the media room downstairs. No, we're here because look, that mic is actually there. True? That one. Got a USB port there as well, eh? Take it out.
Again, that mic is active, hey?
So you basically want to have the position that you quite forward. This is the
Already in.
Yeah.
Perfect.
No, that's small.
Just center it.
No.
Yeah, just turn it. No, no. The TV.
So I can. And the replays and stuff you also already on?
Yeah, bro, I'll be on that. So those are loud.
You never do that again.
We just need to be done it. That work for you?
Yeah, it's perfect.
Excellent.
I'm happy with it. And the camera angles and stuff, they can control it if I
Yeah.
need to know which angles I can.
Yeah, yeah. Just you can turn that to you and
Yeah, perfect.
this is only birds. Yeah. Can you double check?
Yeah, gotcha.
Umuntu othenga wafaya yonke
Let me see where I can plug.
seyabaleka point.
Let me see where I can plug my laptop.
Seyabaleka.
Oh, you got space for my laptop, but
I don't know. I bought this adapter, but now it's full. Yeah.
it's full there.
You want to charge or
Yeah, I want to charge this.
you can go take the adapter and put it over there. There's another plug point in. And then you can charge it from there.
I can put my laptop there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's better. Because it's huge, really.
Hey, so by no sugar load lo muntu enje phone.
You know smartwatches.
Yeah, I don't have the smart watch.
I have to because for my steps.
What's it in photo?
It's not so sunny.
Uzosusa. Na yambona njani? Phone, ngoba ngizume out ibonakala kanjani lapho? Cha, i-right lapho. La i-believe. Sidinga amakhamera nje.
Anang na yun. Tuwe no Jay, ngabe kulumite ibag. Ay, timis. Pangi show.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, bayalan dia lah anak pun. Ay, project sinusulat po. Hindi nga yung sa kata sa so
Do you want us to be so close to you guys? The commentary, do you want us to be so close to you guys?
Yes, because of the mic, it's not that long.
Oh, it's not long. Yeah, that's fine. Fits. See here? He's extended here, right?
That's the mic.
This is the mic.
So we're sharing one mic?
Yeah.
Okay, you took your COVID vaccine, eh?
No, I didn't. But it's very, very, very sensitive. So make
Like
sure.
a clit.
I know. Is that for you?
What we'll do...
The screen is for me, so Captain, you need to sit on that side.
But he has to see too.
Yeah.
No, but,
Oh, come guys.
No, we'll move this. Don't worry.
oh, we can put the screen on top and then everyone can see. Yeah. It's going to be done very quiet because the mic.
It's very...
I know. You can hear it from a mile. That's for the after the game that you said. No, and so that's the YouTube thing now, right now. That's the YouTube thing.
That's the vlog.
Live feed. And then we couldn't do anything with that until it's going to I told you it's going to be.
Testing gloves. How's that been? You out?
Good, you on. Nice to meet you. Captain. Yeah.
Oh, you are the blind ticket tournament. Yes.
Yes, yes. You were the winners.
Oh wait, we
Yeah.
need to disconnect.
The corruption.
No, but check. So when we're not talking, the film. No, my wife just messaged me. Yeah.
Ngikwazi ngisho nokuma la. Yalunga.
Who's the guys that's going to be commentating?
It's both of us.
Okay.
Little bearded buddy.
The guys just mustn't say mother job or something.
Yeah, we can say.
Oh, Johan knows the word. We're involved in cricket for too long.
Yeah, when you say
Not a good thing.
second game, I mean, I'm actually looking here at the thing is.
Yeah, and then obviously in the 10 hours we can so we can make a plan or whatever.
So how would I give it out if it's out or if it's
Is it?
I got the radio here. You give it,
And-
you send a message to Blows, you put it up on the screen.
You just go like this, and then we'll have it on the screen, and then I can even say TV umpire to director. And then
No, but they will have to refer it from there. You can't-
they would, they would have to.
Come down.
What you mean you installed the screen? This is the only screen.
It's the only screen they have.
I asked for one TV. You all want a TV you can get. You have to pay per TV.
I witnessed the crack.
You did
No, there's no way Zaisha it can go anywhere else.
No, we can
And then he would make the call, and then we can just say, okay, you can change your decision to out or
It was on just now.
Are they having referrals?
No, only for run-outs.
only for run-outs and stumping.
Oh,
Yes. What we can do is for wickets. For wickets, we'll check the nobles as well.
If it's a stumping, you can.
No, don't get involved.
Not. Not.
What?
Scorers.
Yeah. Come, I'll take you. It's starting at 20 past. I got 10 minutes.
Okay. So for all wickets, would we check no balls or not?
Controversial.
Only for stumping.
Just for the stumping.
Just for the stumping.
Stumping? Okay. Alright. Where are you guys gonna sit? Yeah, right?
Good question. But there's the man. He needs to fill me in.
Where's the nearest place to smoke here?
I've just smoked. There's a ashtray actually there.
What time start?
9:20, yes.
The time there?
9:11.
Okay, I've got time to sleep.
I even might put in one as well.
Shomogers, ngizobuza kwi-Northcoast ukuthi uphile okwi-11 ukuthi muphi igama lakhe. Just saw the team name, Northcoast, it's separate the north and the coast from the screen. Alright, thank you. Doesn't matter, right? Hey, I'm Benjan. Sharp, hey, crane.
Just say it at the bottom.
Same thing happened with the names. Just vanish because we changed the Northcoast.
Supposed to.
It is. It happens once at one time. Which one?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, now it's on. You see it.
Morning everyone. Thank you for tuning in to this live feed. Here at the T20 Finals Day, we're doing something a bit different. It's the A final that's on first here today. We have the Angry Birds against Northcoast Warriors. Both teams in their debut tournament, and both teams have made the final. So the toss was won by Angry Birds, and looking at the slight dew on the outfield and a slightly dampish wicket, they've decided to put the opposition in. With me I have Yamin Godil, part of the organizing committee for this tournament, joining me here in commentary. Morning Yamin, what are your thoughts here?
Morning, Captain. Hope everyone's well and safe. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I do have some stats to back all this up, but I think let me leave the talking up to you for the first few.
Thank you, Yamin. We'll both try our best here today. Looks like they starting from the Amgeni Road end. Going to be a very, very interesting first few overs. Looking at the conditions, though the conditions might be one thing, we don't know how they might play. Appearances aren't always a reality.
Yeah, I see they've got a new combination. Oh no, it's Dylan Bakhtop. This is going to be an interesting one.
We only 2 fielders allowed outside of the ring in the first 6 overs, the first power play. So since we can see a left-hander, we have a long off already posted here, and that's Captain Gart Chislett, and a third man. Taking first strike is Tyler Trennerworth, a very aggressive batter which is required up in the top order in T20. Take advantage of those first 6 overs and get as many runs as possible. So he's on strike. Dylan Bakhtop coming over the stumps, left arm, ready, plays the call, delivers the shot, and it's pulled away. What a start. 4 runs.
Yeah, interestingly, Dylan actually has a hat-trick, a first over hat-trick in this edition of the T20 Winter League. And Tyler's be striking it at about 170. So this is going to be an interesting matchup. What do you think, Captain?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. These two would know each other from school days. I mean, played some school cricket together. Let's see, what's Dylan's reply? Slightly fuller, and this one swings away from the left-hander and doesn't decide to play a shot. But what a way. Maybe that's a good omen for the rest of the day. First delivery going for 4 and pulled away quite aggressively. Tyler does, his strike rate generally tends to be well above, in excess of 125, 130, even in the 50 over game. Dylan again, slightly fuller, and again it swings away, and this one Tyler does have a play at, misses it by about 2 inches. Looks like the conditions here is, Dylan's found his rhythm quite early here with a wicket that is slightly damp.
Yeah, let's see how the rest of the over goes out. I mean, good start, but Dylan seems to have found his range. And this looks like it's going, just short of 6. It's 1 bounce 4. Excellent shot.
Yeah, I think Tyler, not wanting to get bogged down or dictated to having played at that last one and having not been able to score, looking to try and get his team off here to a fast start, but Dylan's experienced. He wouldn't be too phased by getting hit by 2 boundaries. Let's see what's his reply here. 2 balls left. And again, a fantastic delivery. Again, the ball slightly fuller, and this one doesn't move as much. Squares Tyler up, and he knows he was beaten there by a good delivery. That's a fantastic answer. But then this battle you were talking about, Yamin, definitely looking here to be taking shape.
Yeah, last ball coming up. Let's see how the over closes out. Geez, this guy is seeing the ball. That's 4. And to the longer side of the boundary.
Yeah, definitely. Tyler for sure.
has seen what length needs to be played at, what length does he needs to be a bit safe at. 3 boundaries and 3 dot balls in that over, but 3 boundaries, not for 12 after 1 over, and that's definitely the start North Coast Warriors would have hope for. Going at 12 runs and over. Let's see what Tyler's partner can do from this end now. The Old Fort Road end. It's Junior Aziz that's gonna come over the stumps, right arm on that end.
Junior Aziz, Mohammed Aziz Jr. to Devlal. Funny enough, he's actually scored his best of the tournament in the last game against KZN Thunder. Carrying on from our chat in the last over, Captain, I want to mention a few things. Let this delivery go past.
That's on a good length there by Junior Aziz, and again shaping away. So maybe a tactic here by the Angry Birds is probably try and get the batsman to nick off, try to make them make an early mistake. Suvir Julal, he needs to play. He needs here. If effectively we know what Tyler's tactic is, he might maybe just try and get to the other end, rotate the strike, and this one is always looking to get off the mark there. And almost a run out. The two batters need some communication between themselves. That could have been disaster, and an early wicket and undoing the work of Tyler in the first over there.
Yeah, as I was saying, Suvir's best score actually came in the last game, and they provided a perfect foil for each other because he got 66 not out of 59 balls, and Tyler, believe it or not, 30 of 14 balls. I mean, so you can see how he plays. And that's what helped them post 164. And they beat the KZN Thunder, the defending champions, quite comfortably. Quick single here. Oh, quite comfortable in the end. Otherwise, our third umpire, Kirshan Mudli, would have been in action early. To remind our viewers, we actually have a third umpire today. We're trying our best to improve the standards of T20 Winter League. We'd like to thank Pitch Vision, the guys from Pitch Vision, Johan especially, for coming out from Joburg.
Yeah, definitely things have evolved here at KH. This is the 4th time finals day is here at Kingsmead, and now a third umpire. So let's see, maybe the next final day, what would we have next? That waits to be seen. Fantastic environment here at Kingsmead. Junior Aziz. Come now to the left-hander. What's Tyler's answer? And that's off the pad. That would be... it is runs. So 4 of them, and Tyler's 4th boundary. It doesn't really matter how they come. Scoreboard already racing to 17. 8.5 and over. This is definitely the start the Northcoast were put into bat. Let's just remind our viewers here by... the Angry Birds. So Angry Birds would have definitely liked an early wicket. It still is early days, but they'd want to contain this run rate. Last ball of the over. He'd want to finish this tight, Junior. Steams it. Oh, that is fetched from outside off stump, and that is been murdered.
That's on the road, Captain. That's on the road.
Off the ground. Never mind, it's a short boundary. You still have to put the ball over the rope, and he certainly has done that. And now the score is 23, and now going at over 11 and over. Tyler is not playing around here. He knows this is a final, and he really wants to make his mark here.
Oh, the umpires have asked for a new ball. Captain, that was one of the biggest sixes I've seen. What do you think, brother?
Yeah, for sure. And that's easily, I'd say, about 80 meters. And someone's got a nice pink souvenir on the road there, if they find it. That might still be rolling down Old Fort Road, or even NMR Avenue.
Yo, I think I'm running short of words here.
Well, the scoreboard says absolutely gorgeous. I think that's an apt description of that shot. And I know Tyler Trenworth from his school days. There was a game I remember at the Night League. When he was dismissed, he made 61 runs and opening the batting, and the team score was 64. There was only 3 runs scored by the other batters. We can see Garth Chislett, the captain, the fielding captain, having a word. Now he needs to talk to his bowlers and he needs to try and get them to bowl the right lengths and in the right areas.
Dylan Bucktop now. He's actually made the move from Durban to Howick, captain. He's been dominating in the league there.
Yeah, he's moved up to Winterton, playing Premier League cricket up there. And this one in swinging, Fuller, and this one actually swings in to the right hand. The cricket will be very interesting, playing above sea level up there in PMB. The ball tends to zip around more with his kind of pace. He'll definitely be troubling the batters up there. But I don't know whether, we'll see how this over goes. The captain of Angry Birds, watch this delivery. Again, slightly Fuller, and now Suvir getting in the action. Plays it straight over the bowler. 2 bouncers into the fence, and the runs continue to flow here for the Angry Birds.
That was actually a proper cricket shot, captain. That was a proper cricket shot, eh?
No, definitely for sure. And no more insult than to hit it straight back past the bowler, telling him, well, you give me that, well, you take this right back. Maybe after this over, the captain of Angry Birds, Garth, might want to try and look to maybe it's lack of pace on this wicket, because going at almost 13 runs and over. Again, Dylan in, and I think he's found the length there. That might just be the length. Pitching it up doesn't seem to work on this wicket. The ball seems to be coming on very good. It is Kingsmead. It is fantastic facilities. But I think pitching it up may not be the answer at this point. Maybe lack of pace. Maybe a spinner after this over.
Yeah, I was just going to say, traditionally Kingsmead isn't as quick as it used to be. So, yeah, maybe change of pace. Okay, this is played down to third man. He closed the face slightly early.
Yeah, I would actually back a lack of pace, maybe a spinner or a medium pacer to just take that 20-25% off the speed of the delivery and make the batter do the work. Now this battle continues from the morning. You've got maybe a gladiatorial battle here between these two. Bowler and batter at war here in this final. Again, the A final up first here. What's Dylan's reply? He's been hit for a few boundaries. And he does go a length delivery, and I think again we found where the spot is on the wicket that can trouble the delivery. Tyler caught in a few minds. They're coming down and then forced to play a shot as looking to attack again, and I think maybe the bowlers are seeing what's the length to bowl here.
Yeah, just carrying on from that point, I think, as you said, few balls earlier, that Dylan seems to have found that length, and he's just bowling that in between length. And Tyler, obviously being the athlete he is called for a 2, and he gets there quite easily in the end.
Yeah, that's good running. Good to see. Good to see the fielders awake. Their two fielders were in the backup position. Score is not for 30 of 3, 10 runs and over. With Tyler Trenoweth on 24 and Suvir Dulal on 6. 3 overs bowled halfway through the power play.
So welcome back, guys. I've got an interesting stat here, Captain. Tyler Trenoweth is the highest scorer for the Northcoast Warriors, third all over, third in the standings in Group A. You know what's the most interesting part about his batting is that 67% of his runs come from boundaries. Oh, I think we're having slight delays with the light up stumps there. But yeah, I mean, you can clearly see by the way he's going today, 67% of his runs come from boundary. And he's, well, not showing any signs of slowing down.
Oh, he never does. He only plays one way, see ball, hit ball. Similar to David Warner. Again, Junior Aziz. And this one pitched up a little, but guided and played very well. Cut down to the boundary. And that will give Suvir some confidence here, because he's also trying to, this being a final opening batter, also trying to make a name for himself, and he is doing that. He is now into double figures. Obviously, if both batters could play aggressive shots, then they'll really try and make use of this power play and get Northcoast Warriors off to a fantastic start. Junior Aziz again, what's his reply? And he digs this one in, and that's come off the splice. Miscued, mistimed, but thank God for Suvir, it falls about 2 meters away to the fielder that moves to his left. And he might just want to, again, communication between the batters. Maybe just tell him, okay, fine, you got the boundary in the over. Let's just try and rotate the strike here.
Yeah, I see the crowd around Kingsmead is building up. There's a lot of family members here. We're expecting a lot more people to come in through the day. Obviously, today being a Saturday, some people do work half the day. And yeah, once again, the partnership between Tyler and Suvir seems to be growing. From the last game, they've taken a leaf out of the last game. I think what's more important for Angry Birds is more damage control right now. Try and get that wicket of Tyler. He's just squirted this for 4.
That wasn't even his best timing, but he's still gone for 4, and that just gives you an indication of what form Tyler's in. But I'll say this again, it's going to be a lack of pace, Garth. Your first 4 overs going at 10 and over, you're going to take the pace off the ball. It's obviously that the pace of the wicket is aiding the batters here, and you're going to need to bowl slower bowlers here, Garth, if you want this, because at this point, almost 10 and over, starting to hemorrhage some runs a bit here, and there's still 2 balls left in this over, and it's already gone for 9 runs. Tyler's going to play an attacking shot here regardless. What does Junior have? Again and again, this time mistimed. Trying to slash that, and it comes off the inside edge of the bat, and they do scamper through for a single down to short fine leg. And we obviously know what's going to happen here. It's just going to be shots every ball from Tyler. How is Junior going to close the over off? What's he going to do? Again bangs it in, and I think again finding that length, play and a miss. Good way to end the over though. 10 runs and over here. I mean, definitely Northcoast Warriors are on their way here. Surely they must have some kind of target within their sights here.
Yeah, 40 after 4. Let's see the reply from Garth Chislett. He's usually a very calm captain. almost MS Dhoni like. He's just so calm and collected. Let's see what his reply would be. So LBW shout. It looked a bit high from up here. I think, to be fair, we are quite high up here anyway. What do you think, Captain?
Yeah, also with Dylan being 6'5", he does tend to get steepling bounce, and that delivery did get quite a bit of bounce on that. Nah, well, for sure, if you had to go, if that were to be a referral, you definitely see that going over the stumps. It looked to be still going up with it when it hit him. But again, they wouldn't mind as long as they can cut these boundaries down. Not for 42 or 4.2. Dylan again pitched up, and Tyler has a big smash at that. Geez, that was probably going into North Beach if he connected with that, but he misses it. And like I said, he only knows how to play one way. Again, a dot ball, and I think at this format, any dot ball is more than welcome, no matter how it comes.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, if it's not wickets, I think in T20 dot balls are gold, eh? I'm still gonna say the same thing. That wasn't far away from the fielder, but it's timed so well. It's gone for 4. Wow.
Again, let's just remind our viewers, we're still in the power play. First 6 overs, just 2 out. So the batting team tries to make advantage of that, but that was just whooped off his hips and showing that he's not a one-trick pony, playing all over the wicket here. Tyler, it hasn't just been on one side of the wicket. He knows what he's doing. He's played big games before. So has Dylan. He was here last year in the final for AK Hardware. Let's see what he does with these last 2 deliveries. And Tyler advancing down the wicket again. It's a miss hit, but again, with just 2 fielders out, he squirts that out onto the leg side and is gone for 4 again. And that's the 50 up. And 50 of just 4.5 balls, and that has to be one of the quickest 50s in a final here at Kingsmead, KH final.
4.5 overs, sorry, not 4.5 balls.
Yeah, sorry, 4.5 overs, getting a little ahead of myself here. But yeah, 4.5 overs bowled, and she's got to be one of the quickest 50s we've ever had in at a Kingsmead Group A final. Again, like I've been saying, it's got to be lack of pace. Last delivery. Again, it's pitched up and not the greatest timing, but again, that flies to the boundary, and that's 4, and that's not for 54 or 5. Luck seems to be with the Angry Birds here. If it's your day, it's your day. Sorry, Northcoast Warriors.
So the 54 after 5, still no reaction from Captain Garcheslet. I think we know this is a T20, but he seems to be just waiting on the power play to end, and then he's going to bring on his spin bowlers. He's got Warren Gray, who's been an excellent addition. They've got experienced Kyle Buckthorpe. Garcheslet himself, I would call him Mr. Kingsmead. He's played more finals than any other player that's on the pitch at the moment. And we all know how Tyler goes about his game. I mean, if you remember the Clares final that he played, the T20 against Crusaders Cricket Club that they played in the last season, he took Robbie Fryling to the cleaners.
Yeah, again, that's just destroyed with the offside again. And Tyler races to 47. Like I said at the end of the last over, the luck just seems to be with Northcoast Warriors here. But I still can't for the life of me understand why Garth hasn't brought on a spinner. It was 10 runs and over from the third third over, and it's now over 10 runs and over. It's 11.1. I can't understand what the thinking is behind, because from a start like this, they don't really need to go hell for leather in the middle overs, which is also important. And Junior in again, and Tyler's miscued this. He's gone straight in the air.
That's to Kyle Buckthorpe. Oh,
and those are hard. He doesn't even get a hand on it, and those are hard. Like I said, the luck with Northcoast Warriors here today, but those aren't easy, and you can see he's not feeling very good about that, but those are hard. That goes miles in the air. Sometimes fielders don't want to be near the ball there, Yamin, when that happens. I hope he hasn't hurt himself. They'll definitely take a timeout here, but that's not the easiest of catches. Never mind, you might be underneath it.
Things are not looking good for Angry Birds here, Captain, because I've just pulled out some stats. Tyler, before this game, 5 matches, 221 runs in 135 balls, a highest of 102 not out, striking it at 174. So, I mean, seeing him in this form, he's on 47 already. And if he gets 100, I think Northcoast Warriors here set for 200. And, well, he's just hit that for 4.
And that's his 50. A 50 in a final at Kingsmead. He's on to 53. But I think, you know what, if you look at how he's played, this is 21 balls, 10 fours and 1 6. He's made his own luck. And I think that's the thing. He's prepared properly, and he's taken advantage of the opportunities. He knows it's a final, but he's not changing the style he's played. And I think that's the way you need to go. You don't change anything that brought you here.
Captain, that's the way to play, I think, because if you keep on backing yourself, you know, I mean, more often than not, you're gonna get the rewards. And he's absolutely not holding back. This has been, I think, till now, the innings of all finals. I have not seen a better innings, especially while batting first, because you don't know what's a good enough score. And what do you think is a good enough score? Now, I mean, the way he's batting, what do you think?
Well, it's very easy to say, look, anything can happen, especially with this format. It's 50-50. They could lose 3 wickets in the next 2 overs, and then we got a really interesting game. But my point is, as I said, that stat I gave before, this is our 4th finals day, and the previous 6 finals, 5 have been won by the team batting first. It seems to favor the team batting first, regardless what score they make, because in the A final last year, KZN Academy only defended about 116, 117. And again, the last ball of this other power play, Junior Aziz, it steams in. Bangs this one in. Tyler's come down the wicket, and he has obliterated that over the cover, over the cover region, and that is 4 more. Not for 73 of 6, 12.2, and like I said, 43 runs in the second half of that power play. And again, I'll say it for the 5th time, it's lack of pace. They need to get slower bowlers. The pace bowlers aren't working.
Captain, I think I need a breather. This guy's been belting them. He's been belting them.
This actually reminds me of the famous 4-3-8 game in the Wanderers, where Ricky Ponting kept persisting with Mick Lewis, pace, and he just ended up getting destroyed. Not for 113. And finally now they have brought on a slow bowler. This should have happened about 15 minutes ago, Yamin.
Okay, interesting change here. Interesting change. Kyle Buckthorpe. He's actually played Dolphins B captain, if I'm not wrong. He's actually also captained Crusaders in the recently concluded 50-over Castle Premier League, which they've won, and which they were out of the race until 3 games to go.
Yeah, we remember that. And Kyle Buckthorpe has won this trophy before with team players in their debut season in 2016, where they beat Sipingo Eagles in that final. So he knows what it's like to play in a big final. But finally we have a lack of pace. Let's see what his first delivery does. Slow, and there you go, a wicket. Lack of pace, as I've been saying, and the first delivery that's bowled by a spinner takes a wicket. Ball turning in, Suvir Julal bowled, but has the damage already been done with 70 runs on the board in the first 6 overs?
Captain, funny enough, we actually put a video on the group yesterday on the T20 Winter League Facebook page, and one of the guys actually commented that Kyle should turn the ball from the first ball, and he's actually done that. In comes Jason Wagner, looking to up the ante. I see they're not going to be holding back here. They're sending all the big guns, which also could lead to a middle order collapse. What do you think, Captain? A middle order collapse could be on the cards here?
Well, very possible. Like I said, with this format of the game, like I said, you're going at 12.2. All it takes is one delivery to take a wicket, and then maybe a silly run called, and then you get a run out, and then you get panic and stuff. But Jason Wagner is an experienced campaigner. He's played for a few teams here at KH League. He's played for AML when he was younger. He's played for Team Smart. He's won this trophy with Team Smart. So he wouldn't be two-faced. He's won KZN T20 titles on this ground. So he is quite young. He is only 25. So there is some youth there. Tyler also being 27. So these are two young guys, fit guys. So rotating the strike and running 2s and 3s to the longer boundaries won't be too much for them. Very experienced campaigners, but so is Kyle Barkthorpe. Let's see what's Jason's first ball. And it's looped up a bit, tossed up a bit. A very good idea. Give the batter an idea that he might be comfortable with the tossed up delivery, and he just plays that down to a long off, keeping it on the ground. And I think that's a very good thing to do with your first ball, not take any chances.
I think this is the real matchup, Captain. This is the real matchup, the real deal now. If Angry Birds are to stop Tyler, it's got to be Kyle Barkthorpe that gets him out. Because, first of all, it's a longer boundary onto the leg side, which Tyler prefers straight down the ground and leg side. And also the ball turning away. So let's see. With Tyler seeing the ball so well, it's going to be interesting.
I would actually prefer Kyle to come around the wicket and make Tyler...
He just changed now to around the wicket.
Sorry, stay over the wicket and make Tyler take the ball across Tyler, make him fetch it outside into the long boundary. That just takes a few meters away and kind of gives your fielders a chance because he's fetching the ball outside off stump. So not ball into his arc by coming around, staying over to the left-hander.
That's an interesting one, Captain. Maybe he's just looking not to get hit against Tyler, and they were trying to work around his partners maybe. What do you think? What do you have to say about that? It could be just to starve Tyler off strike, and hopefully the other guys around him don't bat as well. But I mean, it's a decent strategy, you know.
Yeah, because he'll be turning the ball away if he stays over the wicket to the left-hander. So he's going to force him to hit against the spin. And like I said, hit to the longer boundaries. But again, Jason Wagner's a wise campaigner, and he'll know what role he has to play here. As you can see, he's not playing an attacking shot. That delivery was tossed up and well outside off, and he just plays that in. So he's basically feeding the ball, feeding the deliveries to Tyler, who's on 62 with the score on 78. So he is like well over 80% of the runs have come from Tyler. And obviously, being a team man, Jason can see that it is shaping up to be Tyler's day. So he's just going to let him do his thing. And a good delivery there, off the edge and down to short third man. That won't be any runs. Good way to close the over up there by Kyle. But again, 11.1 and over. I mean, this is a flying start.
And it's the first over of the innings which does not have a boundary. So interesting.
Like I said, it's experience. Kylie's won this trophy before. He knows what it takes. He's played here, and again, it's lack of pace making the batters do the work. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's Warren Gray coming on the other end. So spin from both ends. How's this gonna work out?
Warren Gray is going to be a slightly different challenge because he's left arm through and around. So what they have done in it. Oh, this is not a good one. Short, wide, long hop, and Jason Wagner could have not hit it any better to the fielder, but it's burst through the hands. Will this be costly, Captain?
Well, sometimes it's not the greatest deliveries that take the wickets. Much like it's not, you don't have to have the best shot. If it goes over the rope, it's 4, and that's not the best delivery. But that almost took a wicket. Fielder making a hash of that. What's Warren's answer? Is he gonna change his line slightly fuller? Forces Jason on the back foot, and he just plays that down to extra cover. I think maybe for a spinner the length might be a bit fuller here, but again it's pace off, and he nearly induced a mistake from the first delivery. What's he gonna do now? Coming around the stumps, left arm, and he deliberately puts that outside off. You can actually see when that delivery left hand where he wants to place it, because he's got 3 fielders in on the ring. This over going okay so far, bar that first delivery. You might want to keep that line, maybe bring in a fielders a bit more closer, make them go over the top, and just slightly fuller.
That's two, because let's be honest. Oh wow, that's excellent work on the boundary. I would have thought that would be 2 runs. What do you think, Captain?
Yeah, he is turning the ball away from the right-hander, so he's keeping quite a decent amount of fielders on the offside, but he does have long on and long off out. But let's see what his tactics are. Will he come over the stumps to the left-handed Tyler, who's just going to hit anything? I mean, the thing is, you can predict as a fielding captain, it's not the worst thing to have a batter that you can predict what he's going to do. Going to try and smash every delivery, but where do you put the fielders?
Short boundary, leg side, short boundary, Captain, 50 meters. What do you think? Where's this going?
There is protection there. Let's see what happens. He delivers this, and Tyler does go for his big shots, and again the luck is with him, because that just flies over actually where you'd have your slip and gully region, and he's able to get a single, and again the luck just with the Northcoast Warriors here, as that again goes in the air. If it's not going through the hands, or if it's not missing, then it's not going anywhere near any fielder. So last ball of the over. What is Mr. Gray, an experienced campaigner, going to do? They actually ran 2 there. So quick running, like I said, both 2 very young men, very fit, making 2. There were some pairs that have only ran 1. How's Warren going to close the over? Slower, and again Tyler puts that in the air, and Warren underneath, and again that catch not going to hand. I mean, geez, there's do you think the Northcoast Warriors found a bunch of 5-leaf clovers this morning?
You know, I mean, if I was for gambling, I would say Tyler needs to go take the lottery or something tonight. But more importantly, though, although he went for a 4 on the first ball, he still managed to keep the runs down to single figures. And it's been 13 runs of the past 2 overs. So the run rate's been coming down, 6.5 in the last 2 overs.
For sure. Another thing, maybe if you think about maybe the elements, because like I said, you're not used to playing cricket this part of the year. Could it just be maybe the winter sun that's being some kind of obstruction for these fielders? We don't know. We're not out there.
Yeah, I mean, easy to chat about dropping catches and stuff from here. I mean, anyone can do that. You can do that from your home also. It's the pressure of the game, number one. And as you said, the sun. Also, playing in a stadium usually is not what guys would be doing every day, you know. So there's a lot of challenges, but we're not present there, so we don't know. So we can only commentate.
Yeah, we really don't know what that ball is doing, whether it's moving in the air. But like I said, again, a very experienced team. Both Kyle and Dylan Bakthor played in the final last year that AKR were lost to the academy. Garth got 114 here in a challenge reserve final that I actually had the privilege of umpiring in 2018. So let's just see what Kyle does again. Tosses this one up, not afraid to, and that's just played out to close to the square leg umpire. Very experienced. Like I said, Junior Aziz won this tournament with Kyle, with team players, and that was in their debut season. So they won't really be phased too much by this. They'll back themselves to chase whatever it is. They just got to find a way to contain the runs here. That was on a bit quicker. and played. Not a hell of a lot of aggression on that, so not going to the boundary. Two fielders converge and they'll get two. Maybe they're just looking to turn the strike around here, Yamin.
Smart cricket. I mean, they know clearly that the wicket has something in it for the spinners. So why look to take it on when you know you can look for the gaps and just rotate the strike. I mean, 5 twos in an over is still 10 runs, so why not? Okay, Tyler's not thinking the same way as us. He wants to go hard.
Well, he only plays one way, and that's a slight miscue. But then again, I said the luck has been with him. Just like the half a dozen pieces of good luck. But like I said, if you look at the Angry Birds lineup, I mean, Ryan Vaughan is an ex-Premier League captain of Bria Rovers, so he's experienced. Dwayne Hudson-Berg as well. He played the final also for AK Hardware last year. So Garth as well, and Dwayne did play for Team Tigers that lost the final here in 2019 against AHTP. So enough experience. So I think they're just thinking amongst themselves what's the best way. They're not panicking too much. And swing across the line there by Jason Wagner, not connecting. Two batters probably will need to have a chat, but still going at over 10 and over. They'll want to maintain this. Surely at this point, Yamin, they're looking at around 175, 180. Has to be looking at the second set of 10 overs.
I think scoreboard pressure on the final 100%, you're correct. If they do not get anything there, then actually I would back Angry Birds because of the depth of the batting lineup. They have guys like Fahim Suleiman. I mean, look at Dylan Buckthorpe. I've got something here. So Dylan's played 3 games, right? He's got a strike rate of over 150. He's made 31 of 20 balls. So if you've got a guy coming in at 8 and doing that, so surely you got to set a huge target for them.
Yeah, because if you're looking at this wicket maybe per se, and that has just been smashed over the long on boundary, again fetched outside the off stump. That wasn't on line, but like I said, Tyler's in the form of his life. You'd need to be looking at your own batters here to chase these type of scores down as much as you're looking at these batters batting well. I mean, they've got depth in batting, like you said. But geez, that was a fantastic shot. I mean, this guy's in probably the form of his life.
Yeah, I mean, even that's gone almost 10 rows back, and that's not a small boundary. That's about a 75-meter hit. What do you think, Captain? Yeah,
for sure. That would be a 6 on many grounds. It's just one of those days where, you know what, things are just working out for the batting team. As a fielding captain, you just got to try and do your damage control and try and find ways how to stop this. But don't let yourself down. You got to do the basics right. They have to take their catches. They have to make sure they stop those balls on the boundary again.
Oh, no, that's 6.
That's hit. That's hit again, and that's a 6 off the back foot, Yamin. That wasn't even played with the front foot, because Warren's basically trying to push him back by bowling a slightly fuller line. Tyler's just stood on his back foot, stood up, and he has smashed that. Again, almost in the same area, not as long, but again, 6 in any field.
That's the reason he's been on the Dolphins' high performance radar for such a long time, Captain. I mean, sign him up if I were you.
Yeah, for sure. What's Warren's answer? He's just been hit for 2 sixes. And again, he puts this up, and that has been smashed. The umpire needing to take cover there. Did he get a hand in it? I'm not sure. They go for a single. A dive put in there by Jason Wagner. Well done. 2 runs. That has been smashed. I would have been on the floor with if that ball is coming direct with me. I don't know about you, Yamin, how you would feel, because you recently had one here on this ground umpiring this past week where one went past your face.
That was pretty scary, but I mean, you have to trust your reactions more than anything else. That's one. And in the midst of Tyler taking the bowler apart, we've forgotten that the hundreds come up. That's another one. That's on the road.
And that's a third 6. That is again, someone's gonna get a souvenir on the road. That's out. We need a new ball.
This is unfair from Tyler. I mean, I'm one of the part of the organizing committee. We've lost over 40 balls this league, and add 2 more to that. And we would think, coming to Kingsmead, you wouldn't need many spare. Yes, Tyler's just proving us wrong.
Yeah, Tyler can pay you back with his man of the match. If he does get the man of the match award here today, he can pay you back and replace the balls.
Nelson usually strikes. Oh no, you cannot be bowling that. He's literally just let that go. And I think Tyler's not happy with himself there. A little secret between you and I, Captain. I actually sent him his invite. Obviously, he is playing today. We do have the special awards, so stick around for that after the first final. We've been sending out the invites to guys that have scored hundreds and taken fifers and 50s. So I mentioned to him that you're also invited for your special award. He's like, thanks, champ. And I asked him, are you planning on getting another 100? I hope I'm not jinxing him, but he looks good for it, eh?
Yeah, he looks good. He scored of 90 of 112. But then again, like I said, we're at the halfway point. There is going to be a small break. But once again, stay with us, viewers. Enough batters here and Angry Birds that can chase this down. The captain himself got 100 here in the final. So I think it's going to be an interesting second half. We might see wickets. The score might just fall well below. So stay tuned. We'll be back in 5 minutes. 112 of 10. Thank you. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen, for that. We are making use of the break, and again, round the stumps, bowling to Tyler on 95 here. If I'm not mistaken, correct me, I mean, we've never had a final where somebody got 100 in both A or B final.
I do not remember 100, but I have seen some quality innings. One that comes into mind is Senor Muthuswamy, where he took apart Isipingo Eagles in one of the finals. I mean,
That would be 2018.
yeah, that was correct. We've had some quality players over the years. Captain Keshav Maharaj, before he made his debut for SA, he actually single-handedly led team players to a title. That was him. We had Anjele Petlekwayo obviously playing. We had Sibonelo Makanya playing for a couple of occasions. We've had quite a lot of solid players. Imran Khan, the Dolphins coach now. So yeah, it's been a privilege also. It's been a privilege to. And then we also had the team from KZN for the past couple of years. They've been obviously partnering with us, so we've got to see a glimpse into the future of what's coming, hopefully. Now this is an interesting change. I think this is Josh O'Connor, if I'm not wrong. It is. And I've got an interesting stat about this youngster.
But how must he be feeling bowling to a man that's on 96, that's basically taken apart every one of his other teammates who've tossed the pink object up at him today? What's he going to do first ball? Let's see, what does he do? He's coming over the stumps right arm to a man on 96, steaming in.
Oh, you don't want to bowl that. I think Tyler missed out.
Yeah, he does. He does get away with that, and actually an overthrow. Nobody backing up that throw, and that's 2 runs, 6 to 98. But that actually might work in his favor, bowling not the greatest delivery and getting away with it. Maybe he's got some confidence now. You never know. He is a young man. Obviously playing this game and trying to make a name for himself. Nothing better in a final than to knock a man over for who's 98. But let's see what he does now. What must Tyler be thinking? Close to the stumps, and again, but that delivery coming in, not down leg, but coming in.
Missed that. I think that's too missed out there, Captain.
Well, he has. I hope Tyler's not thinking too much now about this 100 now. What's brought him to this dance is he's just played fearless, and I think he needs to do that regardless. Because I think maybe now he's trying to play it safe now. It's a dangerous strategy. Let's see what he does with this third ball.
I've got stats of Josh O'Connor here.
Coming close to the stumps, and he dabs that in, not played with some soft hands, and he'll take a single. He's on 99. Yes, Yamin, those stats you're referring to?
Before I get to that, I think that 100's playing on Tyler's mind. Believe me, once he gets to that magical mark, there's not going to be anyone holding him back. He's going to go absolutely berserk.
Just a quick one when you mentioned that innings Senjuran played. Was that for Team Smart?
Yes, that was correct.
So that would be against Islamabad United, the final in 2018, if I'm not.
I'm not referring to the final in Kingsmead. Actually, I'm referring to the final in Siripat and Toti. Yes, he's an absolute beast when it comes to T20.
Yes, because he's played for Team Smart. I think it was 2014. Yes. I remember that.
Oh, nicely pulled away. That's four.
Pulled, and there's no protection there on the deep mid-wicket boundary, just a deep backward square, which is interesting considering you allowed 5 out. Generally, a fielding position deep mid-wicket, commonly referred to in cricket slang, especially amongst youngsters, as cow corner. No one there. Maybe the captain might want to think, because he's got a deep backward square. He might want to think of someone, because with that line coming into the right-hander, he's got someone on the sweeper boundary. And he's got a long one.
He's protecting the short boundary, but obviously the bowler, being a youngster, hasn't really stuck to his guns. Let's give him that. I mean, he is still young, and it's his first over.
No, 100%. And
he missed out there.
He puts that outside off. There's still one delivery, but generally, batters do tend to go leg side. You might want to put another fielder there on leg. Let's see what the last ball does. Third man and a sweeper. Let's see. That's a good delivery.
Better lengths, I think, Captain.
Line.
I think he's got over the initial nerves. So Josh O'Connor is actually the leading wicket taker for Angry Birds. In 23 overs, he's got 9 wickets. A best of 4 for 29. He averages 16.8. I mean, for a youngster, that's not bad. That is not bad at all.
That's good that will do the youngsters conference a world of good. But just a quick one, because you mentioned Sirpat Road, but I mean that's a humble beginnings to go to Sirpat Road, then to Toti, and now to have this big environment here, this world-class facility here at Kingsby. And I mean the league has just grown from strength to strength in the last 8 years.
Yeah, Captain, this is the 11th year, and I think there's just, it's a tough one when you bring up Siripat Road. It was humble beginnings, as you said, but all thanks to God and all the guys that have stuck with us, yourself and Kirshen and other guys that officiated over the past few years. I mean, you guys just been a part of the family, and this is an excellent 100.
Slower delivery, just tucked into the leg side, 100 of pride and 100 here in the final, the first ever at a Kingsmead KH T20 on the finals day. And handshake by the bowler to the batter. That's a nice touch, and that's actually ironic that happened, what you were just saying about players sticking and it being a family atmosphere, and that just tells you the relationship that the players have here at KH T20 Winter League. It's a final, it's the A group, but the bowler shakes the hand of the batter that's just been smashing him and his teammates around. What does that say about the spirit of the game here at KH T20?
It's the cricket. We want cricket to be the winner, and that's absolutely what's happening. Guys have worked so hard to get here. So the reason why they're here is because of the cricket etiquette. So
the spirit, this spirit of the game that we always hope will prevail on every game, and that's fantastic to see, because this isn't an easy tournament, and people who are still willing to play above the table is fantastic. As that delivery just goes down leg, a little edge on that. Oh, no bat on that, just a leg by, but yeah, cricket is always the winner here at the KH T20 Winter League, and that's fantastic, and I think that's why the league has been so successful. What do you say, Amin?
Yeah, it's just all through the grace of God. We all work as a family. We've got guys involved here from the first year, and it's just the relationships have just grown, Captain, and we're highly grateful to everyone that's been involved. We really appreciate the KZN Cricket Union. They've been so kind. I mean, to provide us with these world-class facilities. Also, that's 4.
That's played forced off the back foot in front of square. Yeah, thanks to Kingsmead for this. And I see the jumping castle here. I see the crowd is getting bigger. We're blessed enough to have this on this day. Like I said, a time in July where cricket is hardly ever played. To get here when it's off season is great. And Tyler's definitely going to open now. He's on 104. I smell a big shot here could end the over here, and he goes for a reverse sweep, and he hit that over the ring. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, and that's 4.
Captain, I was just going to say before you did, the next 2 overs here, Tyler's going to go into beast mode. And you know what? We were talking about the middle overs. What middle overs? He's batting like he's still in the power play.
Well, that's the mentality, and I think if you look at your attacking opening batters over the years, your David Warners, will even bracket the great Herschel Gibbs there as well. They only knew one way of how to play, and that's what served them so long and added to the longevity of their career, playing to their strengths. Because if you're not going to play to your strengths, and you're not going to be your own player and then worry too much, you're not going to succeed. And I think that's the ingredient as why Tyler's been so successful. And to get 100, now he's already on 108 here. This is just unbelievable. A privilege to watch this knock.
Gonna be a bit, always likes to throw the spanners in the work there. What do you think? Anything under 200 from here is actually not good enough?
Like I said, Angry Birds wouldn't be, as we see another play and a miss there. Jason Wagner might just want to look to dab the ball and play soft and give the strike to Tyler. We might actually see a big innings here, but I don't think Angry Birds will be two-faced. Like I said, they're experienced campaigners. They know what it's like. Garth has played quite a few finals. He's got 100 in the final. He'll back himself to do it again, because that's his strong mentality. But yeah, big score, definitely in excess of 180 here. They need a wicket badly, Angry Birds. And again, another player and a miss here.
Are the guys batting on a minefield, or is Tyler just making it look so easy?
Well, he's taken his chances. Let's not forget, he has given about 2 or 3 chances. Angry Birds have made a hash of 2 catches. Like I said, it's not easy being out there, because those 2 were in the air, and it's not easy with the ball swirling around. We're playing in winter, and the air is a bit thicker. It's a cold. There is a cold chill around.
Oh,
and
that's a decent shot.
That's hit straight above, but protection. They're not hit very hard.
But look at these guys. They're absolute athletes.
They are.
Herring
They're both
across
young.
for two.
They're both young. Jason Wagner in his mid-20s. Tyler's around 27. But again, they've taken their chance. Then it's come off today. We know that finals are one-off games and anything can happen. But again, like you said at the toss, if you want to win the A-League, you got to be able to, whether you put into bat or chasing, you got to be able to win from any position. I mean,
The sound that these guys bats make, it's something else, eh? They are absolutely going hard at it. Just an observation. Kyle Bucktop's done with his spell, and there's 6 overs to go. That sounds like doom, unless Garth plans on bowling himself. I don't think they have many slow bowling options left.
I did do again. Actually, the first game I did do off Angry Birds this season. Ryan Vaughan did turn his arm around. Dwayne Hudson-Berg can also turn his arm around. Garth, the captain, maybe he'll want to do something as a captain. As we see this ball, not the greatest timing. That's again off the inside half of the bat.
I think that's got more to do with the change of pace the bowler is bowling, more than the lack of pace in the wicket. I think it's more the skills that the bowler is showing now. I mean, he was quite, you could say, nervous in the first half of his spell. Now he seems to have got a decent rhythm going.
Yeah, he definitely has going for 6 and over. Let's see if he can close the over up. And that's hit. Maybe I spoke too soon. But not finding the boundary, though. That's the longer boundary.
Hit, eh? That's actually just played.
Yeah, but that would be 4 on the short half of the ball. That is the longer boundary. That would have been a boundary on this side. And yeah, they're able to get through.
I think that was a bit of lousy running, though. Just one.
Just the one.
Yeah.
So, yeah. That's 1 for 143 or 14. Still over 10 and over. 6 overs left.
Yeah, and he's got. Oh, this is an interesting change. Zane Gulliver.
Okay.
He bowls a bit of leggy.
That's going to be interesting. I think we're going to be in for a fasten your seatbelts time, ladies and gentlemen. 6 overs left. Definitely Northcoast Warriors looking for 200. They have to at this point. Both batsmen are well set in. So we got a leggy here who's going to turn the ball away from the right-hander.
They're going to be looking to target the short boundaries. So this is, yeah, as you said.
Well, to target the short boundary, he's going to have to hit against the spin. I mean, and that's not going to be easy.
That's what I'm saying. It's going to be so interesting because he's going to go across the line. That's one. Number 2 is the ball's turning away from him. So let's see. And he has gone leg side, as we called it. And yes, that was hit powerfully.
But that didn't have a lot of spin in it. He kind of tossed that up and trying to maybe get a feel of the wicket, how much it's going to assist him. But not hit with a lot of ferocity. But again, it's a shorter boundary and some good fielding there because of the awkward bounce. Now, what is Tyler going to do? Now, the interesting thing is this ball is going to be turning into Tyler, and he's going to be looking to hit to the longer boundary. This is going to be an interesting challenge. This really is. What does he do? Does he go full? Hope he rips. He tosses it up, and that is smashed again. The health of the umpire may be at stake there, but that's smashed for 4. And the fielder down here at long off had no chance. I mean.
He was 5 meters from the ball.
I think he only moved 2 feet, and the ball is already over.
That's what I'm saying. He was not far from the ball.
Yeah,
he
that's
was not.
well, like I said, Tyler's just gonna play one way now.
No bowler is safe against this guy. I feel sorry for the bowlers, but as a neutral, I'm enjoying this.
Well, and he tosses that up.
That's 6.
And that's hit over extra cover, and that flies for 6. That is not an easy shot, Yamin, to play over, especially hitting the ball turning into you and hitting it in the opposite direction over extra cover. That's hard, but that still goes for 6.
Does that remind you of Brian Lara and Kumar Sangakkara in some sense? I mean, they love going over cover, but I mean, going for 6, no, I'm not sure.
And against a spinner where anything could happen, and you got to time it because it's a lack of pace. The ball's not coming on.
I'm not going to say anything. I'm running out of words for this guy.
Oh, scoreboard says stunning shot. Oh, she's more than stunning. Let's see what's the reply. And again, not tossing, but he's hit the straight. And the fielder was in with a chance. At a time, you may have thought, but that goes over his head, just onto the bank, not pitching the ball. We got the facilities here. Use the pitch. He's just tossed that up, and
this is going to change. This over is going to change the game, because I do not think he's going to get another over, and that's the reason Tyler is cashing in. We both of us called it. His 100 was of 44 balls. So just have a look there. He's not sticking around.
I think this might be some pressure, some nervousness on the bowler. He just needs to calm himself down. He's got 2 deliveries. Maybe some of his senior players should go have a word with him, because maybe the ball is slipping too. Is a possibility, being out there in the field. It's not easy bowling to a man on 100. And when he does pitch it, again, that's hit. There is protection there. Is that deep mid wicket I was talking about that you do need to have. You said he's 144 balls, Yamin. Ironically, at a time, 44 balls was the second fastest ODI 100 at a time scored by Mark Boucher. So, scoring 144 balls, that's some exalted company, I mean.
Sheesh. Not going to jinx it. 150 looks on, yeah.
And that's a much better way to end the over, tossing it up. But that actually turns in. Maybe that was a googly. 15 done. 1 for 162. Going at close to 11 and over. Yeah, definitely 200. Must be a target on the cards here, and we know Tyler's just going to hit. It's interesting to see when does Jason Wagner put the foot on the pedal here and decide that he's also going to go, because it's 9 wickets in hand. There's enough batting. It might be from this over where both of them are going to start really going at it.
Maybe, sorry to not agree with you fully, because I know how these guys' middle order is, and I think the reason why Jason Wagner is not going crazy yet is he knows the guys behind him are not exactly the fastest of players. They can play their 1s and 2s, but they do not accelerate as well. And also, I think Northcoast Warriors are a bit light on bowling. So the longer these two play, I think the better it's for the game. And that's 4. Good effort.
Yeah, a fantastic effort there by the fielder. You know, he could have easily just got behind the ball and tried to save the one, but he went for the catch. Boundary to start the over. Like I said, both players, Jason Wagner is going to say, I'm going to go for it now. Because Tyler's still there, even if he does get a brave cricket to go for the catch, but probably about 1.5 foot short there. You might just want to go short on here and try not to pitch the ball up, I mean.
Dig it into the pitch, make them hit to the longer side should be the plan, but clearly not. He's looking for offside. If I was Jason Wagner, I would just, I think, take off-stump guard and look to clear the offside boundary, because clearly the bowler is only bowling at one length.
Yeah, I think, you know, you're better off maybe bowling short, because you always stand the chance of the batter mistiming it, getting a top edge or something. Pitching it up, you can see these guys have murdered anything that's been within 1.5 meters to 2 meters in front of them. And the thing is, on this line, even if you a foot short of the right length, you're traveling.
True that. That's decently played.
And that was actually banged in a little and had the batter caught in 2 minds there. But like I said, as a captain, what do you do? I mean, you got to make sure you do the basics right, and you just try and do damage control, because the first ball you bowl goes for 4. You got 5 balls now. You got to try and make sure the over doesn't go for like 20-25 runs.
Yeah, that's what actually happened in the previous over. Tyler set the tone by hitting a boundary. The first ball he faced, oh my word.
And that's...
Captain, that was not a bad ball. That was not a bad ball.
It wasn't a ferocious shot either. It is a short boundary, but like I said earlier, you still got to play the shot, and that's hit magnificently. But then again, and the score is now on to 1 for 173. 200 now is definitely now is going to be more than 200. Surely now the
100 partnership as well, Captain. 57 balls. That's actually slower than the 100 that Tyler scored. My word.
It is,
and look at the contribution of Shenawat.
Wow. In the little ways. I mean, you and I have been here for all 4 of the finals days here. Can you believe what you're seeing here?
It's carnage. Again, 6.
And another one popped again. Not ferocity, hitting to the shorter boundaries, just using the lack of pace. And to be very honest, you know, this pitch doesn't change very much, and it's still going to be good for batting in the second inning. So I think we're going to have a good chase. Angry Birds are definitely going to put up a good fight, as we see the last ball of the over. This is this is absolutely amazing what we're seeing here.
What was the highest score in?
Last ball of the over.
Oh,
And is it that? That might be. That's just stayed in, hitting a window here.
that's hit the window.
That's hit the window, and I think there's a window that's got anti-break glass there, so that didn't shatter. 1 for 185 of 16, 3 sixes to end the over. This could, he's definitely gonna go for his 150. Could possibly, do you think it's possible 171, 175?
Sure, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not going to say anything.
Looks like the leggy is continuing here.
Captain, do you want to hear something staggering?
Tell, lay it on me, brother.
44 balls for his 100. The next 44 runs in 11 balls. What is this guy, man?
That's a strike rate of 400, Yamin.
But what is this guy?
It's just his day, and you could see he came out with the attack, and I think, you know what, nothing ventured, nothing gained. He came out with the attack, as we see. That's played kind of chipped more than anything, dug out, a foolish delivery, getting kind of the line right there, but nothing ventured, nothing gained, and you know, if you don't try, you're never gonna know. And I think that's what he did today. He's gonna sit home this evening. He's gonna say, I tried and I did, and look what came off. As opposed to if he tried maybe to alter his game or do something else or play it too safe. Because you got to play to your strengths, and that's exactly what he's did. And that's something for all the youngsters out there that play the game. Play to your strengths. Don't be something you're not. Yamin.
Why is he there?
Well, some good feeling on the boundary there just to keep them to one. I mean, you're a coach. You've coached this game. Well, I'm sure that's your advice you'll give out to the young kids out there. Play your natural game. Don't be something you're not.
And you know what? He has not played any reckless shots. I mean, he's played for the team. He could have said, you know what, this is my 2 chances. Let me start, just playing for myself, play the 20 overs. If this guy plays 20 overs, he's getting 200, brother.
That's fired down the leg side. Probably maybe going for a stumping per se. Fired down the leg side, and it is a wide, but worth the attempt. You already conceded 187 runs, so just do the basic. You can see the feeling on the boundaries being good. They're just trying to control what they can. I mean, in a situation like this, you can only control the controllables. You can't control what necessarily what you obviously can't control what the batters are doing. As he's coming now around the stump, but turn the ball, and that is hit. That is hit out, long and far.
That's 25 rows back. He's got 150. His last 51 runs have come off 13 balls.
Yeah, that's his 10th six. Let me repeat that for everybody. That's his 10th six. 16 fours and 10 sixes. So 124 of those 151 runs have come off boundaries. You might want to get a calculator quickly. You said 67 runs of
67% before this innings.
Before this innings. Now just do one.
Let's sort this out.
Yeah, let's do this. So 124 divided by 151. 82.1% of his one. I think that's tossed up.
That's not going to be added though.
And that's, yeah, but I mean, geez, 82% of his boundary. So it's a 15% improvement from what he came into this. And again, going hard at it. And I think that's a lesson for maybe the other teams that's going to bat on this wicket. Just go at it and back yourself. Because I think that's what you need to do. You need to believe in yourself.
Captain, Yusuf's going to have a hard time. Yeah, Tyler's asking for another bat. Sponsors after this game in trouble.
slightly fuller, and I think those kind of full deliveries have seemed to not be the ones traveling. It's just a length where we saw that 6 now that he went to his 150 150 on when he bowled, when he came around the stumps. He just missed his length, echoing the point I said earlier. It's just like maybe a foot and a half, you miss your length, you travel. What does he do now? Does he do a repeat? And again he tosses it up, and again this has hit. This might be caught, and it's missed, and to make matters worse, it goes for 4. This really hasn't been Angry Bird's day so far. He looked to be at it, he looked to be comfortable at it, and he misses the catch. And there's now going to be a bat change. Geez, today really is Northcoast Warriors day. They've chanced it and it's worked out.
But again, as we said, they have played positively. They have not held back. They've gone all through. And
that's a 200 up, sorry. That's a 200 up.
We
17 overs, 11.8 and over.
We spoke about 200 as a target a few overs ago. And Tyler has absolutely gone into insanity. He's not batting on this wicket. He's batting on glass. I think this is a little too late from Garth Chislett, but you never know. It's cricket. It's not over till it's over.
Well, like I made mention to the 438 game, Australia hit their 400 into the 47th over, 48th over, and ended up making 434, and SA chased it down. So it's not impossible. What might need to happen? Maybe a change in the Angry Birds batting order, maybe a change in their batting tactics. Has to be a change in the batting tactics. They're chasing, probably going to look at 11 and a half, 12 and over. But for sure, definitely, there may need to be maybe some hitters used more higher up in the order, as the captain now takes the mantle up with 3 overs left. 1 for 201, the 200 up. First delivery, back of a length. And that's played into the covers for 1 run. Jason Wagner just giving the bowling to Tyler Trenoweth. A 20 over match, and he's already on 156. I mean, we're just looking at the scoreboard here. Maybe needs us to rub our eyes here. I mean,
I've just dug up some stats. This is not club cricket, but in all T20 that's been recorded, so IPL and the works, 175 not out by Chris Gale. I think that was for our Royal Challengers Bangalore
against Pune Warriors in 2013.
And after that, it's Aaron Finch for Australia in a T20 international, 172.
Was that the one against Zimbabwe?
I think that was the one. And Trenoweth is not slowing down.
And
that's
again,
6 at that.
That's planted well into the south stand, into the first tier there. But Garth Chislett again, why he's bowling to the left-hander in his arc. Again, it's got to be subtle changes. Guy's got to come maybe over the wicket and change the angle. He's got to be thinking about that. He's bowling right into the left-hander's arc here.
I'm running out of words.
Again into the left-hander's arc, and that's hit wide of the fielder at long off, and they'll come back for 2. It's subtle changes to the angle that can make a difference. Just try and come over the wicket to him. Don't you think?
At this stage, I don't blame them for being what they are. I mean, because they've been just hit around the park. So as a captain, maybe his mind is a bit fuzzy, but he still needs to obviously close off the innings as a bowler, as a captain, and then they can regroup, because as I said, a guy like Tyler would be bowling his 4 overs for Northcoast Warriors. Jason Wagner, who's a keeper, usually takes off the pads and bowls. So all is not lost, but you cannot allow them to get to a 230 or 240 and then the game's done.
And that's hit hard and fielded on the boundary. The previous delivery, if you saw there, I mean, it was kind of maybe a leg cutter, a kind of a leg spin delivery where it was just the pace just seemed to hurry on to him. We haven't seen many of those change of pace deliveries. The last ball of the over, and out, and another dropped catch. Hit straight back to the bowler. Got a hand onto it. Like I said, it just hasn't been Angry Birds' day in the field today. 2 overs left, 1 for 212. If it's your day, it's your day. I mean,
yeah. What kind of a day is this? It's just not a day. It's day times 10 maybe. I mean, most of the guys wouldn't score that in a season. What this guy's got in a game, man.
Yeah, but again, it bowls back to the point I was saying earlier. If you don't chance, you're never going to know. He tried and he ventured, and look what he gained. The juice was definitely worth the squeeze, and he's shown it here. And if there's some kids watching here, that's an excellent way to play the game. Just back yourself.
Johan's been kind enough to put together some clips of this innings. I do not know what he'll leave out actually, because the whole innings has been pretty much a highlight.
Yeah, the spectators have definitely been privileged here. Whoever's here, we are going to get a bigger crowd, definitely. But if you were here in this morning from about 25 past, 9:30 till now, you've definitely been privileged of some history making. I'm not even sure what's the highest score here. I definitely on this ground in a T20 game. I think this 160 odd is definitely the highest score. Kingsmead I stand to be corrected. Dylan Buckthorpe now. He's going to look to try and close it off here. Coming over the stump's left arm. Bowled his first delivery, a length ball. Kind of keeping low there, but ball didn't get that much up. Hit down to deep mid wicket.
Have you
Just a
noticed
single.
that Dylan's not really running in full tilt? So that could be one reason. Obviously, you'll only know the real pace of the pitch if you're actually bowling it quick. You know what I'm saying? He just looks like he's limbering in. He did injure his foot last week, and he has been carrying a bit of extra weight, so that could be the reason that he's still struggling.
Well, he is a big guy. He's 6'5", and it's never easy. You're trying to steam in, and I'm sure his shoe size is around 12 or 13 or so. I mean, he's a big guy. I mean, when you're landing, you're exerting something like, I think it's 12, 13 times of your body weight on, so it can't be easy, especially during off season. And he bowls a very full delivery. Ball reversing a bit because that swung in the opposite direction. That's played down too long on. Kind of anticlimactic here, these first two deliveries from what we've seen in the last 20 minutes. One for 214, Tyler on 167, Jason Wagner on 32. Third ball of the over. Ball's full. Jason Wagner's got a hold of this. Not a whole lot. And the catch is taken by Garth Chislett at long on. But Jason did his job. Just been informed that Dylan actually did injure his foot in the semi-final. So maybe that's why he hasn't been bowling at his full pace. But Jason Wagner definitely did doing his job. Has to go for it. Got 9 balls left. And he gets dismissed. But well played. He played a brilliant hand here. Basically just with all his experience, probably talking his mate through everything, rotating the strike. Just fantastic hour and about 15 minutes of cricket we've seen here. This is unprecedented. Waking up this morning, I don't think we would have thought we would see 200 here. I mean,
I've got another bit of information for you. I like my stats. I'm more than I like watching cricket. We are 4 runs away from breaking the record at Kingsmead for a T20.
Are we? So I take it the record is 218. That was set
by India. Do you remember the 6 sixes by Yuvraj Singh?
Yeah.
That was the game.
Of a very unfortunate, very young Stuart Broad. Who would have said at that time Stuart Broad would have taken 550 test wickets, but he was fairly young and raw at that time, 21 years old. Yuvraj Singh famously planting him to all corners. I think maybe some of the facilities at Kingsmead still bear the brunt of those big hits. And Tyler not getting a hold of that. They'll definitely has to be 2, and they'll get 2 comfortably as it's fielded. Fahim Suleiman coming off the deep mid wicket boundary. Yes, we clearly remember that game. That was the last pool game. That match effectively knocked England out of that World Cup. But yeah, Yuvraj Singh is 50 coming off 12 balls those days. We've seen some similar hitting here from another left-hander, Tyler. And again, not getting a hold of this.
I think he's tiring out now. I mean, to bat at that for over an hour and hitting it at that, that level, it's not easy on the body.
Yeah, it's amazing the similarities, because the score now is obviously approaching that score, and it's breaking the record here at Kingsmead. But yeah, just a left-hander that's just played to all parts of the ground. And again, we said he was brave. On another day, he would have probably hit those in the air, would have been taken, maybe dismissed for 5 or something, but that's not the case here. On 170. That's full.
And we've equaled the record with
and
1 over to go.
Now been equal with 1 over to go. 19 overs, 2 for 218. Tyler Chenoweth on 170. That's no misprint on the scoreboard if you're watching. The score too is no misprint. It's 170 for Tyler Chenoweth out of 218 runs. here by Northcoast Warriors. Absolutely unbelievable.
When was the last time a batsman scored so much? He's contributed so highly towards his team's success. I mean, if I take you back to this tournament, itself, right? We had a guy in the Group B, Wasim Abbas. That guy had scored before the semi-finals, because he got a duck in that, obviously, 351 runs in 6 innings. He had 200s, a 93, if I'm not wrong, and he scored over 80% or 75% of his team's total in the whole tournament. How crazy is that?
Yeah. I guess that's the thing with T20 cricket. I mean, we've developed batters that have just been able to do this and score these outrageous rates, as Junior Aziz now looks to close it, the last over. That's kind of full, and that's going down. That's going to be 4 runs, a lucky edge, and we got double Nelson on the board, and that's the record gone. The highest score in a T20 match at Kingsmead. We've set new levels here.
For the last over, I am going to be joined by Kirshan Mudley for the last over. Kirshan, what is going on, my brother? 170.
I don't think we've woken up to have thought about that. You look at Tyler, is 6 runs away from breaking Chris Gale's record. Done at a venue where, as you mentioned, 6 sixes was hit. So this ground is accustomed to big scores in T20 games.
Guys are actually clapping the single because they want to see Tyler back on strike. So the major concern for Angry Birds would be the strike rate of the batsmen. Actually, I've got some stats down. I'll throw it at you guys slightly later on. But the biggest concern is the guys. They have batsmen, no doubt about that, right? This is a wide ball. So another ball for Tyler to get Chris Gale's record. It's not going to be obviously an official game, so it's not going to count toward the international records. But geez, this is something else. It's. I think the whole inning has been an highlight. I mean, 67 balls, 170 runs. That is striking at almost 17 runs and over.
Straight down the ground. Looking at 2 and 2, and they get 4. So that takes Tyler 2 more runs to the record of Chris Gale. As you said, it's not an official match, but to get 176 in the T20, it's almost unheard of. And he's 2 runs away.
I mean, Kirshan, I have not seen a guy get that in 50 over cricket, brother. I have not seen anyone get that. I've umpired, and you have umpired over 300 games, maybe. We've umpired a combination of 600 games. I don't think we've seen anyone get a 200 in front of us. Oh, no.
And he smashes that record with a 6. But at his best. Just going back to Tyler Trenoweth this season, Yamin. Tyler Trenoweth had 3 opportunities of going for the full Monty. And I've been fortunate to be on the field in these games. First 4 went out of the park. And I remember saying to him, Tyler, this is your best chance. And the 5th one went for 4. Just 1 bounce. So he has been in spanking form this season. Last ball of the innings. And Tyler on strike. Will he look to end the innings on a high?
Kashan, his whole inning has been high, my brother. There's been no lows. He's definitely looking for a 6 here. Dylan's taken Tyler's bat. I think he's going to keep that. I'm not sure Tyler is going to part with that bat very soon, because I mean, what he's done to the bowling attack, it's something special. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. Do not go anywhere. I'm not too sure about the chase, but Tyler has definitely played the innings of not just his life, of everyone's life.
We need to get a bigger grant for Tyler.
Last week, 1-6 went through the door during the week. Yamin.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the Angry Birds chase. 243. They need to get very angry at the opposition in order to chase this down. Again, we've just witnessed, if you've tuned in here to this live feed, you probably witnessed one of the greatest innings, team innings, individual innings you probably would ever see in your life. Tyler Tennerworth, 188, highest T20 score at Kingsmead, highest individual score ever at Winter League, highest individual T20 score here at Kingsmead. The records have fallen and fallen and fallen, and it's just going to be interesting to see the Angry Birds mentality here in this chase. I mean, sorry. Ryan Vaughan to face the first ball here from Ridwan Mshlongo. 243 required. Steams in here from the Mgeni end. Balls, and the first delivery is short and outside off stump. Play the third man coming off the boundary, and they're able to get two. That's the long side of the boundary. So good omen here. 2 runs of the first ball. They might need a bit more than that. The first ball of the Northcoast Warriors innings was hit for 4. What can we see here? In he comes now, steaming past us, and curling into the batsman. Chopped on off the inside edge, no run. Half the over gone here, Yamin. Just 2 runs on the board.
This is slightly surprising from Angry Birds. They haven't changed their batting plans. I mean, I know Ryan Vaughan is before this game he was the highest scorer of the tournament. But slightly, that's gone for 4. That will surprise, or not surprise, I mean, that's what they need. And they need about 3 of that in an over.
They will. It's going to just be a very interesting chase, that's all I can say. Needing to go at 12 and over is not easy. Angry Birds have experienced players. That's all I can say. They wouldn't be too daunted at this, but surely they must be thinking that they're going to need to go hard at it.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there's no other way. That's the reason I was saying I'm slightly surprised, you know.
7 runs of the first 5 deliveries. Fahim Suleiman now prepared to take strike. He's led teams at Premier League level. He's played at high levels. He'll know. He'll have a good idea. Actually, it's Warren Gray here, the other left-hander. Similar build to Fahim, hence my confusion. But last delivery, around the stumps. And Warren's cut that. 2 bounces into the boundary for 4. Good way to end the over. First delivery hits it for 4. So 11 runs. Just the start the Angry Birds would require. These 2 batters here having a conversation. Again, it's just got to be keep going, keep hitting the ball. Just hitting the ball as hard as you can here, Yamin.
Yeah, someone's got to replicate Tyler, or maybe 3 guys have to replicate Tyler. I mean, in terms of the strike rate they bat at.
I don't think anyone can replicate 188. I think it's going to be a long time before we see that innings. But the guys I think both batters just have to hit now. Whereas Tyler was just mainly the only one hitting. He's got both batters have to go at it. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, there is no other way. 100%.
Well, that's 11 they've got of the 243. Is this Aaron Pillay, the left armer?
No, this is Dev Lal, I think.
Oh, Suvir.
Yeah, the opening batsman. Lots of guys were lucky enough to catch Tyler at the other end.
Yeah. Or is coming around the stumps. What line of attack? Going onto the back foot and a misfield there. And they're able to get through for one.
So they changed it up, okay. I thought they weren't playing it.
Just a bit of confusion here. That is Aaron Pillay. That's bowling coming over the stumps now. Apologies for some of the confusion here on the players' names here, ladies and gentlemen, as that's delivered a swing and a miss there. We are a bit of a distance away here, so it is a bit difficult to make out some of the players. And that's
sweetly timed.
It is sweetly timed.
Not going though.
Yeah, but holding up there, they have run 2.
Yeah, you gotta not just only time it, you gotta time it really well actually for it to go to the boundary. You know what? That makes you appreciate Tyler's inning even more, don't you think, Captain?
Yeah, for sure. It does, but it's good to see some intent here for Angry Birds. I mean, obviously that's a wide. We'll have to re-bowl it. We didn't see too many, if any, wides. I think maybe just 1 or 2. Some disciplined bowling in that regard by Angry Birds. And again forced on the back foot, and that beats the fielders, and that should be 4. Warren showing the right mentality here, going for his shots here. Aaron Pillay might want to think of a different line here, maybe make the batsman reach and get the delivery, maybe come from the other side of the stumps maybe. But a good start here. Definitely Angry Birds trying. Definitely trying, as we see Aaron Pillay again and again. Warren plays that, and some good fielding there.
Is that Tyler after such
that is Tyler after
magnificent innings?
Yeah, definitely.
Cricket, eh? You just came out of a marathon innings and you gotta get back onto it, and yeah, that's life.
Yeah, like he said, he's tried to build him, work hard on his fitness and his conditioning and things, and I think. And that's going to be another one down the leg there. Aaron Pillay, the bowler here, won this title with AHTP. He bowled quite well in that final, I remember, against Tigers. He took a few wickets there, so he knows what it's like to win this trophy. Some experience there. And again, that's prodded down the wicket. That ends the over, not for 21 of 2, going at 10 and over. So going at a decent rate. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in these next few overs, Yamin.
As you said, there is only one way to play. You cannot have any quiet overs.
Now, Ridwan Mshlongo coming around the stumps here from the Amgeni end to Warren Gray. And that has been smashed for 6. What a shot. Pitched up and hitting through the line of the ball. Not going full-blooded at it, but that just flew over the extra cover boundary. Again, not the easiest of shot to play, and score already races on to 27. Angry Birds are actually on par with the chase here. This is entertaining. Are we going to see a record chase here? Can Angry Birds keep this tempo up? This is a very entertaining final. If you came here today, even at this point, you've definitely had your time well spent. What's the bowler's reply? And this time it's a bit shorter and not properly timed, but he will get one run. Fielded at the edge of the ring, and score. Now it is moving along, but can Ryan Vaughan now get some runs in these remaining deliveries? They've got to keep going. There's no turning back here, Yamin.
You mentioned Ryan Vaughan, right? As I said, he was the leading run scorer in the tournament before. Tyler just exploded. I mean, he scored almost... Oh, there's it. See, clearly, Northcoast Warriors know what they have to do in terms of change of pace. If you remember what the guys from Angry Birds were doing, seems like they were bowling quicker. The quicker they were getting hit, they were just going and putting the ball up there again and again and again with some decent balls in between.
This ball seemed to have hurried onto Ryan.
That's what I'm saying.
If you watch him as he was bowling, he kind of skidded on, and he was kind of caught on his crease there. But what can you do? I mean, as a batter, you just got to go for it. There's no looking back. You just got to keep going and going and going.
Captain, hence the reason I was surprised that they opened with Ryan, because that looks like Zane Gulliver might be coming in at 3.
Well, like we spoke about earlier, it needs to be a change in the batting lineup. It needs to be
100%.
Different kind of batters, because you're not chasing 185 here, 190, where you can kind of pace it out and say we need to be. It's an absolute carnival score, and you just gotta keep going. You rather go for it and get bowled out for 140 than not make any attempt to go for it and land up 50 runs short. Either way, you're gonna lose.
Yeah, so as I said again, I know I keep on beating on the same tunes, but there's a reason why. Oh, that's a nice replay to see. You can see he was on the back foot. Maybe he should have been on the front foot there, and seemed like it might have just come back in a bit. Ridwan, being the brother of Saidi, ex-Dolphins player, obviously he's got some tricks up his sleeve as well. So yes, coming back to Ryan. Excellent player, don't take anything away from him. Excellent anchor of the innings, but maybe not required at this stage because he strikes at 112, while you need to strike at over 200. What do you have to say about that, Captain?
Well, it's tough. I mean, like I said, if you remember the same things that went on in the 4-3-8 game, with Butta Dipina still went out and opened the batting, and his strike rate wasn't even at 70 in 50 over cricket. Lucky he got out early. So if you think about if you think about it, sometimes you know what, Ryan Vaughan is a senior player. As we just watched the first delivery here to the next batter, and he makes room for that, and he's hit his first ball to the man
Jason
at the
Wagner
deep backward square boundary, and not, and I repeat, not what
Fahim Suleiman stepping in now.
Angry Birds would want after a decent start in those first 2 overs, and now back-to-back wickets. All it takes is 1 or 2 deliveries to change a match, but it's happened here more for the team that really doesn't need it with 242 on the board. What can you do for Angry Birds? I mean, maybe you should have hit that a bit harder. It's easy to say from here. Maybe on another day, that fielder may have been 5 meters up, gone over his head. It is what it is.
I mean,
it's just how the game is.
He should have hit it actually, instead of just, as you said, playing it. As we see Fahim Suleiman, he's actually quite an experienced campaigner. He's been playing for varsity. He's actually played for coastals as well. He's been around forever. I mean, but as you said, with experience, it's not really what that counts right now. What counts is you need to be brave and you need to be fearless and take the game by the scruff of its neck and, really surprise the opposition. What do you say, Captain?
Well, the batters have crossed in that instance, and Warren Gray would be on strike, though we might add, as of the 1st of October, when the new laws of the game actually do come into effect, whether the batters crossed or not, the new batter would always be on strike. For just something to inform our viewers about a change of the laws. Had this been game played contested under the new rules, Fahim would be on strike. and not Warren, but hence the old rules that will change too because they crossed Warrens on strike. So that's going to be an interesting change to see how the game is played after then. But and we do have a hat-trick ball here. What is he going to do? And that's just pushed to backward point. One delivery left. This over here has definitely set back the Angry Birds chase down. But again, it happens. You're chasing a big score. You have to go at it.
Yeah, fair play to Angry Birds. The intent is there, and it's not as if they've come out to play the 20 overs. They have come to chase the score, which is fair play to them. And yeah, you're going to see opportunities everywhere, and that's what the viewers want to see. You know, as in terms of neutral viewers, that's what they want to see.
And
that's
that
4
is
runs.
being smashed by Warren Gray over the inner ring. A few boundaries, crashed in the fence. A good way to end the over. But definitely now, if you look at the run rate, it's now gone up to 12.4, and they're gonna need to find ways of getting these runs. 211 to make of the remaining 17 overs. Not impossible, but they need a few big overs here, especially in the power play. They actually, believe it or not, at this point, the Northcoast Warriors were not for 30 after 3. So Angry Birds are ahead of them, 2 runs more, but they've lost 2 wickets at this stage, and 2 wickets make a hell of a lot of difference. I mean,
we speak about scoreboard pressure. This is definitely added pressure. There's a change of bowling here. So let's see who's coming on now. It looks like Devla.
Yeah, now it's Suvir. We mistook him a bit for Aaron earlier, so obviously that one over from Aaron. But that's interesting because, like I said, opening the innings, we said lack of pace, and obviously Northcoast Warriors, having been out there, know pretty much what it's going to be. So they're opening with spinners, and I think this is probably where Angry Birds got it wrong, persisting with 3 overs each from either end on seam, and that's where they go. That's where they conceded the 70 odd runs in the first 6 overs, and Northcoast Warriors is definitely able to read the game a bit more smarter here as Suvir's first delivery.
I was actually going to ask you the same thing. Do you think tactically, if they did not, obviously after being hammered for 40 in the first 4, they would have changed their tactics around, but they didn't. They were quite inflexible or unwilling to adjust to the conditions.
I think what makes a successful captain is his ability not only to read the game but to think on his feet, having a presence of mind and a wherewithal. And I think that's what obviously Northcoast Warriors have been able to do. If you look at as that's played,
that's a chance, and that's gone.
That's Warren Gray gone. The catches have been taken here by Northcoast Warriors, and
Jason
Angry
Wagner
Birds.
is a live wire in the field, eh?
Yeah, and obviously Angry Birds missed out on their catches and dropped a few. And like I said, it's unfortunately the thing with finals are they 1 games. Had this game maybe been played yesterday or played today, things may be different. Tyler may have gone out for 0 or something, but it's just today, on this day, things just don't seem to be working in Angry Birds' favor. Everything seems to be going Northcoast Warriors' way, where if they miss it either didn't go to a fielder or the catch was dropped, or like I said, it just landed safely. It's just that's how these finals are. Unfortunately, they're one-off games. And like I said, if this was played yesterday or today, outcomes could be different. Northcoast Warriors could have been shot out for 80 or 100, but unfortunately they got 242 today. That's just the nature of these things. And Angry Birds, who have played a fantastic tournament, let's not take anything away from Angry Birds. They've been fantastic. They've played brilliant cricket when they needed to. They've backed themselves. Never mind all the experience, but they've always come out and given their all. It just seems to be coming apart at the seams here. But like I said, that's the nature of the game. That's just how it is.
Knockout games, they cruel, eh? They're really, really cruel. I mean, you can take, for example, any team. I mean, look at SA in the knockout games. They could be the best team in the tournament and just get knocked out in the crunch games, you know. So it's cricket, or any sport for that matter, is such unforgiving. You know, it's such an unforgiving thing. It's it's so cruel.
As we see Suvir Julalia and
Got Chislet.
Yeah, the new batter plays us down, gets adapted to the single. Yeah, I guess that's the nature. I mean, there's some teams, for example, Australia, who won 6 World Cup 50 over semi-finals before finally losing one to England in the last 50 over World Cup in 2019. That was their first semi-final loss, and they won 5 World Cup finals. So they know how to how to play big knockout games, and certain teams thrive on that. Like you said, for example, South Africa. For a team like, for example, Pakistan, who's got a fantastic record in finals and semi-finals, they seem to not maybe do well in the group phase, the opposite of what SA used to do, but they just rock up and play their best when it's needed. And today, Northcoast Warriors have just done that, and a good over, and that's just 2 runs off their over and 3 down here, and it's looking more and more shadier for Angry Birds. But like we said, such is games played on the day, anything happens.
And as you were saying, there's the golden boy today.
Yeah, there's Mr. Kingsmead here, Tyler Treadworth, 188. While he's turning his arm, jeez. Is there anything he can't do on a cricket field?
Get out.
Well, he did give a few chances, and like I said, on any other given day, he may have gotten out for a duck, put one straight there. I've seen him fail a few times, but like I said, nothing ventured, nothing gained. He goes hard at it. It came off today.
This guy is so dedicated. I mean, you've seen him over the past few seasons. He's changed his physique around. He's gone so much fitter. He's absolutely belting the cricket ball.
But I think that's what it is. If something's important to you, you'll put that emphasis on it. If it's not, you'll make an excuse.
That's true. I mean, always dedication does cost you a few things, but I mean, look at the result.
Yeah, I mean, 188. I mean, he can tell the stories to his grandkids. I got a 188 at Kingsmead. As we just see him now again, what is he going to do with his second delivery? Lightly floated up, and I think maybe just a fear of losing those 3 wickets, going at it just softly, just 1 run. The Angry Birds just seeing now that they got to do a bit of damage control here. Yeah, I mean, with this hello turf, I mean, Gary Kirsten batted for over 14 hours to score 275 here. We've had World Cup semi-finals here. India and Kenya in 2003. Brian Lara got his first ODI 100 here. Mutai Mullaratharan got his 300 Test wicket here. So it's a hello turf, and just at this level to get 188 is absolutely, he's definitely earned the bragging rights here today as he's coming around the stumps and just floats this one up. It does go on leg side. Fahim Suleiman plays it off his legs down there for a single.
So I've got something interesting again. The last time these two guys played wasn't a low-scoring game. I mean, it was Angry Birds batted first. They got 158. There's it. There's a bit of intent. Maybe not gonna go for 4. Not as well as he would have liked to hit it. But yeah, just down for 1. Yes, so Northcoast Warriors fell 6 runs short. And guess what was the common denominator? The common denominator was Tyler scoring runs in this game and obviously not playing the last game.
But the interesting thing is, as you said, it was slightly subdued and the wicket looked a bit damp, and Angry Birds had no hesitation, Garth, in sending Northcoast Warriors to bat. Is it a presence versus reality? I mean, who would have thought 242 being put on the board by a team batting first? Because I mean, like I said, this wicket had been used for a few of the friendly games that happened last week. But again, I mean, who would have thought looking at the wicket we've seen 242? I mean.
Yeah, I mean, there's some guys that just take the wicket out of the equation totally. Oh, as this was not a half chance, but he hit it straight up. Tyler's looking increasingly dangerous with each ball he bowls.
Well, the batters have to go at it. I think they're just going to aid him now because they're going to play their shots. That's the second one they've put in the air, and what are you going to do? They have to do something. Angry Birds just don't come across as the team that just goes into one corner and lays down and die. They're going to attempt to do whatever they can. I mean, they're a bunch of brave players, and as we see, another quick single here of the last ball of the over. 5 overs done, 3 for 40, just 8 and over, and the run rate required has shot up to 13.5. This gives you an indication of how high the score is. I mean, 2 or 3 dot balls and it shoots up by 0.2 or 0.3.
I mean, a normal power play 40, not well for 3, but I mean a normal power play, if you're 49 after 6 overs, you take that. I mean, but such is the total that in anything less than 60 is not good enough.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the pitch plays for the second game, because, like I said, conditions here aren't your traditional conditions. Sometimes under the heat, they tend to flatten out. They tend to get easier. What would the wicket do in the second game is something interesting to see. It obviously has dried up a bit. Question is how would the bounce be? It's just what Suvir here coming in, and he fires that down leg side, and that's a wide. Batter missed that completely. Appealing for a catch. One of the tactics fielding teams tend to do to throw the umpires off. We know, yeah, I mean, we've been out there. We've been out there. Funny enough, you'll have to re-ball that.
Part of the team's plan that.
Yeah, maybe fire one down the leg side. Look, he might get you a stumping. You never know. If you don't try, you never know.
Yeah, our umpires are seasoned campaigners, so they're not falling for that one.
Yeah,
but yeah, I see.
Falling behind the run rate, but again,
That's
that's
a decently played shot. Fielder in the deep is struggling there.
and that'll be 4, and a more than welcome boundary. The captain got Chislett flicking that one away.
The first boundary after 2 overs.
Yeah, coming in at number 5. Like I said, I've seen him get 100. I've seen him play some devastating knocks. He's probably going to get to a point where he knows every ball is going to have to do something. What does he follow this boundary up for? He's trying to keep up momentum here after hitting that boundary. What does he do?
I mean, Agat and Fahim, they are really experienced cricketers. You know, they've been around the block for a long time. Both have played indoor cricket in and around SA. Garth has been around forever. So, yes, it might seem like a hopeless situation, but if these two can maybe battle about the 12th over and get 120 odd, I'm not saying game on, but it will be an interesting finish because this looks like it's going all the way.
And
oh, yes, it has. That's actually a big boundary.
He's fetched this actually slightly just on the line of off stump, and he's deposited that to the wide bound. That's a long hit. That's probably some 75, 80 meters. You said they both played action cricket. They wouldn't mind getting some bonus runs here, wouldn't they?
Yeah, but from what we've seen of Northcoast Warriors, they're not really keen on giving anything loose. I mean, obviously it's been some decent bowling, which the guys are trying to take advantage of. Oh, there's it. A bit of luck. Just going in.
Played away, so making their own luck here by Angry Birds, and that's 4. So 4-6-4, and this is how Angry Birds need to play. It doesn't matter how the runs come, as long as they come. And again, last ball of the power play, they're 3 for 55. Definitely needed a big over. How's he going to close the over up? Garth wouldn't mind another boundary. And he plays that out.
This is gold. This is absolute gold.
Yeah, it is. 3 for 55 of 6. The power play is done. There are some highlights, though 3 wickets have fallen. And there's the age-old saying about losing 3 wickets in the power play. You often tend to get not the highest score. Angry Birds just got to keep going. And they do have experienced batters to come, but players that need to strike and strike big at over 150 if they want to be successful. Yeah.
Oh, he wants to do it.
Just a quick score comparison. At the end of the power play, Northcoast Warriors had 73 on the board, and Angry Birds are 55. That's an 18-run difference, Yamin.
18 runs. Do you remember that over I said will come back to haunt them?
Yeah. Tyler continuing here, coming around the stumps.
It might not look a lot in terms of the final margin, but that one over set them up so well. I mean, as if they weren't playing well enough already. It set them up so well because Tyler went from his 100 to his 150 in 11 balls.
Yeah, I guess his eye was in. He pretty much had a good gauge of how the wicket was playing. At this point, Angry Birds just just got it as well. They got it under. It's still 187 more. But like I said, this partnership here needs to be for at least the next half an hour, and they need boundaries similar to the last over as Tyler pitches that one up. Garth plays this, doesn't get fully a hold of it.
I think Tyler's been obviously batted throughout the innings, so he knows that anything pitched up would travel. So he's trying to bowl the ball into the pitch and take out the pace from the wicket.
Well, obviously he's bowling spin, so like I said, it's a lack of pace on this wicket. That one's just darted. And that's interesting because he just darted that one that went along with the arm, and the keeper obviously not being able to take that cleanly. Let's just see what the signal from the umpire. It is wide, so nothing on that. So that obviously
3 runs. That is 3 runs, and a ball needs to be bowled again.
But he kind of pushed that one, and again, maybe they're looking for the stumping because it's not the first time they've just deliberately pushed one down the leg. Let's see what he does now. And this one floats this one up.
There was something there. There was definitely something.
Almost yorked himself there, Fahim. Not generally not reading the length of the ball properly, needing to come a bit forward as opposed to play it on the back foot.
Yeah, okay, that wasn't the best of deliveries. But as you can see, Tyler's mixing his pace up, so it's not as easy to get him away.
They've obviously realized what length needs to be bowled here, and that's just it just confuses me why Angry Birds couldn't realize after the first few overs when they were going for over 10 why only bring a spinner on, why not bowl a spinner in the power play. They should have had at least 2 overs of spin in that first 6 overs.
But what baffles me the most is, okay, you got your pacers bowling, but none of the pacers look threatening. I mean, okay, fair enough, Mshlongo is gone for 22 in his 2, but he's got 2 wickets. The reason is that he was looking to get wickets. In the power play, you need to get wickets. It's simple as that. If the batsman's going hard, you need to make sure you can get him out. I think if your fast bowlers are just going to come there and put the ball in one spot, they are going to travel. Am I right, Captain?
No, 100%. And I just think they've been able to judge this pitch very well, North Coast Warriors, and they've been able to realize what's the length and what needs to. I think we got Jason Wagner coming into the attack now.
Yeah, I mean, usually you'd see the guy with pads on.
Yeah, wicket keeper that's played for a few clubs here in Durban. Like I said, he's won trophies here with Team Smart and players on this ground. So he knows he's played here before. He knows this arena. But yeah, it's definitely the lack of pace and the slower deliveries. I think if the two teams playing each other in the next game are watching this and are tuning in, then they're definitely seeing that, you know what, we're going to need to bowl at least 4 or 5 overs of the first 10 that are going to be maybe by medium paces or by spinners. It's just the thing about spinners is they just tend to change the angles, and slowing the ball down actually slows the pace of the game down in the fielding team's favor.
Yeah, okay, I'm not going to discuss much about the next game right now because, I mean, we have time for that, for a build-up. But Wagner, he's a decent operator. I mean, especially with him being a keeper, he's a very good all-round cricketer. He's got some runs also in the first innings, supported Tyler well. He knew what time to have a go, when not to have a go, when to give Tyler strike. I think he took the pressure off Tyler quite well.
No, he definitely did. Obviously, with all his experience there, and the two of them obviously being good mates and stuff. Sometimes when you'll have those end of the over chats, sometimes you don't even talk about cricket. Sometimes you just talk about things that make you switch off, and that's vital for batter success, being able to relax a little.
Yeah, 100%. You cannot be in the zone all the time.
Yeah, and well, no batters are in the zone all the time unless you Donald Bradman or one of these, your Sangakaras or your Laras or your Tendulkars or your Pontings or your Callises. But yeah, it's difficult. The most important thing is going out there and enjoying it, because if you're not going to enjoy it, then you're not going to succeed.
You saw Tyler immediately after that mammoth innings of his. What was he like? I'm sure he enjoyed every moment of his innings.
Yeah, no, he was cool, and he was like this, like almost like he came out of a net session or something. But he always was capable of stuff like that. We've seen him play some glorious innings as coming around the wicket, the angle change, and Fahim Suleiman manages to get that one away using the pace there. But
I think that was a poor delivery.
I wouldn't say this is a poor delivery,
straight,
but
no
I just think the batter was able to get into a good position there, and he played the ball well, and he knew where the fielders are, and it's a good. That's a good thing to actually know where the fielders are. You know what's going on around you. Epic shot. It was an epic shot. Let's see what he does of this next ball.
The old Chinese cut.
And he swings hard, but again, nothing ventured, nothing gained, and he gets an inside edge. And he'll be able to get 2 runs, and the score moves on now to 71.
Wasn't the prettiest, but he'll take the runs.
Gets the job done. I mean, there were quite a few shots that weren't the prettiest in Northcoast Warriors innings, but it came off. So luck definitely here with those that take their chances as he steams in again. Fine plays that off his hips. You're only going to get 1 here. As that's played down to the deep backward square boundary, the shorter boundary. So only 1. Only like some 47 meters to that boundary. Let's see how he closes the over.
This is vital. This is what Angry Birds failed on a lot of occasions. They did not close the over well at all.
14 now, the rate up to 14 and over. What does Jason Wagner do? And
that's an excellent delivery.
That is a good delivery.
It's poor
and it's
fielding.
Misfielded.
Extremely poor because the batsmen weren't looking to get. The batsmen were not looking to get 1 there. And he's gifted that 1. And you know, things like that, when they usually happen, a change of striker usually ends up in the bowling side paying.
If you think about it, the score is 73. That was the score that North Coast Warriors got off their power play. So if you take those 2 overs that they're effectively behind, and you look at the score of 242, and it's going 12 runs and over. So effectively, roughly they're around 25 runs behind here, Yamin, with those two overs taking them to get where North Coast Warriors were after 6 overs. So 25 runs behind. Do you agree with that notion?
Besides that, I mean, if you take out Kyle Bucktop's 4 overs for 28 runs, which is 7 and over, what did the rest of the bowlers go at? Absolutely ridiculous.
And that's hit straight in the air. Wagner's under it and he takes it, and that's the end of Gart Chislett.
There's nothing this guy can do wrong. Also, was that midfield slightly intentional?
I wouldn't want to necessarily. Gart's a very experienced batter. No, it was just he didn't get a hold of it. Look, the ball was there to be hit. It was on a fuller length. It was the toe end of the bat. He didn't middle it. I mean, on another day he'd probably put that onto into NMR Avenue, probably into the Metro electricity building. It just didn't.
Slightly slow in pace as well, don't you think, Captain?
Well, he's a slow bowler. I just think the
like
timing, and like I said, the toe end of the bat. But like I said, it's just North Coast Warriors Day. We saw they played shots like that. Warren Gray couldn't get the cotton bowl. There was another fielder there in the ring that missed the high one, and like I said, all the catches are being taken by North Coast Warriors. If it's going in the air, it's going ahead. Like I said, if this match was played maybe yesterday or tomorrow, for example, the result could be different. It's just North Coast Warriors Day today, and that's the nature of the game.
It is. It's, as we said, it's cruel. It's the cruel nature of the game. But again, is there anything Tyler can't do today?
Yeah, it's Mr. Tenderwood's day. Yeah. But like I said, we always knew he's capable of things like this. Knowing him from his school days at DHS, and you know, he just played. He backed himself. He didn't care if he failed. He just came out the next day and worked harder.
I think you've been spot on there. He's had an excellent club season as well. So not to say he hasn't done this before.
Yeah, for sure. He's played for a few clubs. He played for Bria Rovers, back at Clares now. So he's experienced. He's played all around Durban. Back around the wicket. And beaten by the flight. Fahim coming down the wicket to that. Flighted up delivery. Misses it completely and he's stumped.
I have no words. Is there anything this guy cannot do? Is there anything that he cannot do? Everything he touches turns to gold.
It's happened a few times in international cricket. I know in ODIs in 2 instances, Sir Viv Richards got 100 and he got 5 wickets. Paul Collingwood also did that. He got 105 wickets in the same match. So you get those every now and then. You do get those performances. Famously, remember South Africa's Dave Callahan, who got that 169 in Centurion Park against New Zealand in 1994, came with the ball and took out 3 wickets. So you just get those days where players who have the abilities to do both disciplines, it just comes off both in one day. And when it does, it's something staggering, like we've seen here from Tyler. I remember Jacques Callis in a test in Cape Town against the West Indies got 110, 88 not out and 5 for 90. So it happens. I think Ian Botham did it quite a few times as well, got 105 wickets in a test match.
And you know, it's supposed to be a team game, and these guys you mentioned, they just come and clean up. What's happening there?
Well, like I said, every now and then you just get players. I mean, no one's bigger than the sport, obviously, but you just get players that just master their disciplines. And remember Yuvraj Singh having that perfect World Cup in 2011 where he got like 250 odd runs and 14 wickets. Lance Klusener, player of the tournament in 99, 281 runs at an average of 140
and they don't always end up on the winning side.
and 18 wickets. Well, Yuvraj was lucky because India won that World Cup. Unfortunately, Klusener had that semi-final debacle and he got knocked out. So it happens. And like I said, today is just Tyler's day. New batter Dwayne Hartzenberg playing that down. He'll be able to get one. Or was it Kyle? Oh, okay. So, it's both two new batters at the crease, ladies and gentlemen. 2 wickets going down in that last over. 5 for 74. This obviously going south very fast for Angry Birds. Interestingly enough, Dwayne Hartzenberg batted at number 11 in the final last year for AK Hardware.
Much better player than that. I think that was a sign of disrespect for them because he is much better than number 11. Also, he can bowl a bit. He's an excellent keeper. So I'm not sure why didn't use his bowling services today, Captain?
Yeah, because I've seen him and I actually did mention his name as one of the lack of pace bowlers. And like I said, it's on the day. I mean, like I said, one of those miscues by the fast men in the first power play when North Coast Warriors were batting could have got a wicket. Tyler could have been out quickly. Today is just the day for North Coast Warriors and Tyler. They've pretty much dominated this game inside out. No two ways about it.
Yeah, that's true. That's a bit outside the line of off stump.
Well outside the line of off stump there, so the umpire not thinking too much about that decision there, because obviously he was playing a shot, so even if it was hitting the stumps and he was playing a shot, hit him outside off stump, he cannot be given out, Yamin.
Yeah, it's it's as a person watching the game, it's nice to hear the reason why the guys are not given out, obviously. So everyone can see what's happening on the screen. It's more the analysis that I think you're providing. It helps a lot, for guys back at home. Also, I see the crowd is starting to get slightly bigger now, obviously with the guys coming from Jozeni. These guys have been traveling every weekend 350 kilometers one way to play cricket. Hats off.
As that delivery is hit
shot
to the boundary. No protection there on the third man boundary. Wide outside off stump, and given the right treatment by Dwayne Hartzenberg. And the score moves on to 81. They're just going to keep batting. The run rate now at 15. Yeah, Jozeni spent some more time on the road, traveling for over 7 hours back and forth to come here. Fantastic effort by them. And obviously shows their passion as we see this one hit into the covers for 1 run. That's going to be an interesting second final.
Interesting fact about them. Do you know that before playing Winter League for the past 3 years, they've been playing cricket once a week on a mat, and they make it to 2 finals. Oh, Jason Wagner, take a bow, middle stump gone.
And he bowls Kyle Buckthorpe. Like I said, Kyle Buckthorpe, a good batter. Don't get me wrong. He's a good batter that I've seen him play some spectacular innings, but beaten there. And that's just underlines.
A small drinks break, yeah?
Yeah.
I think I'd like a replay of that, Johan, please.
Yeah, that just underlines today, just not Angry Birds Day today. Like I said, Kyle Buckthorpe, a way better batter than that.
I would like to see what the ball did there, definitely. It was not a regulation ball that beat him, because as you said, Kyle Buckthorpe can bat.
Yeah, and replaced by his younger brother Dylan Buckthorpe, now the left-hander. Oh, there's Dwayne here, man. There, just a quick one. You have obviously 9.3 overs. The drinks being taken in the middle of the over because the wicket has fallen within the necessary time. And so the umpire is not waiting for the end of the over to take the drinks break. They've taken it at the fall of a wicket, which you are allowed to. If the wicket falls within 5 minutes of the drinks break, and we're obviously within 5 minutes of the drinks break, then it's taken immediately. So that's why the drinks break taken in the middle of the over here, as the new batter Dylan Buckthorpe prepares to take strike. He's got 3 balls left. Obviously, sometimes common sense as an umpire needs to prevail, and why wait for 3 balls? Just take the drinks break immediately. So yeah, it's what we refer to in the laws of cricket as Law 43, common sense. 3 deliveries left. What is Dylan going to do here? Jason now is coming around the wicket, so he's going to be bowling into Dylan's arc. And Dylan's a big guy, but he can hold a bat. He's definitely no fool with the bat. We've seen him play some good knocks. What's he going to do here? It's 15.3 and over, so his work is cut out for him. Yamin?
I feel like it's a matter of time now before they wrap them up. Because a good thing or bad thing is they actually look like they're going for it, and if they do fall short, well and good, but at least they're not blocking it out.
Well, like I said, it's interesting how these teams are making their debuts in this tournament. Granted, a few of them have had quite a few teams, as we see Jason Wagner again steaming in and Dylan trying to place that delivery, plays and misses. 1 delivery left. As much as there's so many experienced players played, I mean, these teams playing as a unit for the first time. Last year we had AK Hardware, who won the B group and then made it all the way to the final in their debut in the A group, and now both these teams here are making their debut. So I mean, you know what, is it just teams have just been able to just get the hang of how Winter League needs to be played, Yamin?
And you know what, you cannot, I don't think you can, okay, that's well played for 4 by Dylan, but I don't think you can use this as an excuse, because Angry Birds have been playing together for a long time compared to Northcoast.
No, I'm with you 100%. The thing is, it's not an easy tournament to play. I mean, to come out consistently for 7 to 8 weeks and play your best cricket, and especially today, a final where there's no second chances. I mean, this is not an easy tournament to win, no matter how good players or how experienced or how long you've been playing together. I mean, this is not an easy tournament to play, and I think that's the challenge, because you need challenges in this game. It's not an easy game to play.
100%. It's you know, the guys say they've been playing together. They have been playing together, but they've been playing 8-a-side cricket where you have 6 fielders. You can score 50 for fun there. Even leg bys count as your runs.
Wides go to the batter, but yeah, I mean, look, they're trying to make the game fun in that regard, but I agree with you, because there's not many fielders and you can easily turn 1s into 2s and 2s into 3s and stuff. As we see at the halfway point, 6 for 86 here at North Coast Warriors. Tyler Trenderworth carries on again, and the bowls. That one pretty much goes on with the arm. And a clever shot, a very clever shot by Dwayne Hartzenberg. Just placing it, and he'll be able to get 2 runs there.
Yeah, I mean, he's showing his class. He can hold a bat. Something the AK-11 guys should have thought about last year, because that was one final they should have not lost.
Yeah, because he obviously he's played for Miles Titles, and he's probably one of the most experienced players in this league. He's probably played about 7 or 8 winter leagues. As we see again, that one going down, that will be wide. Yeah, probably one of the most experienced campaigners here at Winter League. Could be a big shot coming up now. What are we gonna see here? And just defended.
I think Tyler's been really on top of his game. Whether it's been with the ball, the bat, in the field, he's given it his all. Yeah, I think he single-handedly won them the tournament. I'll give you a reason. Angry Birds finished 2nd on the group, and North Coast Warriors needed a miracle victory of the last game that they played against Tiger CC. Remember, this team, Tiger CC, has been to 2 finals, so they know how it is to win. They had a tough season. They just couldn't find the right balance. They had guys like Neil Jordan, Lala Safri, guys who've been playing for years. And, you know, they... maybe going down the leg side
maybe
there.
A little bit of an inside edge there, maybe.
As well.
Yeah, possibility.
Yeah. So, they needed... It was a virtual knockout between the two. And it was 12 runs left of 10 balls with 1 wicket in hand. That shows team character.
No, 100%. I'm with you. And the fantastic thing about that is once you get to semi-finals and finals, like I said, there's no second chances. It's what happens on the day. I'm never a fan of those. It's what happens on the day type of things. But it is what it is, as you can see here. And I said this for the 5th time. If this was another day, we definitely wouldn't see 242 on the board. But it's just today. It is these set of 5 to 7 hours that we're going to be here today. That's happening now that we're going to focus on in this final. And yeah, it's take nothing away. I mean, Angry Birds have had a fantastic
What
tournament.
an excellent spell of bowling from Tyler. 2
Yeah.
for 21 in 4.
And yeah, and North Coast Warriors, obviously, I mean, you know, whether you scrape through, the fact is you there on the day to play another team in the semi-final. You're both
100%.
equals on that day. Whether you finish 1st or 4th on the log or however these things go, you said they needed to do it and they did it. If you remember that famous match between Mumbai Indians and Rajasthan Royals in the 2014 group phase where Mumbai needed to chase that 190 in 14 overs to make the playoffs, and they did it. And you know, so these things, when you challenge yourself and you really put your mind to it, these things can be achieved. It's not beyond the realms of possibility.
Impossible is nothing.
Yeah, of course. Even the word impossible has possible in it.
100%.
So, without a doubt.
As our mentor, Uncle Vessi, used to say, may he rest in peace, he used to say, impossible also means I am possible.
Yeah, and that's slogged away.
Oh, that's a 6.
6, a decent effort by the fielder though.
He should have been maybe 2 meters back.
Slog sweeped, yeah, but a decent, well, I think maybe another foot taller maybe. But yeah, that's a slog sweep a la the late great SA captain Hansi Krodia. That's right down to the deep mid-wicket boundary. Scored to 90, 96, and just a point there. Just watch this delivery. And stepped away, trying to innovate a bit there, misses it completely. You mentioned Uncle Vessi, may his soul rest in peace. He did the final in 2019. I clearly remember. He also did the final in T20, the Group A finals and stuff. He stood here, an ex-first class umpire. Joy to have in our association. Yes, may his soul rest in peace. He definitely added a lot of value to Winter League. As we see Jason Wagner again now. Digs that one in, and that's hit straight in the air.
Short third man.
And the catch is taken.
The difference between the two teams, Captain, the catching definitely.
Well, you know, I'll be very, very honest with you. Some of those were swirly and in the morning and stuff. It was a bit windy. We can make all the excuses we want. Northcoast Warriors have taken. I think that's the 4th catch they've taken.
Yeah. I mean, all excuses aside, it's been a total domination from ball 1.
Well, let's be honest. I mean, you can't exactly compare Tyler Tenowat to Warren Gray, with all due respect, or to Fahim Suleiman or to Gachas. I mean, Tyler's in a class of his own. He is a class batter, but again, like I said, catches do in matches. Some of them, sometimes they stick, sometimes they don't.
With all due respect, Captain, as much as you said you cannot confirm Tyler Chenwood, but in this game you have to take your chances. In the first innings, Angry Birds misjudged and dropped a few, which cost them over 180 runs. As you can see, North Coast Warriors not letting any chance go by.
No, but look, I'm like I said, all catches aren't the same. Whether you put the difficulty level on them here and there, it is what it is. The ball goes in the air, you have to catch it. If you don't cushion, if it doesn't go to hand, if it doesn't stick, it doesn't count.
On the ball. Yes, as you said though, there were difficulty levels, 100%, and 2 of them were quite difficult, say about 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
But there was a few regulations. Also, the heads dropped quite early when they went for, and then it was just, as you said, on the day, these guys are much better.
You know, we famously remember the 1992 World Cup when Deepak Patel, the off-spinner from New Zealand, when Captain Martin Crowe opened the bowling with him, and the whole world, everyone was looking at each other like what, like rubbing their eyes, a spinner opening the bowling. But that's pretty much become some kind of standard. We've seen it in the IPL on a regular basis and things. I mean, sometimes, you know what, you try certain things, it tends to revolutionize the game. I mean, everybody back in 92 was like, did this guy smoke something or whatever, you know, opening the bowling with a spinner, or do you want to get destroyed like 100 runs in the first 10 overs? But it worked. It brought New Zealand all the way to the semi-final. They were the best team in the round robin stage. Just baffles me why a spinner wasn't used here, because Northcoast Warriors opened with the spinner, and we've actually seen it previous. I think obviously maybe that's what they tried the whole tournament, and it worked for them opening with the 2 paces.
Actually, no. Warren was not given the new ball. He was actually had been bowling with the new ball.
Yeah,
I don't
just
understand.
and that's another through the gap there for 4, and that brings up the 100 for Northcoast Warriors. No, I hear you, but it like I said. We've seen Imran Tahir do that job. Imran Tahir got Johnny Best out, first ball of the 50 over World Cup in England in 2019.
That's
with
100
the
up
spinner.
after 12 overs.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have actually been a bad total. I mean, if they were batting first, obviously for the 7 wickets. But I mean, 8.5. You're looking at 160 from here, 170.
Yeah.
Would have been a decent first innings total. I mean, we have to put aside Tyler's one inning because this is a once in a lifetime. I do not see this being repeated.
Oh, well, we never know about that, but yeah, it's probably going to be a specific amount of time before we see that. But yeah, I mean, the big back to the importance of spinning in this format of the game. You don't have to be the greatest spinner. You don't have to be Shane Warne, the late great Shane Warne. You don't have to be Mutai Mullarathanan. You don't have to be anything spectacular. If you could just take the pace of the ball and make the batsman think, then you can. If you can do that right, then you can restrict the runs. You can take wickets. Yamin?
It's more about dot balls in this. Like as is with a batsman, it's about the strike rate in the game. You could average 25, but if you have 150, 160 strike rate, more often than not, that's what's going to win you the game.
Well, that's the thing about T20 cricket. You don't have to be brilliant in all disciplines, but if you can do it to a good enough extent, you'll be successful. You don't have to be the greatest bowler. You don't have to strike at 150. You don't have to be the most economical. But if you know what to do, how to do at the right times, you have things going in your favor.
I mean, look at what India did the other night. They scored 200, but there was not a guy that got 100. You know what I'm saying? Everyone contributed.
But they also scored 200 in that first T20 against South Africa of the series and couldn't defend it.
Fair point. And again, that's the bowling that let them down. I mean, the batsman got you to the score. So it's the disciplines and the margins are so small in a game like T20 cricket that, as we spoke about, that 1 over, if that 1 over didn't go for 20, maybe it wouldn't have been 240 odd, maybe it would have been 190. You know what I'm saying?
Also bear that in mind that Van der Dussen in that game was dropped on 29 and he made 75. So that was a 46 run drop that eventually, because again comes back to the importance of taking your catches and fielding.
And the small margins that we spoke about. And that's international cricket. I mean, if you can drop that in international cricket, what are we to say in club cricket?
Yeah, we've seen over the years some of these drops have been really, really, really costly, as we see the spinner now coming over the stumps, and that's cross-batted down, thinking of 2, but I wouldn't exactly chance that.
I mean, great drops over the few years have been, if you remember Wahab Riaz bowling that fiery spell to Shane Watson and Rahat Ali dropped the catch at fine leg. That's one of the catches that come into recent memory.
And who would ever forget that's just played and squirted out, 1 bounce to the field. The end of the over, 13 done, 7 for 105. The famous Herschel Gibbs drop of Steve Waugh that basically determined the destination of the tournament. The other catch we take against Africa would have probably won the World Cup. So we've seen over the years.
And also, scored 188 runs. I mean, take it back to Sri Lanka, where I feel like Rohit Sharma, he's scored 2 double hundreds, but he's been dropped more than once in both the double hundreds. But the fact is, in a 50 over game where the whole team doesn't get that much, the man has got a double hundred.
Well, all it says in the scorecard, or it says when you go on to Crick Info or Crick Buzz or whatever, it don't say 264 in brackets dropped on 4 by Tessara Pereira.
It says 264.
It doesn't, and unfortunately numbers can at times, I'm one for stats and numbers, it can at times be misleading, but it just is a solid fact. And it doesn't say how many times you were dropped. We spoke about earlier Boucher getting that at that time, the second fastest 100 of 44 balls. He was dropped 5 times by Zimbabwe on his way to 147 of 68 balls in Potchefstroom in 2006. It doesn't say drop 5 times because all it matters is the stat. That's played down the leg. Not a good delivery. Not a good delivery at all. Definitely not the Kevin Chitongo's, but it's his first ball, so maybe he's just getting a feel of the pitch. But yeah, sending one down leg, and that's.
Remember, I did speak about the bowling being quite light. This is what I was talking about. Well, but obviously, 242, you gotta either make it or break it.
I've umpired him at club level. I mean, Kevin Chitongo is a decent bowler. He's actually the 6th bowler bowled here today, but I've seen him open the bowling for Team Ilembe in KZN's Premier Division. Let's see what he does now. What does he reply with if he can rectify that first ball? And That one just dies on the wicket, throws the ball back to the bowler. But yeah, going back to what we were saying, I mean, 188 is 188. And for the rest of your life, you're going to be known as 188. No one's going to care whether you were dropped, however you were. That's just the game.
You know, the memories that we make today, we will definitely remember this for the rest of our lives.
Oh, for sure.
Because, I mean, on a day like this, you come here, first no ball of the game.
Oh, was it that for the front foot, or was it the back foot, or the umpire just, I think it was for the front foot, a free hit. And something Angry Birds wouldn't mind and need a free hit at this point.
I think they need about 10 more free hits.
For Tyler, every ball was a free hit.
Yeah. It's much like, you know, where we know how in the past how South Africa used to
That was
win.
a big no ball. We just see that.
How South Africa used to win every group game, and then let's just see this free hit.
Bit of an ugly hoik.
But it's a good delivery because it was kind of full and actually narrowed the batsman's options down. South Africa in the past used to win every group game and come into the first knockout game, quarterfinal or semi-final and lose. And Angry Birds have had such a good tournament, but again, just not their day today. Still got 3 balls left. Nelson's on the board.
The last time Nelson was on the board, we had a 6, am I right?
Yeah.
Oh, that
and
would have been a
spliced
spectacular.
off the edge, and a good effort there.
That would have been a spectacular catch.
Good effort there, and that'll be 1. Last ball of the over, 7 for 113.
Interesting fact that we heard. I know it's not an official game, but Gary Kirsten's highest score also got equaled.
Yeah, that was the highest score by a South African in ODIs. Gary Kirsten's 188 scored against the UAE at Rawalpindi in 1996. That was South Africa's first game of that World Cup. Other South Africans that have come close to that was Faf du Plessis got 185 against Sri Lanka. Quinton de Kock got 178 against Australia.
Quinton de Kock recently got a huge 100 in the IPL as well.
Yeah, he got a few. He got some good runs. About 400 and something runs in that in that IPL.
Tyler Turnerwood, maybe a Dolphins sign up. What do you think?
He's still young, you know. He's 27. I mean, you know, age is just a number. We've seen a lot of players make their debuts.
He's entering
late.
the prime of his career, I would think.
Yeah,
he knows his game pretty well. He's excellently fit. And he's actually been to a lot of camps with the Dolphins players, Zimbabwe emerging. What do you think? Is it the right time now?
No, for sure. Look, if I was a scout, if I was a coach, I'll be definitely having a chat. If I'm here at this ground.
Look at that arm. Did you see that arm? From the boundary, one bounce into the keeper.
Yeah, if I was seeing that, I'd definitely be like, hey, you know what? Let me just have a chat with this, see where he can fit in the plans, what we can offer him. Just watch Aaron Pillay coming again. And looking to spin that. Yeah, looking not necessarily to spin that a lot, but looking for it to go on with the arm. Yes, Karshan.
I think the three of us sitting here has followed Tyler Turnerwood the majority of his career. For the past few years, he's been knocking on the door. You know, he's been consistent over the years, top of the innings for wherever he played, being in club, in the academy, and in the KH Winter League. So he's been in his prime for quite a few years now, and I think it's just a matter of time before he gets looked into.
Yeah, definitely. And that's played, hit to the long boundary, picked off, and a spectacular catch. Diving forward. Wow. That's not easy. That's not easy. It might have looked easy, but again, taking their catches here, the 8th wicket to fall here for Angry Birds. It's 116 on the board. Just playing this out now, going through the motions. But yeah, that was a great effort. It just goes to show how much emphasis has been put on fitness and fielding, because he made a lot of ground there trying to get that catch. He probably ran for about 7 or 8 meters there. That's fantastic. That's a great effort. and we've seen some fantastic efforts. So I think we saw a fantastic one-handed, I'm not too sure which ground it was, but a fantastic one-handed effort to take a catch recently. So geez, these guys have really been working hard on their fitness, their catching, their conditioning and stuff, as we saw with Tyler with that throw coming from the boundary. That's one component of the game that's really been focused on in the last few years is fitness and conditioning, and maybe getting the muscles in the right places to play the game more effectively. I mean,
Yeah, 100%. If you look at Virat Kohli, when he was the captain of the team, he literally changed the culture of the Indian cricket team, and that's when they were able to perform at the optimal levels. I think human body has got so much potential. It's just about unlocking it.
yeah, I think also strong minds and stuff, because sometimes you can have the best body, but if the mind is not right, you can have the best body that can smack anybody's off the charts, but if the mind is not right. I also think mental conditioning is also very important. But yeah, the importance of being able to go through an entire day of cricket and being able to manage it from your body standpoint, your stamina, in other words, is the importance of that is unprecedented. We've seen these things at big T20 tournaments, with the players in terms of their speed and their agility and things, and that's sent down the leg side. That would be a wide. Yeah, and the score moves on to 117. But yeah, game has evolved quite a bit.
100%. The mindsets as well, as you said, because of the bubbles the guys were in, and whether you're a sportsman that plays for fun or you're a sports person that is professional, the pressure on you to do your job has been exactly the same. I mean, whether you got a job from 8 to 5, 9 to 5, or if you've got a job as a cricketer, the pressure for you is exactly the same, because you've been paid the big bucks or you've been paid whatever you are. You still got to go every day and perform, and that could affect your mental health as well, as you spoke about it. So yes, physically and mentally, but I think they go hand in hand.
No, 100% they do, and I think as professional sportsmen, let's just group it together. Let's leave cricket for any professional sports. I mean, you know what? You're just expected to rock up every day, and you expected to perform. You expected to do this. You expected to do that, because people say, no, you're getting the big bucks to do X, Y, and Z, but it's not easy all the time. As we see the comparative scores, Northcoast Warriors were 1 for 162 at 15 overs, and Angry Birds are 8 for 118, a 44 run difference there. But that's just how this game is. Angry Birds were obviously under the pump, needing to chase 243, and it was never going to be easy. It just hasn't come off. Look, it happens. It's a day of cricket. I guess tomorrow morning when they wake up, they'll just maybe go back to the drawing board and just say, okay, we did this. We can look back and say we had a good tournament, or we can focus on this blotch. It's over. They're obviously going to come back stronger. They're a good team with some solid players, and they definitely will come back stronger. As this match draws to a close, just a reminder that we are of our second final. Not too sure about the start time. Could be 1:15, could be 1:20. We'll just see as we see Kevin Chitongo run in, play and a miss there. Four balls left, yeah. That is just having a chat. We wonder what that could be about. Rate obviously not really an issue here. 26.6 and over. They must just be looking maybe to bat these 20 overs, maybe as a team thing, focus on the positives. Let's just bat this 20 overs out. Bowler steams in. Bowls gets close to the stumps, outside off, and that's cut, and that's running away to boundary. That will be 4. There's no one at third man. It's 4 runs. That's moves the score on to 120, 123, and it is a no ball. So an overstep by the bowler again, and that will result in a free hit. So that would be 5 runs. Ball obviously needing to be re-bowled, and of the free hit delivery, batter can only be dismissed. A run out obstructing the field and hit the ball twice. No other way the batter can be out. He can't be out stumped hit wicket, bowled, LBW, or caught of a no ball. Just run out obstructing field and hit the ball twice. He can be out of this delivery because it is a free hit. As the bowler steams in runs and making some room, but a full delivery, What a delivery to bowl on the free hit. And he's bowled it. That free hit delivery was also a no ball. So just for that, ladies and gentlemen, if the free hit ball is not a legal delivery, meaning it's a wide and it's another no ball, then the free hit will continue. So it's just still the same rules here. This is another free hit delivery, another no ball by the bowler, and there's another free hit here. This time for the left-handed batter. Like I said, he cannot can only be out, run out obstructing field, or hit the ball twice off the free hit delivery. Can he get this full again and keep his foot behind the line? Ordinarily, this would be costly in a tight game, but when you are ahead by 116 runs with just 4 overs left, it's not so costly. So not so much pressure on the bowler as he steams in round the wicket. And I think that's come off the pad here to the left-hander, stepping out. And yeah, that would be a leg bye. So again, getting away with it. He's bowled 3 free hit deliveries and he's not conceded more than, I think, just a run or 2 runs of each one. 8 for 127. Back over the wicket to the right-hander. And
Sorry,
that's
Captain, what did I
full
miss?
ball, and you missed 2 no balls over 2 free hits, but it didn't cost the fielding team. Some good fielding on the boundary there, diving save, and they'll be able to come back for 2 down there on the sweeper boundary. Two deliveries left, 8 for 129.
The excitement is definitely building up. For the second game, I see Panthers and the huge amount of supporters are coming in. This ball goes straight up in the air. Oh, stuck.
And it's stuck, and that's not easy with your back facing the ball and needing to watch the ball from basically over your shoulder. But like I said, it's just been Northcoast Warriors Day today. I mean, ordinarily, we see so much of this in club cricket where guys are chasing the ball and they'd make a horrible hash of it. But that was a very good example of how to actually stay calm and actually know maybe these things are probably being practiced by teams these days, looking over your shoulder and with your back facing the ball. But that's 9 down.
End of 16, 129 for 9. The writing is on the wall. It's just a matter of what the victory, the margin of victory would be. As we see a change in bowling, I think it's Forster. Right arm over the wicket to Mohammad Junior Aziz. Captain has gone down to get some interviews and some reactions after the game, as North Coast Warriors deservedly will be celebrating the maiden title victory. It has been an emphatic victory. I will be getting to Mubin Rasul to join me to give his thoughts on the game. Not much to say, Mubin, after you get worked out so badly. Yeah, besides it being Tyler's Day.
Yeah, honestly, what a performance by Tyler. You can't take anything away from him. He's basically put his team on his shoulders and carried them through. As you said, not just for this final, throughout the tournament, but brilliant performance, and unlucky for the Angry Birds that they met Tyler in top form, and on his day, just everything he touched turned to gold.
I don't know anything more expensive than gold.
Currently, Tyler, eh?
He is that hot iron that if you touch, you're not just getting burnt, you're getting destroyed.
That's so true. But a brilliant match of cricket. It's my first KH T20 Winter League. Absolutely loved it. From the first game, going right through to this final.
No ball, as I've spotted it. There's only 3 in the ring.
Okay, square leg umpire's awake. He did catch that.
Perks of being an umpire, you're always watching.
Well done, Yabin.
So Mubin, how was your first experience as a KH T20 Winter League umpire?
Oh, absolutely brilliant. I've loved it. Met a whole lot of new people. Just brilliant. The people surrounding the tournament, the organizers, the teams, the players. You can't be out, it's a free hit.
Isn't it a free hit? Let's see. You might have forgotten. Interesting one. Unless the umpires obviously reversed the decision for it being a no-goal. Yeah, seems like it. Mubin, quite subdued reactions from Northcoast Warriors. I think they're going to go wild just now.
Yeah, I think after the trophy presentation, we might see a bigger reaction. Commiserations to Angry Birds. Like I said, they have had a brilliant tournament as well. And hopefully they can take whatever positives out of this game and move forward.
Yeah, I mean, they shouldn't be too hard on themselves. As we said, Tyler had a once-in-a-century performance. Once in a double-century performance.
Double-century. Oh, yeah. Okay, we are going... Isn't it going to go down?
So the camera is going to focus now on the... In the next few minutes, you'll be seeing them focus on the prize giving for the Group A. We'll be commentating that. So stay with us, and here's the start of the celebrations. Many more to come.
Yes, it is.
and the various awards. Thank you.
We have had the award. The first award is going to Benny Bernardi. He's worked absolutely hard, making sure every week that we get top class facilities at T20 Cricket Club. We really appreciate his work. He will be also accepting the award on behalf of T20 Cricket Club as well, as he is a member of the board.
Wait for him until he's finished talking and then you go.
So the current match officials. The 3 umpires from the final have been Dennis Smith, a current first class umpire. Mike Wolfson Home, until recently an umpiring trainer. Kirshan Mudley, currently in charge of the umpiring affairs from the union side. We appreciate all the umpires that have done a sterling job. Three centuries in Group A. 2 from Tyler, one spectacular 188. You have just witnessed it. If not, please do catch up on your highlight reel. It's something, if you close your eyes and you open it, it's gone. But one for the ages, 100%. Tyler is there. So this is his second one. Me having a small hint that he should be the man of the match and the MVP of the tournament as well. No doubt about that. What do you have to say about that, Mubin?
Oh, I totally agree with that. Definitely a man of the match performance, and as we said, he's carried his team through this tournament, so definitely MVP for the tournament also.
Dylan Bakhtop for his hat-trick.
That was a first over hat-trick, if I recall.
Maiden and 3 wickets.
That is exceptional.
And funny enough, the award's been given over by his uncle. Six for 13s in a T20. Best bowling figures in Group A. He's also the best bowler in the Group A as well. Siddiq Mullah
leading
from Tigers.
Okay.
Oh. 15 wickets in 6 games. So Tyler once again. Looks like he's going to have a bag full of trophies by the time he leaves.
Well deserved though as well.
188. Lots of guys haven't scored that the whole season. This whole season in Winter League.
If you look at the chasing team, they didn't even reach Tyler's score.
Yeah, I shouldn't have said that. Sounds much worse now.
Siddiq as well.
In 18.3 overs, Mubin, he's taken 15 wickets.
That's almost a wicket every over that he bowls.
100%.
That is brilliant.
And there was 2 games which he went wicketless for almost 40. So that tells you, in 2 games he did not get wickets. He still ended up the leading wicket taker.
Highest wicket taker.
I just love this about this game, you know. One day you're on top of the world, next day you know it. The best bowler got a 250 rand sports voucher, KH sports voucher, as well as a trophy. just put it that way. Ryan Vaughan, obviously our highest run scorers finish at the end of the group stages, Mubin, so everyone has a fair chance of winning that. Obviously Tyler scored almost 80 runs less than him in one game. MVP, was there any doubt?
No doubt at all.
409 runs and 8 wickets. That is humanly impossible. And he's just done it. He's definitely
And man
cleaned
of the
up
match
here.
as well.
He's definitely cleaned up here. 2 for 21 and 188.
Yeah.
Runners up. Angry Birds. Dylan's having a bite.
On behalf of Angry Birds, Dylan bucked up to collect the runners-up trophy.
Bad day at the office. You allowed one bad game.
It happens.
And just happened in the wrong day.
Yeah.
That's Ismail Mohammed from the winning team. This was a one-man show. Let it be known. You do not need to be the strongest team. You just need to be the best team on the day.
That's so true. And here you have it.
That's fine. They're gonna take it.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's fine. And your 2022 KH Winter League champions from the A group, Northcoast Warriors.
No alcoholic beverages needed. Oh, there's it. We were waiting for that for a while. We'll keep the champions boat. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, and stay tuned for our second final
In the next 30 minutes.
in
The toss and ceremony.
the toss for the second final, the B group final, and the ceremony will start at 1 o'clock. whichever match them win. Yeah, yeah. Okay, that's
What's the United story of Frankie Miller?
Don't tell us who won the toss.
Really been journey.
Afternoon, one and all. We're ready for the Group B finals, coming here second up here at Kingsmead. Interesting to note that once again the team winning the toss has decided to bowl. In the first game, Angry Birds winning the toss, putting Northcoast Warriors in to bat, and they made 242. And the trend continues. 5 of the 6 teams before today batted first in the finals and won, and it's now 6 out of 7. So definitely batting first in the final at Kingsmead, tending to suit the teams. And will that omen continue with Team Panthers here, who's batting first? Well, I'm sure Team Panthers wouldn't mind that continue if they bat first and win. Interesting decision, I think, by Imran Akedia to put Panthers in. Yamin, what do you think?
Good afternoon to everyone. I would be switching between English and a bit of Urdu/Hindi, so our other viewers also understand. Okay, so the decision is actually not very surprising to me. I've got stats to back it up. Jozeni usually rely heavily on the bowlers, so they have defended 2 scores, and those 2 scores are under 100. They usually back the bowlers very much, and they've chased down 6, so they've obviously reached here unbeaten, which shows even when they defend, they trust the bowlers. Usually the trend is they'll bowl first, try and get the oppositions out early, and just chase it down. Number 2, Panthers have chased 6 of the games. They've been more successful by winning 4.
Thanks for that, Yamin. We're almost ready here. Bowler Razak Diwan over the stumps, right arm. First ball to Yasin Ibrahim. On a good length, it's cut down, and the 2 fielders converge. The third man eventually fields it. Just a reminder, this is the first power play in a 20-over game. Only 2 fielders allowed outside the inner ring, the ones you can see that's marked by the dots. Just 2 fielders allowed outside of that zone, so 7 fielders have to be in the ring. And obviously the batters will look to take advantage of that, with all the rest of with about 80% of the other of the boundaries not being protected, as we see. The bowlers teams in again a good length, and that makes a good sound off the bat, but on a good length. Maybe this team watched the first game and knows what line to bowl on this wicket. Wickets definitely got significantly drier as this match begins. How will it play? How will it, if it will deteriorate? How much it will? I doubt it will deteriorate that much. This is an international venue. We're blessed enough to be at Kingsmead. I wonder what score the Jozeni captain will have in mind that he wants to keep Panthers down. It'll be interesting. Bowler runs in, slightly fuller this time. Maybe looking to attack the stumps, and not just prodded away into the covers. Halfway through, not for 2. Jozeni, who's been in the Group B final and lost, and was bowler for 36 in the Group B semi-finals last year, but so they know what it's like to be in knockout games. As we see the bowler again full, maybe trying a different length, and that's dug out by Yasin and that trickles into the covers where it's fielded. So they know they've probably come from adverse situations. Bowled out by 36 by Team Imani Perfumes in the semi-finals at T20 Ground 2 last year. So they know what the sting is, and they played very positive and some very effective cricket here, finishing top of the log. As we see, 2 balls left. And that's just outside off stump, and again prodding, looking to cut, playing a fantastic 84 in the semi-finals last week at Kloof. Yasin Ibrahim playing innings of character to get his team through here to the final, helping them establish that score of 171. Might look to replicate that here, but playing on Kingsmead is a totally different entity on its own, Yamin.
Yeah, about that innings, you know, as you say, you have a day. It was definitely Yasin's day. He scored 81 of 57 balls, but 40 of his runs were behind the wicket. So wherever he was hitting, it was just going. You know, it's one of those days, but you know, hats off to Jozeni for whatever they do, whether they win or lose. They travel 350 kilometers just to play cricket. And that's only one way. A total of 700 kilometers just to play cricket is something, you know what, taking your hat off to.
No, for sure. It's actually Yasin told me he scored 84, so it was 81. But anyway, yeah, that was a fantastic innings. I mean, regardless, because we spoke about this, in the first innings. At the end of the day, all the scoreboard will say will be 81. I mean, I umpired that match with Mobin Rasul, and look, whether a lot of his runs came off edges or whether more of his runs spikes, it doesn't really matter. All it says in the scorebook is 81. It doesn't say in brackets 40 odd runs off edges. So it doesn't really matter how you get them. It's runs on the board that count, as we see the next bowler, Munaf Diwan, who comes in now. Not a hell of a lot of run up, and that's wide and well wide of the wicket. Good afternoon, Mobin Rasul, joining us here on commentary. How are you doing?
Well, thanks. Thank you, Captain. It is lovely to be here at this KH Winter League finals day, and we've witnessed one brilliant game, and we're hoping the second one is as entertaining.
Good length there. This was your first Winter League that you umpired. It's drawing to a close now. How was, your experience has obviously been fantastic to umpire and be in this environment. To top it off, to be in the finals in Kingsmead. It's obviously helped you umpiring.
It's been brilliant, like I said to Yamin earlier as well. In terms of my umpiring career, it's still in its infancy, but this experience has helped me tremendously.
Fantastic cut shot. They're finding the gap. No third man, interestingly enough, by Team Jozeni. They're looking to they have a long off and someone on the super boundary. You as a captain, third man not vital for you in the opening power play?
I have always thought of Jozeni as guys that do things a bit left field, but the reason could be, obviously, they do have a very wide, you can say almost a deep point. The reason is they don't really have quick bowlers. Oh, what a catch! That's an excellent catch by Imran Ikeria, the captain. Imran.
A short extra cover.
That was bulleted.
Or was it hard by Brian Vickery, who, like I said earlier, played for Haspak Warriors in a final at Sirpat against Team Tigers. He was on the losing side of things there, but he's got enough experience, and he's played for Team Amanzam Toti Cricket Club at Premier League level, so he knows the ins and outs of what it takes to succeed at a high club level and at a high level here. But he'd be disappointed, and he'd really be looking to make a good score here at Kingsmead, but not working out for him here today. And this is obviously just the start Jozeni would have wanted, having put Panthers into bat, Mobin.
After putting your opposition in, it's always good to get early wickets, and they've done exactly that. So good start by Jozeni, and I'm sure they'll be looking to build on that. Panthers will have to knuckle down and try and get something concrete on the board.
Most definitely.
जोजीनी पहली बॉलिंग कर रही है टॉस जीत के. वो हमेशा इनकी कोशिश यही रहती है कि बॉलिंग करे टॉस जीत के. इमरान इखेरिया is the captain. He has to be there.
Interesting to see what the bowler Munaf does here with the new batter. Is he going to go full? Is he going to look to put the batter under pressure? Is he going to go short, maybe put one into his body maybe? Let's see what he does. 3 balls left, 1 for 7. He actually tries kind of full, doesn't get it right there, and that swings and basically just goes straight, and no shot offered by the batter. Maybe just wanting to see this over out. Two balls left. That delivery going a bit full, but that was a bit slow and just poked into the covers. Actually Munaf does the fielding. It's nice to see we have our CEO here that's just joined us, Mr. Heinrich Stradum. Good to see him here on finals day, gracing us with his presence. How are you doing, Mr. Stratham? Fantastic. Enjoying the game?
I can see the guys are on the go.
Last ball. Runs in. Not much of a run up again. And he sends that one down the leg. Good keeping there. That would be wide. He'd have to reball that.
Captain, interestingly, he is their leading wicket taker of Jozeni, and he dismantled the top order against Panthers the last time they played.
Well, like I said, it's interesting because he's not the quickest bowler. So it boils back to what I said in the earlier game. You don't have to be the jack of trades or to be a brilliant bowler, Mobin, if you just know where to put the ball.
No, definitely. And as long as you put the ball in the right place, it's going to get you results.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. I think there is a certain way how to go about playing cricket at Winter League or playing in these types of conditions. You don't have to be Mitchell Stark bolting it in or at 150 odd. You don't have to be Rohit Sharma and score double hundreds, though we did see someone come close to a double hundred. You just need to get enough and know how to defend it, or you just need to know where to bowl, and it comes down to studying the opposition. And if you actually take the time off to actually see, because 80 to 90% of these guys actually know each other very well because they play Winter League inside out, year in, year out.
Yeah, it's good to have knowledge of your opposition so you know their strengths and weaknesses. Obviously, you're going to play to their weaknesses. That's on the pads and flicked onto the leg side for a single.
जोजीने ने बहुत बढ़िया स्टार्ट किया है. 10 रन 2 ओवर में, 1 विकेट डाउन. और इमरान भाई ने बहुत अच्छा कैच लिया. अभी रज़ाक भाई बॉलिंग करा रहे हैं ओल्ड फोर्ड रोड एंड से. और हमारे साथ है कैप्टन और मुबीन भाई जो कमेंट्री कर रहे हैं.
Another good length ball and a close chance for run out.
Yeah, he was gone for all the money there, Mobin. Prodded it back, and the thing is, it just shows you how much he put into that, because his momentum, he couldn't turn around fast enough and get back to his wicket. At the throw coming in wide, those aren't easy, because obviously you got the batter there. You got to try and aim at something that the batter might not intentionally be blocking.
And the bowler's still in his follow through as well, so he's off balance as well. That's a good shot over the mid off fielder and through for 2.
Yeah, Yasin played. You and I did that game, Mobin. Yasin actually played some very interesting shots, a lot of edges, some that flew in the air and things in that game at Clough, and it came off. He obviously, I would think, maybe he's trying to play that positive cricket again, just go at things, and if it comes off, it comes off. Maybe that's the right attitude that's required in this wicket, because that's how Tyler played.
Yeah, it seems to be paying off to just go hard at the ball. And it came off for Tyler. Maybe it will come off for him as well. That seems to be his style as well. And hopefully it's a run fest like the first game.
Last ball of the over here, 1 for 13 of 2.5. And this ball slightly fuller. And the batter going back a bit and pushing that. Good running between the wickets there. Skill level obviously at Group A is a bit higher, so Group B might be thinking just to rotate the striker, whatever, just to accumulate the runs. Last year's Group B final between Scorchers and Imani Perfumes, Scorchers got up to a flyer going at well over 9 and over. Only ended up making 158 and lost the game in the last over due to some drop catches. So fielding is going to be a big aspect here, Mobin. Definitely, guys need to make sure that they take their catches and they do justice on the field.
Yeah, it's a very important component of the game, and we spoke at length in the first game about catches making matches. So let's hope they put in a good performance in the field.
It's actually a very important component. It's almost as important as the actual batting and the bowling. Because if you put, for example, in a 50 over game 280, but your fielders don't take the catches and misfield and things, that could be chased down very easily within some 40 odd overs if the fielding isn't done properly.
That is so true.
I see we got some more royalty joining us here in the commentary box here. We have Mr. Mangoba, who's joining us here. He's the new administrator here at Kingsmead. Nice to have you here, sir. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. And just as we say that, we have a referral to the third umpire, which is myself, for a run out. So I'm going to do some work now. Let's see what we can see.
Run out.
Ironically, the first ever decision that was given in international cricket was by a third umpire was here on this ground between India and South Africa in a test match in November 1992, and Sachin Tendulkar was the victim of a referral and was given out on referral. So what do we have here? Okay, flicked off the leg. Batters completed one run. They attempted a second and got the second, and it's on the third run where the keepers gathered the ball and the batter is well short of his ground and is out. Run out. And much like 1992 when Tendulkar was given out, run out via a third umpire for the first time in Winter League history on Kingsmead, the batsman is out, run out via the third umpire. Decision, out well ground. We can see the picture here. He's about, I'd say about some 70 odd centimeters short, attempting a third run there. Wow, almost 30 years later after the first international third umpire decision was given via the lights. We have one here at KH Winter League. History is made. Note the day and the time. You'll have, this is a history making day for all you viewers. It's 20-2 and we've got the first batter in KH Winter League history given out via the third umpire. Thank you very much to the Pitch Vision guys here for doing a fantastic job here and giving me a quality picture here so I could make that decision. Thank you so much, Mr. Johan and your team. So that's 2 for 16. How does it feel to be on commentary, Mobin, with actual third umpire decision being given here? You're right here with me.
It's actually quite fun being in the commentary box. A little bit of pressure being doing commentary with the third umpire, but lots of fun here at KH T20 Winter League.
No, but you're always learning. I think, you know what, in all my time, I've been involved in Winter League since 2013, and you know what, in all my time, if you told me 9 years ago I'd be giving a third umpire decision via camera, I would have probably looked at you and gone, her. But I mean, that's just the evolution as we see this cut shot, and there is a third man in position now. The evolution of the game, and it's fantastic that Winter League has come along, you know, like you said, from humble beginnings at Sirpat Road to your grounds at Toti, and now here fully fledged at Kingsmead using a third umpire. It's just fantastic the way the game has grown and Winter League in itself has grown, and you, obviously, this being your first Winter League, you're part of history.
Absolutely thrilled to be part of this team. Yeah, it's just been a wonderful experience.
I see the bowlers bowled that quite full. There's been a fuller length being bowled here by Jozeni. So do you think they're probably looking to attack the stumps, trying to get the batters out bowled or LBW?
It looks that way because after the first game we felt that a shorter pitch delivery would be more effective, but the change in the tactics seemed to be working for Jozeni because it's already the last ball of the fourth over and they're just 17 runs on the board and they've already picked up 2 wickets as well.
Yeah, again a slightly fuller length there, and the bat is really struggling to hit that off the square. As the fourth over comes to a conclusion, it's 2 for 17, just over 4 runs and over. Yamin, what are your thoughts?
So I've got some stats to back me up as usual. In the top 10 batsmen of the Group B, there's 3 Panthers batsmen. But the worrying thing is strike rates. 103 Luke Jacobs, Nadeem Mansoor, who usually bats at 3, has not even been given a chance to come in the top 3. He has a strike rate of 127. He gets things going. But after that, the guys have 111, 102. That's not good enough. That's not getting you anywhere near you want to in a T20 game. And on the other side, you'd say, okay, the batsmen are struggling. But Jozeni don't have anyone in the top 10 in the batting, but they have 3 guys in the top 10 in the bowling. So it's a perfect matchup.
Oh, that was full, and the batter swinging across the line. Why? It was a full delivery. Swinging across the line, that just wasn't the length to play, and that's really down to this wicket was more the batter getting himself out than the actual bowler. He must be bitterly disappointed with that.
You have to play straight on that full length, and unfortunately he had a big swing across the line and he lost his leg stump.
Scoreboard pressure, guys. You know, when you say 188 by Tyler, 240, that's one kind of scoreboard pressure. Now the 17 for 2 became 17 for 3. Nadeem Mansoor, the most consistent batsman, comes in, but under pressure. What would he do?
Well, for me, here's the thing. Panthers have got some experienced players. Their captain has played for Team Jaguars before. There were also another team that the guys made Star Meet Strikers that played in 2019, if I'm not mistaken, at Winter League. So it's not that they lack of experience. And I don't just think it's coming and playing their first final as to why they're making these mistakes. I just think that it's just a lapse in concentration because that ball was full. I don't see how you can look to try and play across the line, especially having just lost 2 early wickets. I know we're in the first power play, but there needs to be a bit of maybe some smarter shot selection here, Mobin.
Definitely, Captain. That is on the hip and played through to square leg for a single.
We always talk about playing smarter cricket, and the thing is we're not out there, so we don't know what goes through the batters' minds and things. We always talk about accumulating runs and rotating the strike and stuff, but I think the guys need to realize, having lost 2 early wickets, that that shot was almost like giving a wicket away.
Yeah, there has to be, even though it's T20 and everything happens so fast, there still has to be a building phase after losing the 2 quick wickets. Now you've put the next batter in under pressure.
Still enough time though, it's still early days. Just a quick one, this might not be Group B, but the second final last year, Yamin, you would definitely remember when they were the KZN Academy. They lost wickets consistently throughout and put only, I think it was about 117 on the board, and defended it against AK Warriors. And again, that ball just didn't get up high enough, and he pulled across the line, and another wicket's fallen, and now they're 4 for 18, and it's going very pear-shaped here for Team Panthers. But again, irresponsible shots. I mean, surely the attitude has to be just to rotate the strike and see this power play out.
Yeah, you see, as I said, as we've spoken, the bowling, the quality and the potency of the attack of Jozeni is such that these guys always are at you. They're always at the stumps. They always are at you. And that's what the good thing is. One bowler is out, the next one will come in. He'll make sure that you get stuck on Musa. So that's what happens, you know. I mean, also I think Panthers are just overawed, not by the final, but by Kingsmead. It can happen. Trust me, it can happen.
It can happen. It's a hello turf, but it's just so. If you look at these last two dismissals, they seem to be caused. We've gone so much and we've spoken about Jozeni's being the best bowling team and etc. etc. Yeah, fine, fantastic. They had Kings 11-5 for 25 last week. But I mean, this is capitulation. This is a team. These are self-inflicted wounds. I mean, if you play soccer and you leak a goal via defense, you bolster your defense up. And if you're leaking goals via irresponsible shots, you don't play another irresponsible shot. And another wicket fallen here. Just a wicket given away, Mobin.
Yes, it is. And as you said, irresponsible shots. He was at the other end when he saw his teammate play a shot and he goes and plays the exact same shot.
I think also Mobin, a lack of experience, because he is only 18 years old and he is going to be overawed. It's his first opportunity, first of many opportunities at Kingsmead, hopefully for the youngster Luke. And maybe what they should have done better was, because Nadeem has been coming consistently at number 3, let him have a go at number 3 and bring the youngster back. So, Captain, how was it to be put on the hot seat while everyone's watching?
Yeah, it's more fantastic to be part of some history because, like I said, the very first time, actually, I was actually reading up an article on that, and the very first time, even people to think 30 years ago were even against using technology, and eventually it came out that. Because there were a lot of tight calls that when it was being slow-mo down and batters were being given a lot of the benefit of the doubt and they were short on run-outs and stumpings, and that's how you got the third umpire. And like I said, there was some history on this very ground that it was Carl Liedenberg that actually had to make the decision, as he was referred to by the square leg umpire Cyril Mitchell on that day, that gave Tendulkar out run out as the throw came in. The bowler was Brian McMillan, I remember, and it was Andrew Hudson that broke the stumps. So for me to make a decision here, to be the first umpire to make a decision via television replay at Windsor League, I mean, blessed and fortunate, and just lucky to be in this position. And I, once again, like I said, that's wide, well wide, and obviously no shot offered at that. He's got a free run there. Bowler will have to re-bowl that. It's fantastic to have pitch vision here at Winchell League. Has provided us with the service. I can't see any way how we'd be able to use a third umpire or use a video replay without Mr. Johan and his team here providing us the service. So thanks to pitch vision guys for this historic moment. As we see the bowler again bowling slightly fuller and the batter finding a gap, and that's running down the hill. The outfield very quick here, and that's 2, and I'm not too sure they're going to come back for a third. No, they don't, and it's just more shots like that required, moving to rotate the strike and just accumulate the runs, because with 4 down in the power play, we talk about 3 down in the power play and it being hard. There's 4 down now.
Yeah, historically, to lose more than 2 wickets in the power play, you struggle to put a total on. And full again, well played this time to point, and good running as well.
I actually agree with the notion of maybe bowling a bit full, because you're bowling to batters that are sitting here at number 5 and number 6, and with all due respect to two of the Group B players, a lot of them are our GDCU Metro cricket players that play in like Division 3s and Division 4s, and generally straight deliveries tend to get them out LBW or bowled, etc. So it's a good ploy here by Team Jozeni to actually just attack the stumps, because these aren't even your KZN League players that are batting here, with all due respect to their capabilities. Yamin?
Yeah, thanks, Captain. I like to dig up things, and I've dug up something else. The Panthers and Jozeni first group, it was the round game. Guess what? Jozeni were chasing 130 in all sorts of trouble, needing 24 runs of the last 2 overs with 1 wicket to go. And the number 10 batsman hits 25 not out of 12 balls.
Well, that's the thing, because a lot of these players, like I said, seeing Team Jozeni, they are a very fearless team. They don't tend to overthink too much. They go on the day and they play as they are, and it doesn't surprise me that a number 10 of those can score 25 and just back himself. This is the last ball of the power play. It's 4 for 24. Surely there must be some messages now that's going to be sent out to Team Panthers. Do some kind of damage control. There must be some target that they're going to hope that they're going to have in mind. And that's Nick, and that's a fantastic catch. And that crowns a fantastic power play for Team Jozeni. Getting the 5th wicket, it's the captain, Yusuf Musa.
Deja vu.
And
25 for 5 after 6 overs last week, 25 for 5 after 6
well, let's
overs.
remember they had Kings 5 for 25 and they let Kings get to 129.
That's what I'm saying.
Surely now today they're going to look to close it out, but this has just been a poor batting performance by Panthers. But we even saw those wickets more being self-inflicted, playing across the line to full deliveries, just trying to hack across.
This was not a good shot at all. He just helped it on the
Great catch, bad shot.
Brilliant catch by the wicketkeeper.
To say the man's 45 years old. Check that, there's a catch. Replay. He's 45 years old.
That is just amazing. The agility. I would feel hard done by that catch.
Well, if I'm the captain, I'll be very direct here. If I'm the captain of this team, Panthers, if they were my team and we just were at this point, I'll just say, guys, we got 20 overs, we got 14 more, we got 84 balls. Let's look to bat those. Let's just look where we can rotate the strike. Let's accumulate. Let's just take everything every 3 or 4 balls, because clearly half the side is out now. We don't want to get routed and be bowled out for 35-40. We just got to make use of whatever's left. Rotate the strike. Don't take any chances. Surely, Mobin, it has to be keep it on the ground now.
Yeah, it has to be. I would, from this position, even if you could get a runner ball, it's something to bowl at.
Yeah, for sure. It's the end of the power play, and now we enter the second power play, where the fielding captain has the option of putting 5 fielders, a maximum of 5 fielders that are outside of the ring. And we see this one outside off again, cut, and some good fielding, some very good fielding here, and keeps it just down to 1. But yeah, like I said, even if you bat the 20 overs out and get just on 100, at least it's something to bowl at, it's something to defend. You never know what can happen, what mistakes the batting team could make. Anything's possible, but you need to get some total on the board. If you're going to get 60, 65, it's not going to be worth much.
That's true, and there we spoke about the fielding being one of the being very important and a very important component, and Jozeni is showing us exactly how to do it.
Yeah, I think Team Panthers will probably watch a video of this first power play and just be shaking their heads, because like I said, as much as Jozeni's bowled well, I mean, at least 2 of these wickets have been given away by Panthers, and I don't like, again, I don't think it's so much playing at Kingsmead. I just think it's just lack of thought process behind, as you see this delivery that's played, not very timed very well. Fielder not able to make it coming off the boundary to take a catch. They only get 1 run. I just think it's just not a proper thought process here. You just can't. It is a final. You just can't come and play your shots. You're gonna need to watch it, and I just don't. I think they've been caught short in that aspect.
Yeah, just the pressure of the final can get to you as well. It's for some of these guys, it's a once in a lifetime opportunity, and I'm sure that has something to contribute to the way they're getting out.
Yeah, I think there is a specific way to play finals. It is easier said than done for us here just to make comments on what we're seeing before us. But definitely, I think if they could do it all over again, they wouldn't be so irresponsible. That's full and punch down the ground off the back foot. Another 1 run. They need to do more of that, rotate the strike. They managed to get 4 runs off this over the first 5 deliveries. So, actually 5 runs and over. 1, and they should have been doing this at least 15 to 20 minutes ago, and maybe they'll be closer to 40, maybe with a 3 down as opposed to 5 for 29. Just disappointing, and that's chipped off coming off the lower end of the bat down there to the long on boundary, and another 1. So 6 runs off that over. They just need to keep going and accumulating the runs. looking at the scorecard from batters 1 all the way down to the last wicket, 5-4, 5-1, 4, all single digits. This is definitely not the way Panthers envisioned this, Mobin.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure they would have wanted to go hard up front and get a decent power play in, but it hasn't worked out that way. So they've got to knuckle down, as we said, try and rotate the strike, pick up singles, and the bad ball will come.
Oh, bad balls come all the time, definitely, as we have a bowling change.
Sajid Bhai.
Yeah, we got a bowling change. Yes, Sajid coming into the attack. I would actually target getting closer to 85-90. I just send the message out to my batters to keep the ball on the ground. There's no sense in them hitting the ball in the air and giving away their wickets. That's a good length. That's slightly fuller, no shot offered by the batter. I think maybe that might be the better option. Just don't chance certain things.
Also, I think, Captain, you know, because the leg side boundary is so small, you do not have to actually hit. And when you do take on, you will get one over where you can actually change the game around and the momentum would be on your side. And a guy like Arshad Khatib normally opens in T20s for Simplex in the division. So it's not like they do not have batsmen. It's just they're running out of overs. So they need to make sure they rotate the strike. If they can do that consistently, they'll be fine.
Yeah. Like I said, it's easy for us to sit here and make these comments, but I mean, at some point, you know what? They need to take responsibility and accountability. It's been dreadful from them, and they definitely will be ruining some of their shots. Look, the past is the past. They can't go back and undo it, but going forward, they're going to need to know that maybe they need to be a bit more wiser. That delivery was full. How did that miss the stumps, Mobin? I thought once he missed that was crashing into the stumps.
Yeah, that was really close. I'm surprised he didn't hear that death rattle as soon as he missed it.
Got a last delivery here. 3 runs off this over. What does he have planned? Again, slightly full and almost played on. Thick inside edge. And again, that misses the stumps. And that's the end of the 8th over. 5 for 33. Panthers here hanging by on by a few threads here, I mean.
I just want to ask you guys a question. Is it the pitch has gone slow, or is it these guys are making it look like a minefield? Your thoughts?
Mobin?
I can't see the pitch have deteriorated that much. So then again, at least we've seen at least 2 batsmen give their wicket away. So I think it comes down a lot to the batting side rather than the pitch being a problem.
I think Jozeni's obviously targeted a slightly fuller line and has looked to attack the stumps, either getting bowlers out, bowled LBW, kind of looking in that, which is interesting considering the first 2 wickets fell via a catch in the covers and a run out. I don't think the pitch has gotten slow. I mean, being here from the morning, the pitch basically seems to have been the same. I was out there at the toss with both captains. It pretty much looks, I'd say for 85% the same as it did this morning. I just think obviously we need to call it for what it is. Obviously, bowlers bowling in a Group A final is going to be different from bowlers bowling in a Group B final. As you can see, the opening bowlers here aren't exactly the quickest and stuff. But as Yamin said, Munaf, who's bowls of probably one of the shortest runs we've seen of an open bowler, he's a leading wicket taker in the tournament. So like I said, it's a different mindset and it's a different skill level playing in Group B. I actually think maybe you're required to be a bit more patient in Group B per se, because obviously bowling isn't the quickest.
But even in the first game, you called for the bowling to be a little bit slower because the balls that were coming on from the quicker bowlers seemed to travel further.
Yeah, 100%. But like I said here in Group B, like I said, a lot of these players are like Division 3, Division 4 cricketers and things, and they aren't skilled batters like a Tyler Chenoweth. They aren't skilled batters like a Ryan Vaughan, who's the ex-captain of Bria Rovers in Premier League. As you can see, the batter swinging across the line again. We spoke so much about taking accountability, almost being stumped there and whatever. I think in Group B, guys need to just be a bit more smarter in the shot selection and stuff, because if you look at this bowling, it's not that attacking. It's generally harmless. It's just the batters getting themselves out.
Can't exactly say harmless. If they're attacking the stumps, they're obviously doing their job in terms of what they need to do as a bowling team. But yeah, poor shot selection has also contributed to the amount of wickets that have fallen so far.
When I say harmless, I'm referring to they're not steaming it at 130 odd k's an hour. They're not bowling Shakib Al Hassan deliveries that are turning square, that are making the batter turn his entire body to play the delivery. If you're the point I'm trying to make across is it's not bowling that's impossible to play. It's actually, if they apply themselves and they be a bit more patient and think through things and maneuver it through the field, they can actually accumulate runs.
That's true, but Jozeni seems to have found good lines and lengths that are proving to be difficult to get away.
Well, they are finding good lines and lanes, but also I think Panthers could get themselves into better positions and just play a bit more smart. Yamin?
Guys, I think what are we forgetting, or what the most important thing is, that it's a final. It's on everyone's mind. From the time we have announced that the final is at Kingsmead, everyone wants to play there. Remember, a team that does not get overawed by such a situation would win. I think if Panthers could get 115 or 120, like we spoke about, I think it would still be a close game, and it would be much closer. Maybe not as entertaining because the guys are looking ugly out there, but definitely in terms of where would we be on the scoreline, it would be much tighter than the first game. So it's just about hanging in there. It's the tough moments, we know that, but it's about just doing the right thing, put your head down and make sure. And in terms of the bowling, I think there hasn't been many bad balls, which is the key. So the guys have tried to make the decent balls into bad balls, and that's where they've got out.
I also think at this point, from a batting standpoint, 65 for 40 as we approach the end of the 10th over. You need to do the basics right in this point and don't let things get out of hand. Obviously, with irresponsible shots, they've got themselves into this hole. At this point, this partnership here is obviously where it kind of hangs, and they're going to need to play, just do some damage control and make sure that they do the basics right themselves. They don't get out in silly fashion. They don't throw the wicket away trying to get after delivery and come halfway down the wicket and get stumped, for example. Like I said, it takes a bit of smart cricket here and a bit of brain work here now to get themselves out of this tough position, Momin.
Yeah, and these two batters seem to be doing that. The partnership is growing. They're rotating the strike nicely. Let's see how long before they decide to attack.
100%. The interesting thing about Team Panthers, as we reach the halfway point at 5 for 43 of 10, and we are going to have a small break. Team Panthers reminds me a lot of another team that we had here at Winter League called Scorchers. Now, Scorchers, when I started umpiring Winter League, used to get bowled out for 40 and 50 and all these type of things. And suddenly they just started playing a bit smart, and they started doing little tweaks here and there to all disciplines. They ended up in winning 2 trophies. Winning a Kingsmead final in 2019 and a final in 2017. And they're right up there now. They lost the final last, so they're a regular team that finishes. And they were getting bowled for 40 and 50 and all these type of things. And we had another team, Haspac Warriors, for example, in 2015 were getting bowled out for 45, 50 and actually made the final in 2016. So much like Panthers were there, they were also getting rolled out quite cheaply and were also losing games badly. And they've obviously done something right to come to the final here. But they also need to do a bit more thinking to make sure that they don't repeat these type of mistakes, as it seems here, where they are falling apart. So it's been done before in Winter League, and by Panthers themselves, who've come across and who've performed, and who's from embarrassing situations and got themselves into finals and got themselves into these big games. It's a question of now being able to maintain that form even though this may not, this game might not go the way, but they got to go back to the drawing board and say, listen, this is what we were. We did enough. Let's not let ourselves down again.
Yeah, definitely. They obviously this season they've been heading in the right direction. To get to the final, I think, is an achievement in itself. But yeah, they can't look at this as a total negative. They need to. But I still feel that if they get something on the board, they. Oh, and that's a close chance for a catch at short mid wicket.
I think Mubin, that's a spot on analysis because again, these guys are not experienced at this level. The situation would overawe them 100%, and as you can see, there hasn't been many boundaries. That's a chance, and that's taken. That's an excellent catch.
That is another excellent catch, and Jozeni are showing once again how important taking your catches and good fielding is.
It's interesting you talk about being overawed by the occasion and things, because it's amazing that you want to play at Kingsmead, you want to play at Kingsmead for a final, but it seems like if you talk about being overawed, that the fact that you play at Kingsmead and you made it there is now working against you.
I understand that, but it's also human nature to be nervous and the pressure getting to you. That is why I feel that if they get a decent enough score, I'm sure that the Jozeni, although they've been out in the field and they're putting in a brilliant performance, so in terms of nerves, they might have calmed down, but I'm sure that when they get out to bat, they will also be under pressure.
No, for sure, nerves are there. Everybody gets nerves. But at some point, you got to realize that you are playing a final, and you got to find coping mechanisms. Like we find in life where we have these issues, but we got to get on with that because life doesn't stop. And I think we got to find ways how to control and how to measure things. Otherwise, if you just allow things to consume you, it's going to be, it's going to destroy you. Like if it is the case that they're being overawed here, 6 for 44, it's kind of done some kind of destruction.
Hopefully it doesn't affect them too much mentally. Like you said, they have improved on their game, and a performance like this can set them back. But let's hope that that does not happen.
Well, the bowler bowling here, Minaz Abuji, he is a very, very, I've umpired for him quite a few times. He's a very thinking bowler. He bowls some really good, comes around the wicket, can dart it in sometimes, takes it away from the right-hander. He even comes over the stumps like he's coming here now. He's a genuine, one of the best, for me, one of the best bowlers we have in Group B, as that's popped out to the same fielder that took the catch, and he does overrun it, but they don't take another run. Ziad Sheikh now on strike. He played in a final at T20 for Bandits. It was on the losing side of things. They're losing to Team Scorchers in 2017, but a decent enough experienced cricketer. Can hit a long ball. His experience will be vital here to the guys coming lower down the order, just to keep them calm and not make them lose their head. As they approach 50 now, what they wouldn't do for another 30-40 runs after that, at least to get something on the board.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure that I feel they should just play for the next 5 overs cautiously and rotate the strike, get as many singles as they can if the bad ball comes in the boundary, and then push from there in the last 5 overs.
We have a decent crowd here as well. We have a decent crowd here with the guys actually coming in on a Saturday. Remember, it's still a working day, and we thank everyone for making this possible. The guys from Pitch Vision, all the sponsors that came through at the last minute, to all the supporters, to all the teams, to all the officials, thank you so much.
Moin Patel, there is a bowling change. 6 for 45 off 11. What's he going to do? Probably go full first ball. Actually goes short, and that's hit quite decently above the inner ring. He did deserve that treatment to be cut away like that, and you just get the 1 run, but it's fine. Again, just keep the scoreboard ticking. You got 53 balls now left. Add 53 to 46, and that's 99, and it's something that can be defended. Like I said, last year's Group A final, the academy defended 116, 117. So it's not like it hasn't been done before. And if you take your catches, anything is possible. Catches win matches. We spoke about this earlier. Mubin?
Yeah, we did, and Jozeni's fielding has been really, really good. They've taken their chances. They've cut off the boundaries. They've got a run out in as well. Just brilliant fielding. So if the Panthers can get something decent on the board and field as well as Jozeni, or half as good as Jozeni, they'll put pressure on them and make a good first of it.
Yeah, definitely. It's gonna definitely take a lot of work, a lot of digging deep. They've done this before. I mean, like we said, they lost 3 in a row and needed to win every single game to make the knockouts, and they did that and even finished 3rd in the log, not even 4th. So Panthers are capable of fighting. I mean, you know, as a Panther's a proper fighting animal. And like I said, they used to get rolled out quite cheaply before and lose embarrassingly, and they fought really hard to get here. So it's not like they can't do anything. It's not like they can't win from here, but it's going to take a lot of work, but they are capable of doing it.
Yeah, and generally big cats, when they are pushed against the wall, that's when the claws come out.
Yeah, Imran Khan and the Pakistan team in the 1992 World Cup ironically play like cornered tigers, and then we have cornered panthers.
Definitely, and they went on to win that World Cup, and maybe the Panthers can do something similar here.
Even more ironically is that World Cup, Pakistan won one of their first 5 games. Panthers won one of their first 4 games. Pakistan ended up winning 5 matches in a row to win the tournament, including semi-final and final. Panthers won 4 in a row, and last week won their 5th in a row in the semi-final. How's the similarities there? Cornered Panthers, cornered Tigers.
I think it's so apt that, as you said, we're making history here, and Pakistan sort of did that in terms of that 92 World Cup. So to draw similarities from there and to be a part of it is just amazing.
Yeah, amazing how things just have a way of being deja vu, as we see Minaz Abuji again here. Ziachek looking to cut that, misses it. He's lucky that wasn't just a little bit lower. That would have been straight onto middle stump. They've just got to look to accumulate the runs here. That's all. 47 balls. They've just got to look to try and make the runs, keep the scoreboard ticking. And that's cut away down to the sweeper boundary. Like I said, Team Panthers have already proved in this tournament that their fight is winning 4 in a row to get 3rd spot. No greater stage to try and replicate that than here at Kingsmead.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm sure they'll be hoping for some for a performance that would replicate Pakistan's exploits in that 92 World Cup.
Another quick single here. Total edges closer to 50. The crowd, got a decent crowd here. It's a nice atmosphere here, nice environment. Some people coming to enjoy the finals, and again making room for that and forcing that off the back foot, and another run, and that's the 50. So Panthers have got 50. They would definitely look to get more than just a little bit more than that. Definitely around 85-90. They'll definitely take that, as we see, you know, as the batter shaping up for a big shot and just ends up slicing that down the leg side. They'll just get 1. They're looking to attempt a second, and they don't get anything, and that's the end of that over. Scoreboard is ticking though. They are generally looking to get a runner ball, or 1 more ball left. And that's forced off the back foot, played down to long off. The score Turks on to 52. 42 balls left, 6 for 52. Yamin?
Not a great situation to be in. So, yeah, let's see. Not a great situation at all, guys. But the positive is that Ziad and Nadeem are no mugs with the bat. And maybe, just maybe, Jozeni could become a bit complacent, and that's where they can take advantage. So, but the thing is, you have to keep on fighting till the last ball. There is 20 overs available. Make sure you use all the remaining balls. You might even get extras, you know. So if you're not there, you'll never know. You have to keep on fighting.
Yeah, you can't undo what's already been done. As you see, that forced again, backing away to leg and forcing that out onto the offside. Nobody backing the throw, and I think that's probably one of the very few mistakes Jozeni's made today. Nobody being able to back the throw. In general, their fielding has been impeccable. So that's something we see all the time in Group B, but Jozeni's definitely got that down to a fine art today. Captain Imran getting his field where they need to be. As Moin runs up, that's
a good shot.
Played. Right, they'll be able to pick up a couple here because the fielder from long off has got to run along the boundary, and that will be 2 runs. They'll need more of that, Mobin.
Yeah, definitely. A lovely shot through the covers by Nadeem. One more point I want to make about the Jozeni team. They seem to have it worked out quite well in terms of their field placings and bowling to their field. Yamin mentioned getting a few extras. They haven't even conceded a lot of extras. It's just 4 for the innings so far, and we're in the 14th over. So that also is really good from their side.
Guys, all this, and these guys do not have any facilities to practice on. The whole year, they have a mat, which they play on a Sunday. Monday to Saturday, they open the shops. They get there. Actually, they asked me why could the final not be on a Sunday. It was actually Eid is tomorrow, right? These guys have got borrowed guys from other shops to cover their jobs to come and play this game. Number one, travel 350 kilometers. They do not practice, right? They do not have facilities to practice. To get to the final and to dominate like how they are. We will not say hold anything against Panthers, but wow, this is excellent.
That is truly amazing. And to have such control in terms of your lines, your lengths, your field placing. And fair enough, we said that the Panthers did give away a few wickets, but you can't take all the credit away from Jozeni as well. They have done their part brilliantly.
There's a referral here now. The captain will be called in action. I'm putting it off. That's a close call. It's a close call. 1 frame back maybe. Captain, it's your decision. It's closer than it looks, eh? It's close. It's close. Trying to get the best angles possible here. It's closer than it looks. Much closer than it looks. That was one of the closest calls captain would have had to make today.
Yeah, I had to have a few looks at that, ladies and gentlemen. That looked quite tight, but that looked like his batter just made it past the crease when the bail popped. Like I said, a decision no umpire would be able to make with just their eyes, hence being referred up here. And thanks once again to the fantastic work done here by the pitch vision guys on being able to give us that frame by frame, basically millisecond by millisecond, so we could make that decision. So thanks so much at pitch vision. Once again, third umpire here at the Winter League Finals. Absolutely sparkling to have that facility here today. Thank you very much, Winter League, for another fantastic innovation and experience here. 6 for 58 or 14.1. Minaz Abuji continuing here in his last over, 1 for 10. He'd definitely be looking to end Eddie spell off here with a wicket. Batters will just be looking maybe to even see him out or to rotate the strike, which they do, down to the sweeper boundary, and that's just 1 run.
That was really a close one. Like you said, millimeters in, millisecond quicker, and he would have been gone.
I just think it's fantastic that we have this facility. I mean, you know what? The umpire's job is never easy. We've been out there in the middle. We've had calls that we've made, and then we've heard so many.
That's gone.
People say, no, do you have glasses? He's like, that's out, that's not out, whatever. The job isn't easy. As you see another wicket go down, a stumping, batter out of his ground. Ironically, the umpire, they're not even needing to refer it up here. He must have been quite a bit out. Again, it's not an easy job. No one can see that with the eye plane. Standing at square leg to see certain things sometimes isn't easy. Nice to have the third umpire here, Yamin.
Yeah, I mean, it's always reassuring as an umpire on the field if you do have, someone that you can trust, obviously, and as in a third umpire, because this, as you saw, this decision that we had to make. I mean, that's a blink and miss. Even if you have your full eyes on it, it's not that easy. I mean, Sibonga had a much easier decision to make now compared to the one he had to make just now. So yeah, in case the same batsman, but yeah, now Panthers are really losing their way, and yeah, let's see what happens.
Oh, 1 over 15 runs, a few boundaries. You never know. Get them close up to 85-90. I believe 85-90 can be defended.
I think so also, because just like the pressure seems to have gotten to the Panthers, I feel that it would also have an impact on Jozeni. So we want to see a close game as well. So it would be nice for them to get as many as they can. But from here on, it's looking like around 90. That would be a good score.
Last ball of the spell there by Minaz, and that's just chopped more than anything into the to the fielder at short point. 5 overs left, 7 for 60. Panthers now surely need to have a target in mind. Not much batting left. Definitely, I feel they definitely would feel disappointed, but there is so much you can do. Sometimes you just have these bad days.
You can do that. Let's have a look. Okay, we got an interesting one here. We need to check when the last boundary was. Let's have a look.
Yeah, I would think that would probably be probably some 8 to 9 overs ago. The captain Imran Ikeren are bringing himself on here now. Let's see what he can do. Maybe looking to take some pace off, maybe. Try and clean up this tail. He doesn't start off very well. He's lucky to get away with that. The batter just getting some pad on that. Not the greatest delivery. He'll definitely not want to bowl that again.
I think the batsman's going to feel like he missed out there.
Yeah, look, it's slow. I think at this point they're going to try and look at where they can get a few more runs. There's 28 balls left. They've got to look to try and bat these out and get maybe it up to around 85. Siad Sheikh, like I said, is experienced as he cuts that away, but again finds the fielder. It just seems every time they seem to get the ball away, there's a fielder there. That's good captaincy by Imran Kedia, the captain here of Jozeni. Like you said, a team that travels 300, leaves home at like 3:30 in the morning just to get here to play the fixtures on a Sunday. That type of commitment is definitely paying off here.
As our guys in the stats department have proven yet again, in 15.4 overs, there has been only one boundary scored. Next, we're looking at dot balls.
Well, I guess it is kind of. I guess it is kind of hard with the wickets falling all over to try and sometimes with wickets falling all over, you just have this reluctancy to play a shot, to play any shots in fear of getting out. And I just think, like I said, it's a learning experience for Panthers because, like I said, they've inflicted this upon themselves. But it's a good learning curve, and they definitely will come back fighting.
I get that, but also you have to compliment the captain of Jozeni because he's got his players in the right place. His fielders there have been some good cut shots, but it's all been straight to the fielder, and even the ones that have been hit straight, the fielders coming around, so he's obviously got his quicker fielders on the boundary straight, and they're cutting off everything that's been hit in their direction.
Well, obviously, sometimes at this level of cricket and stuff, sometimes, you know what, sometimes as a fielder, you got to think as a batter, where would I put the ball, where would I hit the ball? It probably might be a bit easier to try and set a field if you kind of have an idea of what I would do as a batter in this situation, where I would place the ball, and I think maybe that's helped. Take nothing away from the brilliant fielding by Team Jozeni, but it kind of helps to kind of control the game when you have a team a few wickets down and you're putting them under pressure. You kind of know where to kind of put the fielders because you know what you as a batter would do if you were in that situation.
Leaving all of that aside, 41 dot balls. Just one ball short of 7 overs. In 16 overs, guys. Are we playing test match cricket today?
Like I said, it comes back to what I said about they've got themselves into this hole because they've given a few of their wickets away. There is not much there is to it. It's just been an unfortunate innings for Panthers.
Actually up to 42 now, so we have a full 7 overs.
No, they'll come back from this. It takes us, sometimes you go through stuff like this, it can just knock you down that you just go under. I think Panthers will fight through this and they'll come. They got some fighting cricketers, quite a few fighting cricketers. So they'll learn, and I have no doubt, as that's played well, fielder on the ball. I have no doubt that they'll come back at next year's Winter League and they'll play more effective cricket. I even will go as far as to say I can actually see them being semi-final contenders at next year's Winter League because they have the experience, backs against the wall, and they know what it takes.
But again, the difference or the thing, the reason why Jozeni is doing so well is, okay, yes, we know they don't have practice, they don't have any facilities to practice. They play one match a week on that carpet. But the biggest advantage they have is they all play together. They all, week in, week out, they know what guy can do what. Panthers, on the other hand, yes, there's quite a few guys actually from Simplex, but they have also, as usual, I mean, you would, as a normal team would, get some recruits in. Maybe it's just a case of they haven't figured out what's the best role for each of their players. Also, the biggest loss, in my humble opinion, is the loss of Yusuf Abdullah. Him not being available today makes a big difference. If they were 3 down and he was coming in at number 5 or number 4, they could have just batted around him. But again, one guy, we would say it doesn't make a difference, but then you point to Tyler Chenoweth.
Well, the whole notion of Yusuf Abdullah, yeah, okay, but in hindsight, what if he came out to bat and he got out first ball? It's easy to say in hindsight, this could have happened if Yusuf was here, Yusuf Abdullah, etc. I also think, or if you look at it from another aspect, if you look at it, Team Jozeni tends to have a lot more older kind of players. And maturity could obviously play a role into that, whereas the guys are a bit more chilled and they're a bit more comfortable in terms of things. They seem to be a bit more elder people in their team per se. People close to 40, people over 40 and things like that. So they maybe tend to be a bit more relaxed, and they maybe just realize that this is a game. Let's just go there and have fun. Hence the reason driving 700 kilometers a day, Mobin.
Yeah, definitely. And as you said, it's definitely a team effort. And we have our first boundary in 16 overs. That's a lovely shot by...
Through the offside, down to the sweeper boundary.
Listen to the cheer of the crowd.
That's a big cheer.
We know who the crowd is supporting.
Lots of Panthers support out here. Oh, and that's the bottom edge. Doesn't carry to the keeper.
To say that's a much needed boundary will be the understatement of the day. Takes the score up to 73. Now there's 15 balls left. Surely they'll be looking to get it closer to 90. They have to go at some point. There's only 2 overs after this. They're going to have to play some shots. As we see one there. And that's 6. That's 6. That's 6. The foot was over the rope with the ball in the hand. 6. Get on the wall. Where's the walkie-talkie?
Yeah, done.
That's 6. A good catch by the fielder, but his foot was clearly over the rope there. And that was 6. Well struck. 10 runs of 2 balls. More action seen in the last 90 seconds than we have in the past 40 odd minutes. But absolutely fantastic. A shot there. And that's not to the short part. That was at the long boundary, I mean.
Yeah, is this what will swing the momentum into the Panthers' innings? The long-awaited momentum they were looking for, because they have 11 of the over so far with 1 ball to go?
Yeah, definitely looking to get it closer to that 90-run mark and stuff. And look, it was a good shot. He well middle, but fantastic feeling because the catch was held. It's just unfortunate that he had his foot over the rope. And another one. Wow. And that bounces off the stand onto the steps, onto the roof. And geez, Panthers getting some much needed momentum here at the end of the over. Wow. 1 boundary in 16 overs, and then we see 3 in 1 over. Absolutely fantastic, Mobin. This maybe should have been happening maybe 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, but I think the loss of wickets have actually prevented this from happening earlier. But great striking and long awaited.
I think the magical figure is still about 100. If they can get to somewhere around 100, we should have a contest on our hands.
No, I think so for sure. Like we were saying, get it closer to around 90, get it close to 100, something respectable. Some clean hitting there, much needed. The question is, how much can they get in this over? A swing and a miss of the first ball there by Ziachik, and that's full. That's full, yeah. There's no signal from the umpire. That looked a bit high, but obviously the umpire deeming it not to be above the waist. And some good fielding there on the boundary. And now there's a bit of confusion because the batters were out of the batters were out of his crease. They're thinking it's 4 because it didn't go for 4, and the batter was taking his own time making the ground. The wicket has been broken. Now is there any kind of chat going on here? What would the fielding captain do? And because the batter clearly was out of his ground, there's no doubt about that. And I think there's some confusion, and it's fantastic to see the captain here, Imran Ikeria, not pursuing his appeal because that wasn't 4 and he's well within his right to claim the wicket. Whether the batter really should be watching the ball, but that's fantastic spirit of the game here, Yamin.
They've always been good, sportsmen. It's also, in a way that's what comes around to help you, I mean, fair enough, everyone plays to win, but you don't want to win at any cost. And that's an excellent shot by Ziad Sheikh.
And that's just filleted through the offside wide long off stood no chance as it goes down to the extra cover boundary. But once again, and there's a fantastic shot there by Ziad Sheikh. And now the total getting closer to 100. But again, we spoke about it this morning about the spirit of the game that we've had here at KH Winter League. It's fantastic the way the guys have interacted with each other and kept up. Cricket must be the winner, and they've kept up the spirit, and that's brilliant. Mobin, what are your thoughts on that?
No, it's definitely brilliant. It's really commendable that the game of cricket is actually the winner in a situation like this.
Yeah, for sure. And that's hit, and hit high. Now, fielder underneath it. And he just cannot hold on to that. And there'll just be one run. And the score moves closer to 100. 7 for 93. Some shots being played here by Panthers, and I think it's a lot to say about their fighting abilities, because at 5 for 24, able to get all the way up to 93 as we enter the last over. But if there would be a fair play award, it would definitely go to Team Jozeni for this act in a final, which, you know, a game. At sometimes this game can be, we see things with man-catting, and we talk about the spirit of the game, and is this here and is that there. This game sometimes can be a bit, if I could use the word, a bit. Can work against you sometimes. Can be sometimes. We've seen it at the Under-19 World Cup where the West Indian batter man-catted the Zimbabwean batter in the last over. It can be cruel sometimes, but to see in a final at Kingsmead with thousands of people watching, for this captain not to pursue that run-out, I mean, that's a good example for everybody watching, not just kids.
Yeah, definitely, because there have been many incidences, even in international cricket, where people have claimed catches and that they didn't actually take, and things like that. And as we said, these guys, they drive 700 Ks just to play a game of cricket, so they obviously love the sport, and that just shows in their attitude towards the game. Okay, we're into the final over. And that's another good shot over the cover. And again, cut off brilliantly by the Jozeni fielder. And they threw for 2.
Once again, the batsmen are not crossing and standing and watching. And this time they will be run-out ball watching. I think the Jozeni guys gave them a chance the last time around, but it's not the case in every opportunity.
But then again, it's brilliant sportsmanship from Jozeni. And there we had a chance for a man-cat.
I think there's got to be an extent to things you can do. You cannot start stealing ground as well. And with the new laws that will come into play, it will be a run-out anyway. So it's a give and take situation. You gotta weigh the pros and cons as well, I think. And yeah, if you stick to your ground, then no one's gonna do that.
No, definitely. And the thing is, and that's another 6.
It's a nice music shot.
Excellent ball striking. And we have the 100 is up, and we have 3 balls left in the innings. It's a good fight back by the Panthers.
Last 2 balls. So what score are we going to get? Mobin, what do you think?
I think 105. They should actually target around 110.
2 boundaries ideally?
Ideally, yes. Bowlers running up.
It's excellent slow delivery.
Not much the batsman can do with that. Cannot get underneath it. They threw for a single. And we're down to the last ball of the innings.
Needs it to go for a maximum to touch that 109, where the required rate would be 5.5.
And that's hit up in the air and taken at long on. That concludes the innings. And the total is 103. 103 for 8.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen. Team Panthers looking to defend 103. Jozeni 104 of 20. Just over 5 runs to the over. 5.2 to be exact. Not exactly the greatest, the most largest runs per over required, but still, you got to get the runs on the board. Now, anything is possible. We know that. 103 is something to bowl at. Hard work by Panthers in that last 20 odd minutes of their chase. Fantastic hitting by Mark and a cool head by Ziad. They're marshalling the guys and getting to that 100. How vital might those tail end runs be, as we see the first bowler getting ready, coming over the stumps right arm. Bowler Jacobs coming right arm over. 2 fielders allowed out in this first power play of 6 overs. We have a third man in a deep backward square. In he comes. Right arm over the stumps. And it's a good length ball. Kind of swinging into the batter, and he just plods it down, and they'll take a single. Jozeni on the way, thinking about glory here. Fell at the Group B final at T20 last year and semi-finalists last year. Panthers in their first final, and a well-earned final at that by Panthers. Clawing their way back, mind the pun. What can they do here in defending the score? It can be done. Anything is possible. An early wicket, a run out, and then Jozeni are really chasing it. Let's see what happens. And again, that's slightly some excellent fielding. Excellent fielding there at short fine leg. That one played off the hip. And some committed fielding there. Obviously, Panthers have made their minds up now that they're going to put their bodies on the line. And that's some good commitment. They're saving a certain boundary there. Corner runs in, and that one slightly shorter, and the batter has a wild swipe at that and misses it completely. So it's interesting field here. We have a slip that's not in a first or second slip, more like a third slip. No one at one slip. There's no one in the gully. You've got a backward point. Got a short extra cover. A mid-off and a mid-on. What does Connor do? Sorry, Jacobs. And another wild swing there by the batter. And maybe his partner might want to go down and have a word with him and just explain to him that, hey, listen, let's just take it easy. It's still early days, but a wild swipe across the line. Is there really a need to do that when you're chasing just 5.3 and over? Bowler Jacobs might want to think maybe bowl a different line on this last ball. Let's see what he does. And there's a halt there, disrupting Jacobs' momentum. Might work in his favor. What is he going to produce for these remaining deliveries? Maybe slightly fuller. Well, he might need to get in a first slip there or a second slip, and again a stoppage. And I think it's the wind that's has it blown the bails off. So the wind blowing the bails off and the cap off. So the elements now starting to play a bit of a role in the game. It's interesting, we haven't seen this the whole day. Now for the third time, Jacobs runs in, delivering this fifth ball, and that's outside off, and another wild swing by the batter looking to play that on the offside, and misses that for the third time. 3 dot balls in a row, and it's just lucky he just hasn't got a scratch onto any one of those. Might need to get maybe his timing right. Might want to just get to the other end, see the over out. It's just the first over. 104 the target, not 150. And his partner and him need to communicate here. Can't afford to lose an early wicket. Anything can happen thereafter. Last ball. Jacobs runs in, and this is hit high. This is hit high. There's 3 fielders, and the catch has been taken. The catch has been taken. Finally, that innings of the batter comes to an end. He wasn't looking comfortable, wasn't enjoying it. That ball hurried onto him, and he just was too late onto it and hit it in the air. I mean, the previous 3 balls he just swung and missed. And what a catch coming in from mid-on. What a fantastic catch by the fielder. That was very impressive to hold on to that. Panthers know that they need to hold on to the catches and look at every advantage they can take in defending this. That's a fantastic catch. Wow, what a way to end the over. It's 1 for 2 after 1. That will be definitely the start team Panthers were looking for to get an early wicket. A fantastic catch there by Tragan Govender. Wow, that is fantastic. And it is the new batter on strike. Just looking, because the batter's crossed, the new batter would be on strike as it's the end of the over. As of the new laws of the game coming into effect on the 1st of October, had this been during the over and not the end of the over, regardless of whether they crossed or not, the new batter would be on strike. But just the start, Panthers would need here Mobin, and some early pressure here by Jozeni.
Yeah, and the excellent fielding has continued from the Panthers, so this one's looking like it's going to be a tight one.
If you think about it, much like the first innings, Jozeni are putting the pressure on themselves here, because he swung and he missed at 3, and he put himself out of his misery by putting the 1 in the air. Never look comfortable. So it tends to these guys, it's more of them getting themselves out.
And that's the second wicket to fall.
Another one down. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. What definitely Team Panthers had their team talk and have put their plans into position. Now a second wicket, and like I said, this comes on the back of the of not the greatest batting that led to the downfall of the first wicket, and it just has a ripple effect. And now it's a second wicket down caused from after poor shot selection and stuff for the first wicket. And like I said, these things just tend to have a ripple effect when things are not done properly.
Yeah, definitely. And there as well, it was a bit too close to cut, but he went for the cut shot and he just played on.
Another one down, and this is early pressure. Like you said earlier, one can bring 2. One has brought 2. And this definitely now brings the match into the balance. Now another wicket that goes down now for Jozeni, and then Panthers' tails are really up. And how vital would those last 12 to 15 balls where they accumulated all those runs be? 2 for 2, Jozeni. Wow, I see it's fasten your seatbelts, viewers. We're in for one humdinger of a Group B final here.
Panthers are definitely in on an attack with their offside field packed and a short cover in place as well. good length ball, defended, blocked out to mid-on, no run.
I think it's healthy for the two batters here to just come together, have a chat, and say, listen, this is us. We're going to chase this 104 and we're going to be responsible. As we see another player in the miss here. You just can't afford to lose another wicket. And it just goes to show if you just play with your head a little bit, you can avoid getting your team into tricky situations.
Yeah, I think if they just keep their heads, the score is not difficult to chase. And another swing across the line, and I think they just need to calm themselves down, rotate the strike, and let the game play out that way.
Well, like I've always said, it's easier said than done when we hear up in the commentary box. But I mean, they really need to think. This is a final. There's no coming back after this. They need to find ways to rotate the strike, and they really need to find ways to try and cope, because it is pressure. It's a final. It is Kingsmead. And that's wicket maiden. But they've got to find ways how to cope now. They've got to find ways now how to get these remaining runs without taking too many chances. They've got to be smart. They've got to just look to put the ball in the gap.
Yeah, definitely, because the run rate is definitely not way out there, and that's something that's not achievable. They just need to play sensibly, and like we said in the first innings also, rotate the strike, play sensibly, the bad ball will come.
Yeah, for sure, the bad ball definitely comes. Now, what I'm interested now, if I'm the Panthers captain, I've got 2 wickets. I need a first and a second slip. I've got to put pressure. We need a first slip there. Something's going to go past the keeper very soon.
The only thing he can do is attack. And like you said, I agree with you 100%. There should be a first slip as well. They've got a wide second slip, more like almost third slip. And any edge between those two is going to result in a boundary.
There would be an edge because new batters tend to scratch and feel. They tend to scratch and feel a bit more. And there needs to be one, even if it's just a first slip, it's fine. And that bounce being a bit too much there for the keeper, and they get through for 2 byes. My point is, the new batter, it has been called wide. Okay, so that was obviously over his head. Called wide there by the umpires, and 1 for the over, so definitely a height wide there. The point I'm trying to make is new batters generally tend to scratch and feel outside the off stump, and they generally do tend to nick off, and we see that. So if I were him, I mean, like I said, sometimes it's subtle things. You don't need to be brilliant to do well. It's just little thinking things behind it, as we see Jacobs here again, and that one into the body, a lifting delivery, well kept down by the batter, and it's been called no ball, I think, because it's the second one above shoulder. Or is it a front foot? Okay, so that's a front foot no ball and a free hit. So my point is, you don't have to be the most brilliant fielding tactician. It's just little things to think of as a batter, and you need a first slip in there. Reminder, it's a free hit, so the batter cannot be dismissed. Batter can only be dismissed, run out, obstructing field, or hit the ball twice. Let's see what method Jacobs uses here. And that is smashed. Length ball. And put into the crowd. I just hope the person there is okay. That's 6. That relieves a lot of the pressure of Team Jozeni and doubles the pressure on the bowler, Mobin.
Yeah, definitely. That was short of a length, and he got onto it quickly, he picked the length quickly and smashed it over mid-wicket. Coming back to your point about the first slip, the captain himself was out nicked off in the first innings. So I would have thought that he would have taken something out from that.
You don't have to be the jack of all trades. You don't have to be a Graham Smith, a Ricky Ponting, a Stephen Fleming, a Clive Lloyd, all these great captains to understand or to make fielding changes like that. It's simple. How many times do you see batters nick off their first few deliveries they face because they're prodding. They're trying to get a feel of the ball. And I think it's just, you're defending 103. You need to get these things right.
Yeah, definitely. We don't want to concede a boundary from a nick off and then rue the chance, because there's not a lot of runs to play with as well.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. What's the reply after being smashed for 6? What does Jacobs have? Maybe Fuller. Let's see what he does. Runs in, that ball does swing some tail in swing, and chance of a run out. And that delivery tailing in quite a bit of in swing there, Mobin.
Yeah, with that delivery showing that he's getting the ball to swing, I would think it'll serve him better to pitch it a lot fuller than he actually did for that ball that went for 6.
Games of cat and mouse here going on here. Look, if Jozeni came out and were already sitting on 30 after 2.2 overs, and we'd say it would be a boring final. This is exciting. This is why we watch the game. We're seeing a very interesting contest here. Panthers have scratched and they've clawed, mind the pun, and they've made this a contest, and they've come out here and they've bowled and fielded fantastically.
That's another good shot through the covers, and it'll bring him 2 runs.
But that's a fantastic thing, because if you look how the fielder, that's Yasin, chased the ball. That was some commitment. I mean, that could have easily been 3, and they are fighting for every run. They just got to make sure that they, like I said, they held on to that catch. They got to make sure they do their basic disciplines right.
That's another no ball for front foot. And it's going to be another free hit. Strap yourselves in, guys. The last one went for 6.
And just remember, it's the same batter, so the field can't change. So even if he smashed that one over the deep mid wicket boundary, they can't put a deep mid wicket there because they never had a deep mid wicket for him initially. Had the batters changed and the other batter had to face the free hit, then they could easily change the field, Mobin.
Yeah, that's true. Unfortunately, the field cannot change. And it's another no ball, and that has been smashed back over his head for 4, and another free hit to come.
Well, what I'd like to see happen here is some of the other bowlers or the other quick bowlers go and have a chat with him. You know, just have a word with him, keep him going, say, listen, it's fine, let's just keep going. These things happen. Front foot no balls, they're part of the game, they happen. Just to keep his head in it. See, his captain is now giving him the ball and having I don't know what is said to him. It's still a free hit because this wasn't a legal delivery. And what is Jacobs going to do? The batter clearly has benefited now because both no balls have costed them. He runs in now, and that's wide, and it will still be a free hit because that's wide.
7 runs off 1 ball effectively. 7 runs off no ball actually.
Yeah, that's still a free hit because the free hit ball has to be a legal delivery. If it's a wide or a no ball, it has to be rebowled. There is some pressure here. His captain having a word with him just to keep him calm. I would like to see some other guys run up to him. But anyway, let's see what happens here, Mobin.
That's a full toss, and it's been smashed through the offside for 4. Brilliant shot.
Well, they got to think about finding ways how to stop these runs because these free hits have proved costly. We've seen a 6 and 2 force come off these no balls. And there we go. One of his fielders is going up and talking to him. This is good to see. We need someone to talk to the youngster to keep him going, to give him the ideas. This is what we need to see more of in the game when a player is having a bit of a bad time. Guys getting behind him. It's good to see his teammates getting behind him, just giving him some advice, saying, "Keep going, son. Who knows? You might get a wicket off this ball."
Yeah, it's always good to have some encouragement. That is a good delivery outside of stump, play and miss.
That's nice and full, and that's a good comeback from him, showing some fight there. Like I said, it hasn't been the greatest over, and he just wants He just wants it to come to an end. He's got one ball. Let's see how he closes up the over. Wow, man, if he gets a wicket here.
That'll be the perfect end for him for this over. Another length ball outside our stump and no shot of it.
Well, he's young and he'll learn. I mean, obviously, when we're young, we don't always get things right. So he needs to hope maybe his captain will give him another over. He needs to just stay focused. Forget about it. What's done is done. Learn from the errors and support his team going forward.
And you know, they say a game-changing over. I think we might have just seen it. 24 of it. The first 2 overs went for 2 runs and it was 2 wickets. And now we have all of a sudden a 24-run over. Will this see a shift in momentum? Will this see Jozeni just breaking the shackles now?
Well, we could have a triple wicket maiden here. Who knows? Anything can happen. This is T20 cricket. Anything can happen if he gets his lines right here. You never know. 2 for 26 could become 4 for 26. We know how this game is. It's up, it's down. It can be anywhere and everywhere.
And the bowler Zahir Bacchus has already taken a hat-trick in the tournament this season. So anything can happen.
No, for sure. I think they just got to forget about the one over. They're going to dwell on it. It's definitely going to affect them going forward. What does Zahir Bacchus have left? Somewhat delivery played straight, and that's hit down. There is no one on the fine leg boundary, and they've run 2. They might think of a third. They are running a third. So placed in the gap, accumulating the runs now, and it's at this time Panthers need to make something happen.
Funny enough, these 2 guys are the most successful batsmen in the league for them, and generally as well. Sohail is their highest run scorer, just outside the top 10, and Minhaz, I think he's the most in this team and also almost in the league. He's one of the most pleasing batsmen to watch on the eye. The way he just, that full toss that he put away through the covers, he's just so nice to watch. He's so nice and technically sound. He comes on top of the ball. Look how nicely he's played that. There's, you'll get some batsmen who'll get a certain ball on off stump and they'll try and play that over mid wicket, but he'll make sure he gets on top of the bounce, he rides it, and he plays it exceptionally well. It's nice to see guys that don't play as regularly to play shots like that.
Yeah, because even he faced that bouncer and he played it really well under his eyes and just blocked it off, made sure that the ball went straight down, not giving a chance.
Yeah, they need cool heads in this chase, and Jozeni seems to have calmed down a bit after that initial first few overs. What does Zahir Bacchus have? Floats this one more than anything, and again just played, and again smart cricket, just using the pace of that delivery, and they'll be able to get 2 runs here, and that takes the score up to 32, so just 72 more to make, and the run rate now at 4.4, down from the 5.2 it was originally. And Panthers need to make something happen. Generally things like that happen when you tend to make different field changings, when you tend to bring on a new bowler or try something different. Again, I'll have a few more close-in fielders here. We're still in the power play, so there is 7 fielders allowed in the ring. Maybe they need to work with their fielders maybe and make something different happen.
Also, that's the difference I was talking about in the bowling. I mean, you have just beaten Scorchers, who were destroying teams left, right and centre, finishing second. You open with Arshad Khatib and Zahir Bacchus. Zahir's done his part. He's bowled a maiden in the first over. Fair enough, you've got a young quick bowler in Luke Jacobs, but he is fairly unexperienced. As the last over showed, he couldn't bowl his over out. You have a guy like Arshad Khatib who's optimal pace for this wicket, and as soon as you see a few extra I don't know if you guys noticed, as soon as you see a few extra kilometers added onto the pitch, it seems like it's come to life. Now we have a change of bowler, Tragan.
That one they're going down leg, and appeal for LBW there, but clearly missing leg. changing it up a bit now. Tragan, who's been very successful in this year's Winter League. Definitely Panthers need to do something different here, either if it's with their field positions or with something. They cannot afford Jozeni to just run their 2s and 3s at will. They were didn't even go for a lot of boundaries in the last over because they were just placing the ball, playing subtle. That's how you need to bat on this wicket, fair enough. But again, I'd like to see a slip fielder. I'd like to see someone close, forcing them to go over the top by cutting down that single option.
Yeah, definitely. You can't just let the batsmen be in their zone. You need to shut off their runs and try and make them do something differently. That is hit across the line onto the leg side to deep square leg for a single.
Now I think you need to make things happen a little. You create your own luck. They've definitely prepared well in this tournament, Panthers. Now they need to create the opportunities so luck meets so preparation meets the opportunities.
I think Tragan is a good bowling option here. He does tend to bring the ball in nicely, and also his pace would suit that of the wicket. Let the batsmen make their own pace. I think what would make this chase is the start. These guys were 25 for 5, and if Panthers do not get any more wickets, I think they'll be pretty much out of it, because the new ball is where you can make it happen, where you can make or break your game. I know Panthers finished slightly on a high, but they should have been much more positive going, from the start. Not everything has to be in hitting or taking risks that you have to be positive. You can positively play it for a single. You can positively push it in the gap for 2.
Oh, it's a learning experience for them. I mean, maybe a bit of stage fright for them today, but they'll learn. They've come, look, for a team that lost 3 of their first 4 games and then won 4 in a row to finish 3rd on the log, not even 4th. They're fighters. They definitely are a bunch of fighters, and they'll definitely come back and they'll learn from this. And that's played, smashed, quite flat, just about, I'd say, a 1.5 foot over the mid-off field of the captain's head, and that goes for 4, and the score moves on to 39, and they've found their niche now. They, knowing what shots to play, they've judged the length of the wicket after the early fright they had, losing 2 early wickets. Jozeni never seemed to panic. They never seemed to be go helter-skelter. They just seem to be a bit more calmer. Obviously, the experience of playing semis and finals are a bit more than Panthers. Panthers played semis for the first time, and now it's the final for the first time. So a learning experience, but like I said, they'll definitely come back stronger from this.
Yeah, definitely, Captain. And for the Panthers, basically they need to pick up wickets regularly and quickly. But like you said, Jozeni, they seem to have judged the pitch well, and now after that initial stutter, they seem to be breaking free and making it look much easier than Panthers did for their majority of their innings.
Yeah, I saw Easy playing not easy playing a final in any sport. I mean, the fact that these 2 teams played the best cricket here to get to the final, and it wasn't a very easily fought. It was closely fought. It wasn't easy in Group B. There were a lot of teams that were in contention, and Panthers had to fight hard. As a quick single, and the throw goes to the bowler's end, and that looked like Pato would have been short of his ground there from here. But they fought and they proved that they know what they need to do now, and obviously they know what it takes to do well in this league, and like I said, they'll come back stronger. This game is not over. All it takes is two balls. If you think the score is good, add 2 wickets to it, and if it's still good, and I think if they're 4 for 41, this game is back in the balance. A little run out, a mistimed shot. We know this game. Anything is possible, Yamin.
Yeah, 100%. But seems for now that Jozeni has got over the early jitters, and they do have the 2 most experienced batsmen out there, and I think they've got it in the bag. I'm not gonna beat around the bush. I think they've got it in the bag. It's just, as you said, disappointing from the Panthers' point of view, because they have actually prepared extremely well. And as you said, the B group was, for them in the last 4 games, was actually a virtual knockout in every game. and they've come out on top. And the biggest example of that is the semi-final victory. They actually, maybe they weren't tested enough in the semi-final, or maybe they just had a blind off a day, and then today is a rude awakening for them. Maybe.
It's up and down. We know this game, and it's just the nature. In ODIs, you can have some momentum and win a few on the trot. T20s isn't the same because the game it changes so much with regards to, we see some of the shots played and some of the ways the batting orders shift and all these type of things. I mean, there's nothing that's constant in T20s. I mean, a guy like Sunil Narayan would have never opened the batting ordinarily, and he does it at T20 11 when he's not even good. He doesn't even bat at 7 or even 8 in ODIs.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, another good shot through the covers, and that goes all the way for 4. Coming back to your point about Sunil Narayan, it also it depends on your day, like we've seen already today, and it seems that the second final is Jozeni's day, and coming back from having lost a final and lost a semi-final, they've actually done really well to put themselves in such a strong position at this point in the game.
Yeah, for sure, because what some viewers don't know is they were bordered for 36 by Imani Warriors in their semi-final. I mean, at least here we see Team Panthers making 103. So if Jozeni can come up from that sting and play so well and make this final and actually dominate the group phases as well, did Jozeni. So definitely Team Panthers will come back from this. I mean, sometimes you need to take that heavy knock to realize your resilience, and Panthers are resilient, and they'll definitely come back. As we see the end of the first power play, 6 overs bowled, 2 for 47 Jozeni, and it's just 57 more runs required, and almost halfway there. They'll definitely want to keep that wickets column down to just 2. It's going to be a very interesting second power play. What does the Panthers captain do? Does he keep 5 out? Does he keep more in the ring to put pressure on them? Because it seems like he's still keeping fielders in the ring and just dropping 3 fielders out. So he's keeping 5 in the ring. So he's got 4 fielders out. So, but he needs to find ways to take wickets now, because the only way he's going to win this match is he's going to bowl them out. Yamin.
Yeah, we go. Yeah, captain, I think that's pretty much it. If you cannot take wickets, you cannot win the game. That was quite close.
Yeah, that was quite close. I mean, he's not going to restrict them into inside 104 and 20 overs, so he needs to take wickets and find ways of taking wickets now. If anyone's going to be a hero here for Panthers, now's the time to put your hand up. Your team needs you. Mobin?
Yeah, not when you're playing shots like that. But excellent fielding down on the boundary to stop the boundary. But yeah, they've got to pick up wickets, and they've got to pick them up in a cluster and as soon as possible.
That's some excellent fielding there, and this one is in the air, and that's the wicket. Now, does that change the game? That's the wicket they needed. Now sitting at 3 for 49. Now, what does the captain do? He needs to call his players in and needs to tell them, guys, it's now or never. We need to get this in order. We got another wicket. Never mind, it was a false shot. We induced the error. Now this is what we need to do. He needs to bring in a slip fielder. He needs to have in some close fielders. Put the batter under pressure. That's the only way he's going to get them out. The new batter walks into the crease. The partnership has been broken. The hard work has paid off. Now they need to make the most of it.
Okay, we have a comparison. After 5 overs, Jozeni is 39 for 2, 49. And at the same stage, Panthers were only 18 runs for 2 wickets. So they 20 runs ahead basically, and I would say good captaincy because he didn't send all his fielders out to the boundary, forcing the batsman to hit over the top, which basically created the false shot.
And again, not a slip in. They need to attack. They need to take wickets. They've got one, they need to make another one. The one always brings two, we hear this, but you need to make the second wicket. That line a bit more straighter, maybe going for the LBW. This one looped up. I'll be able to get two. And that's a 50 up. Jozeni 3 for 51. Almost halfway there. What's he going to do to close up the over? Bowls that off a length, angling it into the batter. And there should be two there because that's the long boundary. The sweeper coming off the fence there, throwing that in. And that's the over. 3 for 53 of 7. 51 runs more. Ooh, a short run there by the batters. That will only count as 1 run. Ooh, naughty there. I wonder which batter it was. They need to make sure they get their bat behind the line. Every run counts without a doubt when you're chasing 104.
Definitely naughty by the batter. You have to make sure you make your ground at both ends. Because the match is so close, every run does count. And if it has to come down to the last over, would that short run be effective?
Last time these guys played, as we spoke, it came down to the last wicket. So there's nothing done yet because I know Jozeni, they can be 52 for 3 and they'll be 109 all out or 102 all out. That's how they are. Also, this is the 7th time they're chasing and they have won 6 times chasing already. So this is the 7th time. That's how much they back the bowlers to restrict opposition.
No, fine, fair enough. They found something that works for them, but every game is a new game without a doubt, and that needs to be remembered as we see Arshad Khatib now usually opens the bowling, but coming here as a second change, and his first delivery just played out by the batter. Maybe just getting a sight. If anyone can take a wicket here, it's him. He's performed consistently at this league for a few seasons now, and what's he got here? And that one angled into the batter, pushed into the covers, and they'll take a single. Wonder if he just tries to keep it simple. What does he try to do? Bowl some in swing. I still think they're missing a trick here. They need a slip fielder. They're basically giving a single with an open area that there's no one in the covers. No point, no cover point, no mid-off.
Yeah, I still think that I also agree with you that they should be more attacking because they have to bowl them out. There's no way that they're going to stop them from scoring these runs other than bowling them out. But I also feel that the bowler is the right pace for this wicket.
No, for sure. Ooh, almost another wicket there. Difficult chance there for the keeper. Taking it across the left-hander. I think that's a good idea. Not bowling into his arc. Just not being able to hold on to that one. But that's not easy chances that come that quick. What can you do now again? Slightly full, and that's going to be a wide. Two balls left. And again, another wide sent down the leg. Maybe looking for a stumping. Look, he's trying things. I mean, it's a risk for one run.
But then again, if there's no risk, there's no reward, Captain. That chance by the wicketkeeper was a really difficult chance because he had almost no time to react.
Nah, being a keeper myself, I think that's not, I'm here to tell you that's not easy. Those sticks sometimes they don't. Sometimes you'll be lucky, he'll nick it off and it'll get stuck between your pads and you can and you caught it. Sometimes that can just land awkwardly, maybe come onto your hand and go over your head or such. It happens. That goes over the short extra covers fielder, and they're running a second, and I think that's out. That looked out from here. They referred it now to the third umpire. I'm called in to do the job again. Let's see, because that he looked like he was struggling. From here it looks, but let's see what the cameras tell us. I'm gonna have a look here.
Third umpire to director. Third umpire to director.
And just as I said from here, it just looked out. It just looked like the batter was struggling, and eventually he was, because his bat looked about 4 inches above the ground. The throw could have been a bit better. It was quite high, but fantastic work by Arshad Khatib there to take the ball high and smash it into the stumps as soon as he can. But the throw could have been better. Nonetheless, the batter is out, so I guess that worked out fine for them.
But just like the short run, Captain, I think that was a bit of lazy running by not dragging his bat in, and that's what ended up making him fall short.
Yeah, he looked like he was struggling. I think he could have put a lot more pace in those last 2 or 3 meters. Because from here, like I said initially, I called it out from here because it just looked like he just didn't have. Maybe he just got tired and lacked the stamina. Maybe it was just too much for him to put his bat on. We don't know because we're not out there. These guys have been running around in the field for 20 overs while they were fielding. So at some point, it is fatigue. Let's not remember these are not professional cricketers, so it can't be easy. And at some point. At some point, the bodies are going to give up in small ways. But again, just the wicket they needed, and once again this match gets back into the balance. And wow, 4 for 58. This is an entertaining final by both teams, regardless.
Yes, definitely, and they've forced the door ajar again. Have the Panthers, and we spoke a couple of overs ago about 1 wicket bringing 2 and maybe a run out or a false shot, and we've had 2 of that since we mentioned it. So we've had the run out and we've had the false shot which went straight up. So let's see what the Panthers can make of it. And
Brian Vickery, the keeper, like I said, one of the most experienced players, like we said, played in a final for Haspac Warriors before, so he knows what it's like to play in Group B finals. He's bringing himself on. Last week in the semi-final at Kloof, he came on and he took out 3 wickets. Yeah, that's the keeper coming in and bowling some leg spinners. What can he do here? Can you imagine the keeper coming on and bowling and taking a few wickets? Very possible. The Dolphins had their own Darren Smith doing that before a few seasons back, and used to bowl some effective leg spin. Wow. Anything possible here, Movin?
yeah, definitely. I was going to allude to Darren Smith because he used to do that quite often for the Dolphins, take his pads off and then turn his arm over. Let's see what he can do. Nice full delivery and just patted back to him.
Yes, there's 2 wickets in the last few overs, and this must be putting a bit of pressure back onto Jozeni. Can you imagine another one? Again, the ball it will tend to go spin a bit more away from the batter here. Why isn't there a slip fielder? You're bowling to the new batter now. Surely there needs to be a slip fielder. I don't see how having someone at a deep slip is going to do anything, because the ball's not going to fly that far. Missing a trick here, but
Yeah, definitely agree with you. We know that they need wickets to win this game, and I feel they should go full on attack. And there you have a play and miss. It could have easily gone through that gap you're talking about.
yeah, that's my point, because if you look at the ground the keeper covered, if he got an edge onto that, a slip could have caught that. And I think they need to think a bit out the box here, and they need to think like cricketers. We see it so many times in international cricket when the new batter comes and there's a slip. We're not asking to put silly points and short legs, but there needs to be some kind of pressure being added here. We now got a substitute fielder on. Unfortunately, fielder Tragan has been injured, and the sub field is on. And again, a tricky delivery there, slightly fuller length there, batter play and misses. That's the end of that over. 4 for 60 off 9. Just 2 runs off that over.
Even though Jozeni are way ahead of the run rate, a couple of tight overs might put them under some pressure. So maybe that is what Panthers are looking to achieve at this point.
And that's played off his legs, down to the fine leg boundary. Fielder chases it, but in vain. That's going to be 4. 40 runs needed now. Something different needs to be done here. Definitely. They've been fighting, they need to fight a bit harder.
And that is a big shot for LBW. It's going down leg side though.
They need to do something different here. There's a big gap, very big gap between Longhorn and deep mid wicket. Very big gap, because the fine leg is now a fine leg out, and it's basically in some ways, if they get it in the right area, it's basically a free hit, because there's some 35-40 meters that is not covered there. And as a batter, what a catch! It's catches like that win matches. We said something's got to give, something has given. Reaching out for that, not to the pitch of the ball. A one-handed catch. What a catch.
For the 3rd time this day, I'm speechless.
It's catches like that are worthy of winning games, and can this turn the game again? Another wicket has fallen, 3 in the last 20 minutes.
And fitting a catch like that taken at Kingsmead, being the home of John T. Rhodes.
Yeah, for sure. John T would be proud of that, and what a fantastic batter, couldn't believe it. Wow. It's moments like that turn a game, and again, now the 5th wicket has fallen with 39 runs. These are going to be a long 39 runs, and it's the informed batter. It's the informed batter Minaz that's out. What a catch. One hand jumping and sticking his left hand out there, worthy of winning games. Wow. I mean, that's just You can't practice for things like that.
No, definitely. That was brilliant. And there's a replay of this brilliant catch. Amazing. I'm speechless as well. That is just brilliant. And at the drinks, the score is 65-5. So they've really given themselves a chance here, Panthers. Let's hope, for the sake of the game, that it goes right down to the wire.
Yeah, surely the pressure is on. Wow, that catch was something else. But it came from a keeper, so he's used to taking those above his head. Quite regulation for the keeper. No, jokes aside, it's the occasion that might get to Jozeni. Otherwise, they are still in the driving seat, pretty much in the driving seat. Right now, the keeper of Jozeni, Ahmed Panchbaya, on strike.
It's guided down to third man for a single. And we have a real game on our hands, folks. It's another big appeal for LBW, but it's angling down towards the leg side. Panthers have really forced this door open and trying to force themselves through it.
We have a guest speaker. He's gonna lend us some of his wisdom, well traveled, Mohammed Patel. What do you have to add? The mic is yours.
No, it's just sometimes with the total as it is 104, sometimes you don't know whether to go hard up front, whether to take it easy. So I think they're in a good position. They just need to push the singles, nothing fancy, and the victory is theirs. I mean, 3.7 and over, even if you get down to 18th, 19th over, you take the game home. There's nothing untoward that needs to be done. Just play your game, basically. Don't take any risks, keep the ball in the ground, and the runs will come.
Words of wisdom there, words of wisdom.
That's two good deliveries in this over. Panthers seem to be putting the pressure back on Jozeni and asking them the question, see what they can come up with.
So
Another excellent over. We're halfway through with no runs being scored yet. Pressure is definitely being transferred back to Jozeni. For the first time in this game, we have a slight lull period.
What do you mean?
It's neither wickets nor runs being scored. Another huge appeal for LBW. And I think the batsman's got a bottom edge on that.
Yeah, it is quite full. Looking to swing at that. May have had a slight edge onto that, and probably that's why. Other than that, that was dead. Probably definitely just got a bit of wood onto it. Brent Vickery, I think his idea here is to bowl it a bit full and let the pitch do some of the work. Go for the LBW to try and get him out bowled. He's at the end of the over. Yeah, it is. Is it a maiden, eh? So 11 done, 67, 9 overs left, and definitely the pressure being felt now by Team Jozeni. What a fighting effort by Panthers. Looked dead and buried half an hour ago, and absolutely fantastic fight back.
Yeah, definitely. As we said, that the Panthers have forced that door open, and now they're trying to push themselves through that. They've built up some pressure with the maiden over, and dots bring wickets generally.
Just looking to rotate the strike, and I think that's the right idea. The overs is not a problem. There's 52 balls left. There's no need for any pressure in terms of to go over the top. I mean, they can get 2-3 singles and over. A bad ball is going to come. A bad ball is, even if it's in 3 overs time, and they can easily put it away.
Yes, definitely. The bad ball will come, as we've been saying throughout the game. They just need to build a partnership, rotate the strike, and make Panthers get them out, not get themselves out.
But again, panicking, they're almost a run out. A batter sprinting out of the blocks, and lucky his momentum, they stopped in time for him to get back. He got back comfortably. But again, obviously the pressure is starting to tell for Jozeni.
Yes, definitely. Panthers have put together a good spell of 3 or 4 overs now, where they've picked up a couple of wickets and they've sort of stopped the runs. And good shot to deep cover, and they get 2 runs for that.
Yeah, still 1 ball left in the over and 33 required. How is he going to finish off this over? I'd actually move in a few fielders a bit closer, put some pressure on them. What does he do here? And that's straight, and he just pushes it back to the bowler. 12 done, 5 for 71. Again, this match now looking like it's going to definitely get decided probably closer to the end, maybe in the 18th or 19th over or something. Anything possible. It could be for both teams. Still, all 3 results looking very possible here, Yamin. Mobin?
It'll be great to see a super over in this final. Then we've seen everything.
Great for us as spectators. I'm not too sure whether it's going to be great for the batters. You can see they've already been through some nerve-wracking times. Wickety ball that's full, and it's just pushed back to the bowler. I think now they're just going to play this now play every ball on his merit now. And again, floated up, and he goes for a big swing and misses. Almost gets himself bowled, sooner or later, one of those deliveries, he's going to sneak through for an LBW or a ball. It's full, and the batter just missing it and being caught in a few minds there. Again, this one is a bit shorter, tossed up, and the batter just pushes it down to backward point.
He's now bowled 9 dots in a row. For a wicketkeeper, turning over his arm is actually really good, because it's up until that poor delivery, it was 9 dots in a row.
Oh, that's just a drag down. You know, he's bowling a mixture of some leg cutters. He's bowling a mixture of just angling the delivery in. I think that one he just dragged a bit down. It happens. Bad balls happen. Like we said earlier, the bad ball is going to come, and that's what Jozeni need to do now, is rotate the strike, and that bad ball is 4 runs. What's he going to do here? 2 balls left. Tossed up. And he basically is saying to the batter, well, you make the mistake, because that's pretty much in a hitting zone. But like I said, Banvik is a very experienced cricketer. He's played a final like this before. He's played Premier League cricket. He's experienced. How is he going to close up the over? Again, tosses it up. And the batter swings, and there's no one there. Nobody there, and that's 4. There's no fine leg. There's no deep backward square. And surely now that swings the pendulum in the favor of Panthers. Now with just 25 in for Jozeni, with just 25 runs required here for Jozeni. That's the over that they needed, and surely now is just single, poke 2-1, and just look for the bad ball.
That's the way they gotta go. Just play each ball on the merit, take your singles when it's there, and you'll be comfortably over the line. Change of ball.
Well, regardless what anyone says, this has been a fighting effort by Panthers, regardless of this outcome. A lot of teams would have rolled over and died after the third wicket partnership of about 40, of 47, but they fought. They've taken their chances. They've been brave when they needed to. They've maneuvered when they needed to. Today might not be their day, but they're definitely going to go down as probably if there was a fighters award for any team that's overcome the most obstacles in this Group B Winter League, it has to be Panthers, the recipients of that award.
Yes, definitely. The fighting spirit that they've shown has been incredible. We have a change of bowler. Kevin Pillay is coming into the attack.
Yeah, for sure. We talk about fair play awards. The team that's overcome the most, losing 3 of their first 4 games and needing to win every one to make the semis. Every game was virtually a knockout game for them, and they performed when they needed. They've zigged when they needed to. They've zagged when they've needed to. They won the semi-final quite comfortably by, I think it was about some 85-90 runs against Scorchers, and the fought here defending 103. And I don't know many teams would have been able to defend, even attempt to go about defending 103, but they've done that here to an amazing ability. Definitely a spirited performance.
Doesn't that remind you of the Australian team? And that is hit over the leg side for 6.
What about the Australian team? You're referring to the 99 World Cup, where they lost 2 of their first 3 games, and they never lost a match for the remaining of the tournament, winning all 3 of their Super 6 games, tying the semi-final against SA and going through via finishing high on the Super 6 log and destroying Pakistan in the final. But here we see now just 19 runs required. What's Kevin got? It's kind of full. It's kind of straight, looking to attack the stumps. That's played too short fine leg, and that'll be 1. And this last 10 deliveries have worked in the favor of Jozeni. 2 boundaries and a 6 now, and something now Panthers need to do again. It just seems like they get the bit of momentum, and once you lose the grip now, they got to find somewhere else to get it. We see the deep backward square pushed back now. We have deep mid wicket. Long on, long off, someone on the sweeper boundary. Kevin back over the wicket to the right hander, and that's just pushed into the covers, fielded at backward point. 1 ball left in the over, 5 for 86.
Yeah, I think it's just not enough runs on the board. They have fought, they've given it all, and there's one that's up in the air, and it's actually good fielding on the boundary to prevent the four. That's Khatib.
Yeah, Phil needing to make a lot of ground there, long off, need to sprint some 15 meters there to save that. Good footwork. It's not the first time good footwork has been displayed here by Panthers. Fighting till the end. We've got 6 overs left and 16 runs to get. But again, it's those last few overs that have worked against them. And what are they going to do? It's got to be the last roll of the dice at this point. Yamin?
Yeah, I mean, Brian's bowled well, but he's got no reward for it. So, unfortunately, one man cannot win a team, win the game. But again, we go back to Tyler, and he absolutely decimated the Angry Birds in the morning. I think with Panthers batting being their strength, they should have definitely got more on the board. And even if Jozeni wins with 2 wickets in hand, it should have not been a contest from the first ball because of the low score that Panthers had. It's not like they've missed any opportunities. It's just Jozeni were all over them.
Well, you know, you talk about one man not making a team, and that's played or down to the leg side, and that's going to be 4, and surely now Jozeni have this game. You know, you talk about one man not making a team, etc., etc. But remember, Tyler was dropped and he gave quite a few chances. So had one of those chances been taken, 188, he wouldn't have scored. Fair enough, he scored the 188, but he was given a few chances. And sometimes, like I said, stats are misleading, and it tends to tell you that, hey, you know what, one guy scored 188, but they don't know how many chances he gave. One man definitely doesn't make a team, but if one man's given 2 or 3 chances, at some point he's going to take them.
Yeah, he was actually dropped the first time when he was on 14. So he really took the chance that they gave him and he punished them for it.
He's played down the wicket, some good fielding again. You know, Panthers fielding, Panthers would be the first to acknowledge how bad the fielding was last season. There was a game where the bowler was actually bowling on the other end. Kevin Pillay had 6 catches dropped off his bowling at 22 against Scorchers. And there's been a big improvement in Group B with regards to the fielding. I've seen drop catches, not as many. And that's hit. That's high in the air. Is there a fielder underneath this? But a good effort. A good effort by Jacobs. He just manages to get within about 2.5 meters of that and throws that in. I mean, some spirit right until the end here by Team Panthers. But they've definitely been very physical, and they've definitely worked a lot on their fielding. Have Team Panthers. They've improved in definitely in that aspect. So well done to them. Today is just one day. They'll definitely bounce back. But they've got a lot to be proud of.
Yeah, definitely. And the way the fielders are still running around the boundary and the commitment that they're showing is incredible. And I can only see positive things for them going forward.
Yeah, for sure, they'll definitely be back, and it's nice to have so many competitive teams. You know, Team Scorchers at one point were getting bowled out for 40 or 50, and they came right. Now you have Team Panthers, Team Jozeni. It's nice if you've got a team of eight teams in Group B, and you can have 5 of them, close to 6 of them being competitive. It makes for a fun league.
Yes, definitely. And being out there, I personally have had a lot of fun, and I've learned a hell of a lot, and I've met lots of new people, interesting people, and wonderful people.
No, it's fantastic. You know, we get better with every game we stand. We get better with every time we're out there. It definitely helps us in our umpiring as being here in Winter League. And like I said, the league has gotten more better with all these innovations. We got 3rd umpires today. It's just fantastic with all these new things that have come on, and just speaks about the evolution of the game. But like I said, the evolution of Winter League with sitting. I mean, what next? I mean, it's fantastic.
We have a change in bowling. Tragan is back into the attack. Let's see if he can pick up a wicket.
Well, this really is the last roll of the dice now, and they know they can do this in singles. they might not take any chances. 9 runs to win now. Maybe the field needs to come up a bit, cut off that, make them induce a false shot, put one in the air. Just these little things.
Yeah, they're chasing single figures now. I feel that all the fielders should come in and make it difficult for them as possible. It's good running again.
Yeah, they pretty much see that they don't have to play anything risky now. There's 4 overs after this. We see drop and run, and I think that's probably how they're going to take it from here. That's a wise strategy. It's a legit strategy. You got the trophy on the line here. Why do anything silly? Why expose your number 8, 9 and 10 to this? And there you go. That's going down for 4. Now it's just 4 runs to win. The bad ball is going to come, and they've just played smart.
Okay, so it's just 4 runs to get. And that's way up in the air. Oh, and they've put it down. And that's the chance.
That just sums up Panthers game.
There you have it. That excellently put. It just sums up the day that the Panthers have had. It's nicely played through the leg side. First single through to mid wicket. And that's the game. Excellent performance by Jozeni. And we have our second final winners, Jozeni 11. Congratulations.
Celebration of the country, we have a great scene. This time is by the players for the group. While I'm in my life, you are the champion of T20 group. I'm sure it's so fantastic, I'm not sure how you do it now. Thank you very much. Very, very hard. Just a brilliant at the end, and you know what, we got the cup, so we're proud of ourselves. But you know what, everyone, no man, last year, we were trying to do the sign, but you know what everybody did? Let's go perform again, because it's a competition in the Madison fashion. All of the things by Mali talking about a pre-caution machine against AK Hadi and Hammer. Was there anything specific that was different, or was there anything that was exposed and said, guys, we have to do this, we have to be more focused? Yeah, because last time we lost the game, we were supposed to be. But no, first time we see the form, we come to final, everybody knows themselves. First time we so many things, they spend long time in Germany, but they don't make the final. But now, today, the people are very, very, very heavy. before the start, the bowler will be very good one. All the players want to do the conversation of getting the backwards, but I think what we got our best, then we will try and cross, and then we see, what I will do, every time we know that. As soon as we will try the ball, and we will try to make a lower score, but then we know that we can play the way. We make the lower score, and then we know we can make it. And we obviously, when you feel that if you take a bit of a run, usually you're also using like a 30 minutes or 47, then you'll wake up 4.9 to 5 for 5 and what only makes you set up is your kind of having the whole day one here. No, we know that we make it be a good player. More tournament, a lot of the players are playing regular time, but they couldn't do it. I know they will play. They know I got confidence for them. So they will make it. I know that. I got confidence. I think we know those because I think our batsmen guys are very clear and last. You can start in the back, from the 11 to 1, they want to 11. I think 350 kilometers second quarter helping out because we captured that captain in season. Well, it's working, we're traveling, we're working, there's no problem. Never mind the 75 minutes, but we take the fun. But I think we want to do and we're very, very happy. Okay, that's it, that's a calculation, but if you do one hard work in television and the Brazilian sense, can people, with the other, you hit the ground behind the bounce, their ball is in the bounce. So, after you have some embarrassing losses with it, you know what, with determination, how they're not possible. Whatever you said about that, coming to the big confidence body and we will make it. We will be the trophy and we will hold it. We got full confidence in our team. So the first time when we play semi-final, our communication with our team is very, very high. Don't worry, we will win the game. When we win the semi-final, we will say, no, don't worry, we will make it on final. That's a take away. Okay, well done, you the team for your presentation and champion. Well played, the Cookie in the league. Okay, T Panthers, so this is the way for the presentation, T Panthers. Well played, T Panthers, they have not worked out today, but a spectacular tournament and well fought. And a good person is having a good resource. Thanks to everyone, please clear the straight streets, get off the green surface, for playing against it.
Done this back up myself plenty of times. One of the cable loops to go down
Hello.
There you go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for making me such a good vibe, yeah? At the end of the day, they won with that one number. But exceptionally well done on winning the final and getting all the way to the final, honestly. That's the most important. Sometimes you think it's very, very important in the final destination. So thank you to everyone that took part, all the sponsors of each team, the support especially. It's very nice to see guys out with such a large number. And since Rwanda to Jozeni will travel every day, 350 kilometers one way. And so 700 kilometers a day, this is basically, I think that's a special Rwanda to them and also on winning the tournament. So we're going to take a lot of time. We have some special prizes that we'd like to give out. I'll go forward for the first one. We have had 6 editions in the tournament. In the group B, we had 2 centuries from 1 national. We missed out on the 3rd century, Jozeni XI Panthers. We got 2 centuries. We got 2 over 200 and missed out on the 3rd one, the 3rd, 4th, and 4th. Another feature in this tournament was we had 2 athletes. One was from Group A and another one was from Group B, Jozeni XI Panthers. So now we have a special award for the best bowler and best batsman. And we have officially best bowler in Group B, 15 wickets in 7 innings, 27 overs, 134 runs, 4 for 7, best of 4 for 7, Jamil Bali. Remember we keep the bowling system with the first 7 innings. Equal chance. The runs and the bowling. It's in the first 7 innings. Best batsman Group B Jozeni XI. 351 runs in 6 innings. It's still going to run. That's what happened. We need Jozeni XI to get more batsmen to get 351 runs and 9 wickets in Group B. We are being taken. We also want to PH stroke also on 500. Now we have the man of the match for the final. It has coming from the complete team effort was very difficult to choose a man of the match fight. And we have to give you so much. Okay, we have here. The umpires, okay, to the right, the umpires
Get
The onboard course?
Yeah,
Okay. Do you guys use software or?
Yeah, we use
What, did you guys develop it yourself? We actually upgrade our game. Correct, yes.
But it's light, so it's easy to use it after.
Correct. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Take care.
You too.
Which how you came up? Which drone you?